Woi, subscribe. Aduh, capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap, Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu. Woi, subscribe. Aduh, capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap, Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu. Woi, subscribe. Aduh, capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap, Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu. Woi, subscribe. Aduh, capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap, Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu. Woi, subscribe. Aduh, capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap, Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu.
Cek 1 2 3. Halo, malam. Welcome to the stream. Oh my god. Belum apa-apa kita udah. Gak sih, nanti game kedua sih. Babak eliminasi, cok. Jangan lupa di like, guys. Iya, guys, yang belum like, di like dulu. Oh my god. Hari-hari. Malam Nawa. Halo juga sekarang gue, welcome. Pesan dulu bang, halo. Lin Checks, welcome. Bang, gak capek jadi ganteng terus kayak pernah lihat tuh. Starting soon selalu cahaya, ya dong. Diingatkan untuk unsubscribe terlebih dahulu dan membership. Standar di Madrid itu. Aku telat nggak, baru mulai. Bang Tens, belum, sabar. Masih loading, masih aman. Aman. Ini posko pemenangan Peprex dulu atau Sentinel? Ya, Sentinel dulu. Kalau dilihat dari jadwal bisa dilihat gitu. Hari ini Sentinel lawan Gen.G, baru Peprex lawan Loud. Walaupun Gen.G sama-sama Pasifik, tapi saya kesal karena dia ngalahin Peprex mulu belakangan. Jadi tolong Sentinel. Fase pertama, halo Davin, welcome. Peprex ada kemungkinan juara 1. Kemungkinan mah selalu ada ya. Tinggal susah apa gampang aja. Gak gampang sih, gak bakal gampang. Melihat dari formnya Peprex yang sekarang sih bakalan susah sih. It will be a hard way kalau mau menang. Aku tidak akan baca kamu lagi, Jepal. Selamat tinggal. Aku tidak peduli. Kamu dukung aja situ Gen.G sana. Halo Mika, halo Iruka, welcome. Halo Kai, halo Faski, welcome. Gimana Faski, udah aman? Udah aman. Ini Faski ini sumber semua media share anjir. Jadi dia. Mari berharap Peprex lawan Lot yang menang Peprex. Ya, aminin lah. Lot susah bang, emang gak ada jalan gampang. Udah top 4 bro. Ini udah top 4 ini. Siapapun lawannya susah ini. Lagian kalau mau juara pada akhirnya harus ketemu sama yang susah anyway kan. Harus menang dari yang susah kan. Let's go PRX, let's go strike. Bentar, gue mau ngecek dulu ya. Ngecek Saweria apakah aman. Bentar. Biasanya soalnya suka ambek.
Bacot.
Oke, aman.
Sumegui baru saja
itu tes ya by the way ya.
69.420.
Tes dulu.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Gue takutnya error kayak biasanya. Alex udah kagak bisa save strat. Kayaknya mereka emang gak ada strat lagi deh. Makanya mereka justru bikin strat-strat baru mau nggak mau untuk ini adaptasi. Lu lihat aja belum senyaman itu mereka dengan oposisi yang sekarang. Ini first time Gen.G ketemu Sens ya? Ya betul. Bang itu avatarnya desain sendiri? Ya. Testing harus yang asli. Gak ada nih cobaan pertama. Siapa tahu ada ya. Gak, gue takut ada korban aja, makanya gue testing dulu. Apakah sang pemilik split aka Bang John Cutie mau melepasi mapnya ke hari ini? Sebenarnya sih kalau Gen.G respect sih harusnya splitnya di ini sih. Tuh split Sentinel super kuat sih. Iklan dulu.
Woi, subscribe.
Mampus lu, nggak bisa di skip.
Buruan. Ji, mantap Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu.
Iklannya nggak bisa di skip yang ini. Min, izin dulu gempa. Emang sekarang lagi gempa lagi? Tadi gua ngerasain sih sebentar doang, tapi di tempat gua. Ada yang gempa tadi guys. Kalian ngerasain nggak? Tadi siang aman. Gue cuma sebentar doang gempanya. Ngerasain, tapi kayak bentar doang gitu loh. Justru di rumah gue di Banjarmasin yang kerasa 30 detik katanya tadi gempanya. Kalau di Banjarmasin tadi. Sampai katanya plafon rumah gue retak dikit katanya. Ngeri juga tuh di Banjar efeknya. Tadi gempa gue tinggal turun kagak kerasa. Ya tergantung lu posisinya di mana sih. Jakarta sih yang gempa. Gak tau di tempat gue kerasa dikit doang sih. Gak tau di daerah lain ya. Malam Mikai, malam Nabila, welcome. Surabaya sempat rontok atau kayak iya katanya Surabaya lumayan kena juga tuh. Efeknya lebih kencang di sana. Gue dengar. Pusatnya di laut kayaknya. Iya tadi gue cek ini BMKG langsung pas kerasa gempanya langsung cek BMKG di laut itu. Tapi berapa? 6 kalau nggak salah itunya. Apa kekuatannya 6, berapa gitu. Pusatnya di laut. Bukan gitu dong. Kencang sih pusatnya. Tapi bukan laut yang itu, Bray. Magnitude ya kalau nggak salah, kalau gempa gitu satuannya magnitude ya. 1 magnitude, 2, 3 gitu. Iya nggak sih? Lupa gue. Player card Fortune Hand udah beli belum Kai? Ngaco, sorry, ya maaf. Kalau Richter, iya sorry. Maafkan aku. Gue kagak beli satuannya sekarang Skui, by the way. Itu satuannya 375. Sayang menurut gue. Lagian gue pakai player cardnya Paperex. Gak gue ganti-ganti. Lebih tahu anjing cowok daripada yokai. Anjir lah. No, tapi di itu tuh bener katanya sekarang udah pakai magnitudo bukan SR lagi no. Ayo. Kayak itu info yang pakai channel. Kalau dia di sini iya dia fuyu. Kalau di stream orang lain biasanya gua. Kan di sini gua ngapain juga pakai akun gua yang ironsenpai. Nggak ngomong langsung. Jogja di tempatku nggak kerasa. Oke, mantap. Baguslah kalau begitu. Kapan nih video challenge keduanya? Hari Minggu. Kan tiap minggu. Kan itu di akhir videonya sudah jelas. Sampai ketemu minggu depan. Kalau Irsen membership di channel lain yang bayar siapa kayak gua sih. Gua nggak pernah reimburse anjir. makanya gue membership juga jarang-jarang tempat lain tau. Kadang aktif tuh cuma 2 membership gue, di Jenderal sama di Momo, si Momo. Pas saya tidak perhatian, fokus ke tag that busuk. Oke. Coba tanya Jepal, beliau member di mana aja kayak aku nggak mau. Jepal tadi kok ngomongnya dukung Gen.G. Langsung aku cuekin habis ini dari sekarang. Berani-beraninya dia. Aku Theo Jepal 10 tahun. Rusuh mulu sama nunggu gip. Track record jelek anjir. Tapi di match ini gue juga netral sih, kayak sama quad. Ya gue kan emang pendukung Sentinel sama Pepperex, makanya gue full kiri ini. Kalau dilihat dari gambar ini kan full kiri Sentinel Pepperex. Kayak ada watch party offline minggu besok, iya tahu, cuman gue ngapain ke sana. Mending WP online aja gue kayak biasa. Grinding. Kalau nggak grinding kapan 50.000 subscribersnya? Let's go. Tapi Jepal obeng cok di beberapa channel. Jilatannya kenceng. Pendukung sayap kiri. Tahun ini kayaknya bisa dapat 50k. Kemarin kan gue bilangnya resolusi tahun ini 100k. Terus gue melihat growth-nya, kayaknya 50k aja. Awalnya mau 100 anjir. Tapi kayaknya realistis aja deh. Kayaknya 50 aja lebih cukup deh. Susah deh ini kayaknya kalau 100. Yokai siap malam ini tempur dengan hater. Nanti gue tidak akan baca para hater itu. Ngapain? Mending aku fokus mendukung Pepperex daripada fokus menghadapi para haters ya. Cuek. Ingat itunya. Ingat pelajaran itu. Kalau channel kita semakin besar, semakin banyak haters. Kalau belum ada hatersnya berarti lu belum terkenal, bro. Itu sebuah bukti kalau channel Anda sedang berkembang. Ada haters itu. Kalau Irsen 100k duluan daripada Wilson GG sih. Ya nggak apa-apa juga sih. Lagian kan Wilson sendirian, kita berdua anjir. Jadi sebenarnya kalau kita duluan kayaknya I don't know, gue nggak mau ngomong apa-apa deh. Kita kebantu karena kita berdua kali. Walaupun sebenarnya kita punya kelebihan masing-masing lah ya. Beliau kan kelebihannya ring 1 Valorant, bro. Kalau kita kelebihannya apa? Kita niat. Malam bang, halo bang Raffi, welcome. Hampir dapat padahal umpannya. Alalala. Bro, gua respect sama Jenderal, bro. Gua tuh gara-gara dengerin podcastnya dia, gue jadi ngerti scene FPS di Indonesia gara-gara dia. Gua taunya gara-gara poknya dia. Kayak menurut lo turning point-nya Sentinel pas apa? Pas John Cutie masuk lah. Sejak ada IGL yang proper dan tense tidak dijadikan secondary duelist ataupun duelist lagi, somehow it's work. Ada Mama Piper. Jenderal siapa? Di sini channel gue tapi ada yang nggak tahu Jenderal. But it's okay. Tapi pasti banyak juga yang tahu. Jenderal itu caster. Dia caster di Indonesia buat Valorant Indo. Inkai Pepperex main Jumper nanti habis game 1. Nggak tahu. Biasanya jam 12 atau jam 1-an lah ya. Sekitar segituan. Jam 12-an atau jam 1-an. Tergantung ini map berapa selesainya. Ini match jam 10 ya. Untuk game 1 jam 10. Sentinel lawan Gen.G dulu. Itu kalau kalian lihat di Discord gue bahkan udah ngomongnya ini anjir. Apapun hasilnya hari ini, aku tetap bocil Pepperex. Gue tidak peduli. Kalah menang belakang. Dukung nomor 1. Ada Adison, welcome. Match 1 lu megang siapa bang? Sentinel lah. Lu kagak lihat itunya apa pollingnya? Lu nggak lihat pollingnya seperti apa? Masih bertanya Anda, saya dukung siapa? Bang kayak halo Nabil. Halo juga Valoranti, welcome. Aduh yang belum like, di like dulu ya. Masa harus disuruh monyet dulu kalian buat nge-like? Aduh belum nyiapin video lagi buat like. Adanya video buat subscribe. Mau membership. Harusnya gue juga bikin buat like ya. Nanti deh. Gue jadi punya ide. Buat like ya, harusnya buat like juga nih. Gas video cahaya harus ini deh kayaknya Alek aja deh. Biar emosi gitu. Nampar meja, like lah. like. Kasih mereka iklan yang tidak bisa di skip sekarang banget nih. Felix habis ini. Sentinel dulu. Dap Alek ngamuk seru sih, kayak masalahnya itu ngedap dia tuh sulit. Ngomongnya udah marah, cepet gitu. Makanya sulit ngedap si Alex itu. Kemonyet kan kemarin kan mulutnya kayak masih gampang lah, cukup lambat gitu ngomongnya. Kalau Alex tuh cepet anjir ngomongnya. Dan penuh emosi. Iklan aku premium kak, nggak ada iklan. Kamu lupa iklan yang ini maksudnya dia.
Woi, subscribe. Aduh capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu. Woi, subscribe. Aduh capek. Buruan.
Bentar main Gen.G ini mereka, bentar.
Ji. Mantap Ji. Jangan lupa
siapa?
membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu.
Ntar gue kasih visualnya aja. Tapi gue nggak kasih suaranya ya guys ya. Terakhir kali gue ngasih lihat gini-gini nih kena kopi kanan anjir. Pas monyet makan disuapin kukuka tuh. Skip, nggak bisa. Tadi router juga udah gua restart, jadi semoga aja di tengah jalan ini internet aman ya. Terakhir kali gua restart sih aman ya. Sebelum gua mulai live-nya udah gua restart tadi. Semoga nggak terjadi aneh-aneh tengah pertandingan. Pepperex juara kalau RRQ belum tahu. Anjir, ini nama apa anjir? Halo juga dah. Anjir namanya. Hati-hati loh bro. Rotor-rotor yang meledak kayak kalau Pepperex menang. Aku rela sih kalau begitu. Aku rela rotornya meledak kalau Pepperex menang anjir. Gak tahu biasanya tuh dia punya ritual sekitar jam 2 gitu, jam 1 jam 2 gitu. Internet gua ngerusuh gitu tiba-tiba. Langsung mogok dia. Bang, cara ngatasi gak bisa login Valorant katanya ada masalah saat Anda login. Makanya kalau ada masalah tuh diselesaikan, kekeluargaan gitu loh. Cari masalah mulu. Gak tahu, gua gak tahu. Tuh coba Google aja, dipakai Google-nya. Prediksinya kayak siapa? Sentinel sama Gen.G? Bisa 2-0 sih menurut gua. Tergantung Gen.G-nya anak ayamnya menyala atau tidak. Anjir, tapi ini ternyata permainannya bukan permainan jengah biasa. Anjir, mereka harus ngomong baru kedengaran, baru kayaknya kontennya bisa dinikmati nih. Apex juara, ya udah kalau gini aman gak bang? Ya udah aman. Boleh banget. Tanya jawab pakai jengah, iya, tapi gue takut ini lagunya. Ya udahlah ya. Gen.G, G-nya apa itu Kai? Tak janjian dulu gimana sih Padahal? Jangan nembak langsung gini dong, kan kagak siap ya gua. Belum nemu yang lucu nih anjing. G-nya apa ya? Halo. Kayak halo Muhammad, welcome. Jangan lupa di like dulu yang belum. Punchline-nya belum dapet lah ya, makanya main ditembak aja anjir. Kan belum briefing ya. Itu kayak di setup, cuman gue belum tahu smash-nya mau gaya apa anjir. Ini gue join as komentator buat Irsen, kali-kali sabi kali ya kayak. Komentator gimana maksudnya? Give me reference. Biar paham jokes gue. Oke. G-nya gemoy. G-nya galon. Nemenin pas WP boleh banget. Hola bang, halo. Welcome. Nge-lag, itu maksudnya nge-lag apa gempa? Nge-lag karena gempa kah? Nih, bracket nih. Kemarin kan banyak yang nanyain nih. Abis ini Peperex langsung pulang apa enggak, Bang? Anjing! Gue mau ngasih lihat bracket, dia langsung hilang. Apa sih? Kok gini? Kok dejavu ya kayak kemarin ya? Dejavu cok, kemarin kayak gini juga anjir. Padahal gue pengen liatin bracket asu. Kok bisa kayak gini mulu? Halo Kai, halo Nari, welcome. Apa apakah ada kata-kata lagi dari monyet Mitkai? Belum ada yang baru. Kayak gue butuh mabar yang nggak mandang rank. Ya berarti mainnya unrated dong. Pasti nggak mandang rank kalau kayak gitu. Soalnya kalau kompetitif tuh tag-nya lebih tinggi. Kebanyakan orang tuh lebih emosi di sana. Cuman orang kocak yang unrated ngamuk-ngamuk menurut gue. Menurut gua tilted di unrated culun anjing. Terus aneh sih, iya makanya. Dan ada loh orang-orang kayak gitu, pernah ketemu soalnya gua. Kebanyakan juga dari ini sih, Medigra yang gua lihat coach-coach tuh juga dari ini, bukan orang-orang sembarangan juga Medigra biasanya. Biasanya kayak misalnya kayak siapa ya? Bentar. Kayak miaunya Bumi Sport tuh kan juga dulu dari dia juga pemain e-sport juga gitu loh, dulu kayak PUBG segala macam. Tapi kebanyakannya ya itu di skena e-sport lah, udah jalan di skena e-sport orangnya biasanya. Kayak Porter tuh juga dulu tuh segala macam udah dilewatin tuh sama Porternya EG tuh. Dari jadi pro player, jadi analisis segala macam udah pernah tuh. Terus dia nyoba jadi coach dan ternyata luar biasa. EG kemarin menang kan tahun kemarin. Jadi macam-macam juga sih sebenarnya jalannya. Kalau Mang Alex juga dulu kalau nggak salah dulu orang CS juga dulu. Alex, ingat gua. Jadi biasanya ya itu ada pengalaman di dunia e-sport udah biasanya orangnya. Karena lu juga harus ngerti gamenya juga kan. Dan pembuktian lu ngerti gamenya apa enggak, ya lu misalnya ex-pro player. Kalau lu ex-pro player kan berarti udah terbukti, oh nih orang pernah jadi player, tahu nih gamenya kayak gimana setidaknya gitu loh. Kalau ujuk-ujuk lu jadi coach nggak tahu apa-apa kan juga gimana gitu ya. Makanya sering banget kan mantan ex-pro player biasanya coaching tuh biasanya. Sering banget. Rata-rata coach follow itu CS, iya betul, karena sama-sama game FPS. Setidaknya mereka punya fundamental yang cukup sama. Makanya banyak coach follow dari CS kan. Karena follow emang game baru anyway. Belum ada ex-pro player, jarang banget gitu loh. Makanya kebanyakannya ngambil dari CS awal. Minkai kalau Gen.G kalah turun lower lagi kah? Gen.G belum kalah selama ini, jadi ya ke lower dulu. Gen.G sama Sentinel ini by the way belum kalah ya, di pertandingan ini belum pernah kalah by the way. Sama-sama masih bersih. Tapi kok direct coach-nya Sintayong, itu persis doang ngerapi. Kalau gitu mah. Kalau itu mah persis doang ya. Mungkin bisa pakai kacamata dulu Pak Rapi. Mungkin kebalik. Termi dikata STY. Parah banget ya. Komen bracket, masanya komen bracket gue mau nulis apa? Kan bracket enaknya kalau dijelasin pakai skema gitu loh. Udah map pick belum? Belum. Ini opening aja belum. Lambang Riat aja belum keluar ini. Fishbumnya belum. Berarti Gen.G kalah langsung pulang apa gimana? Enggak lah. Masih ada lower. Ini upper by the way. Ini pertandingan upper. Jadi siapapun yang kalah masih turun ke lower. Yang menang di sini masuk grand final. Nah, gitu aja deh. Yang menang di sini masuk grand final, yang turun dari sini ke lower final. Kayak minum, iya. Kopi cemilan udah ada, aman. Udah ngestok, aman. Kayak makan, iya semuanya aja. Semuanya aja lu ingetin dah. Video berapa? Coba jadwal WP, tanda seru jadwal WP sama info WP-nya dipakai. Kayak mandi udah. Kayak bobo, terus nanti WP-nya gimana? Kayak mulai ini ya. Mulai ngeselin ya. Udah tadi gue sebelum WP udah aman. Kai saya Wolf nggak mau, bayar dulu, donate. Kayak kapan jadi course nggak ada ini anjir, gue pro player aja juga bukan anjir. Pro player bukan, analis bukan, anak CS dulu juga bukan. Kayak terawih kayak beda server. Mana pesan-pesan dari monyet kayak ini? Ntar ke lobby dulu. Ada yang minta.
Woi, subscribe. Aduh capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu.
Kayak kapan buka coffee shop?
Mars baru saja
Aduh, capek.
memberikan 10.000. Bark woof.
Gak mau 10.000 doang minta woof. Ih, murah bener woof gua anjing. Mancing. Aduh. Kayak main fuyu mana lagi ngedit, lagi banyak kerjaan. Pekak jangan biasain pakai P buat nyapa orang. Gue ngasih tahu aja nih. Lu pernah ingat gak sih ada orang-orang yang email resmi, terus karena dia keseringan pakai P nyapa orang, di email pakai P itu nggak sopan anjir. Kasih tahu aja nih. P locker. Gimana dapatnya kalau dimulai dari P? Ciko jangan spam Ciko. Nggak bisa aja nge-spam. Anjir. Apa sih? Bang masih hidup ya lumayan. Ciko mending minta makan ke majikan dulu. Ciko gendutan tahu dia. Beratnya nambah. Lagi hidup senang dia. Lagi hidup senang beliau. Jadi duit kami. Nambah 10 kilo. Enggak 10 kilo juga sih. Tambah 1 ya kalau nggak salah ya. Iko ya. 1 atau 2 ya? Lupa gue. Ah, auto translate ternyata ini ironsenpai-nya. Kirim CP locker kemana kayak kagak bikin, woi. Wah, ini bocil. Kalau ini bocil anjir. Ini bocil. Time out dulu ya, merenung dulu. Jepal mana Jepal? Nggak usah dicari, dia pendukung Gen.G. Jijik nggak sih? Masih nge-hate laki ya. Gue bukan nge-hate, lebih ke arah ini aja. Merasa dia overrated aja selama ini. Master di Indo ada kemungkinan nggak sih? Gue lebih prefer kayaknya belum, tapi kayaknya kalau Ascension masih bisa. Kalau Master kayaknya masih belum. Akia Carpe bagus mana Kai? Aduh. Gak ada pilihan lain. Lebih ke Meteor gak sih? Gak sih. Lebih overrated Lakia menurut gue. Hero Ron kayak pilihan ketiga ya anjir jauh banget. Jauh banget, Cok. Kenapa jadi pemain Jepang? Pilihan ketiganya. Udah gitu kagak main di sini lagi. RP juga sih. Beda yang belum like, di like dulu guys. Belum 100 like-nya yuk. Yuk dicoba di like dulu. Lakia Sasi, dua-duanya lagi. Gue merasa Sasi sama Lakia tuh sama posisinya, Cok. Sama-sama cacing-cacing naga-naga. Tuh, 2 orang. Kadang jago, kadang membadut. Woi.
I'm Batman. I'm Batman.
Apaan anjir?
I'm Batman. I'm Batman. I'm Batman.
Apaan, Cok?
I'm Batman. I'm Batman.
Kenapa?
Batman. I'm 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 Batman.
50.000 lama ya? Ternyata.
I'm Batman. I'm Batman. I'm Batman. I'm Batman. I'm Batman.
Gak ada suara min fuyu. Kalau ini media share nggak ada depannya, langsung suara dari videonya. Tapi ini konteksnya apa? Kenapa tiba-tiba I'm Batman, Mars? Aduh, thank you deh. Gue nggak tahu tiba-tiba konteksnya kok jadi Batman anjir. Kan bingung ya saya. Halo kayak halo, Alvin Topik, welcome to the membership. Kok membership goblok? Welcome to the stream. Jangan lupa di like. Sorry, aku sakau orang masuk member. Maaf. Oke, give dulu. Ada yang kepancing. Bagus. Kayak anjay nggak? Kayak apanya anjay? Woi, subscribe buruan. Ah, nggak bisa pakai nada kayak gitu.
Woi,
Babi. Kalau kayak telat nggak? Belum mulai, aman. Suara gua masuk nggak tuh sama mic-nya tuh tadi? Rada putus ya suara. Soalnya kalau suara gua ketinggian kayak gitu, di OBS tuh keputus kayak gitu, makanya suka clipping. Makanya gua nih lagi nyari orang yang ngerti sound sebenarnya. Yang bisa apa? Yang bisa nyetingin OBS gua. Kenapa ini clipping mulu suara gua? Kalau ketinggian. Sedangkan kalau gua pakai Audacity aman. Di OBS aja tuh clipping suara gua. Kayak sebelum main Valo pernah main apa aja? Wah, banyak. Ada Iodance, ada Warcraft, ada Hon, ada Dota 2, ada game-game konsol. By the way, hey Alvin Topik, thank you udah memberikan 1 gift membership. Dipakai ya emojinya yang dapat ya. Tuh, welcome to the member ya. Terima kasih. Main Instant Aquarium enggak, gua enggak. Kokoh gua yang main Instant Aquarium. Gua nonton doang. Gua zaman itu kayaknya zaman bocil masih nontonin kokohnya yang main game. Main PB enggak. Cuma nyobain doang sebentar, habis itu enggak lanjut. Emang gua bukan pemain FPS dulu. Gua enggak main CS juga. Emang bukan orang yang suka game FPS dulunya. Kayak Sentinel Gen.G lebih dari Gen.G, bener nggak? Oh, betul itu. Betul. Apalagi ada Bang Tens. Jauh. By the way, split coy. Sentinel splitnya tidak di respect. Oke. Mau dilawan sama Gen.G. Dragones main nggak? Enggak. Lotus. Fan. Band. Map Lotus lagi ya? Breeze terakhir, oke. Salah, Sentinel bisa mah ini. Karena ada lower bracket KKI, ada. Jadi kemarin sebenarnya ada hitungannya lower bracket, cuman
Baru saja memberikan 10.000. Tanpa melihat live chat, sebutin 7 nama viewers yang Minkai ingat.
7 nama viewers. Aduh. Ada Mars, ada Will, ada Adiswan, terus ada Fadlan, terus ada Yeye Boy, terus ada 7 kan, 2 lagi. Ada Tsunami, terus ada siapa lagi? Hamu. Hehehe. Walaupun orang-orangnya nggak ada di sini, tapi itu ada. Kepedean aku, maafkan aku, Opin Topik, maafkan aku. Aku tadi cepat-cepat buru-buru, jadi yang di kepala gua aja langsung keluar. Ya Pak, mana Minkai? Itu sebenarnya di kepala gua ada, tapi gua lagi kesel sama dia. Oh gitu, kayak ampun, rapi, astaga. Ya ampun, ulang yuk. Ulang yuk, 7-7-nya rapi yuk. Anjir, ini ya, gue mau jawab siapapun sebenarnya salah anjir. Nanti yang nggak kesebut sama kelakuannya kayak gini juga. Ini serba salah gue udah, jebakan cok. Kena jebakan Batman ini gue. Nyebut siapapun salah gue. Jadi admin Fuyu gak disebut. Ngapain gue nyebut elu? Ngapain? Nanti dibilang curang. Ya ampun, salah lagi loh. Aduh. Sedih ya. Aduh, jadi samsak gini gue aja, samsak online gini. Computer. Iya bener juga, kan viewer bukan admin. Ayo. Yang penting gak nyebut Yanto Kocul. Anjir, bisa bawa Yanto anjir. Dia gak hijau soalnya. Dimanapun ditolak ya orang itu ya. Oh my god. Kasian banget anjir. Hak angket kain. Waduh. Angket gak tuh dibawa-bawa. Let's go Pacific. Ih, ada Jepa lagi. He's back. Yang diinget yang ijo-ijo. Ya gimana dong? Kayak jahat, aku nggak di-notice soalnya nggak ijo. Faza, coba ijo dulu. Pasti langsung ingat habis itu. Itulah salah satu kelebihan hijau, betul. Lebih mudah di-notice, betul banget. Salah satu privilege ya. Udah gitu cuma 300 rupiah per hari. Wah, gila, worth it banget coy. Dengan hanya 300 rupiah per hari, Anda bisa langsung menyebutkan, "Mama, aku masuk YouTube." Ah. Yang hijau belum tentu ke notice bangke. Ya kalau udah banyak kan ya sama aja ya sebenarnya ya. Lebaran member gua ada lagi ke Razer, boleh. Buh. Langsung ada yang terbakar sepertinya. Welcome to the member, meme boy. Dipakai emojinya biar yang abu-abu ini, let's go. Thank you DJ member. Demi di notice. By the way, entrance by the way. Udah masuk coy, timnya coy. Peprex bisa juara nggak kayak menurut lo? Bisa. Tapi apakah gampang? Tidak. Sulit. Gua ijo dari sebelum Sunset rilis di carry Fuyu. Waduh, masih ingat lagi dia. Berarti itu ya pas zaman Champions ya itu ya. Kalau Sunset belum rilis anjir. Bang, kalau Sentinel ketemu Peprex gimana? Gue dukung dua-duanya tapi gue lebih berat ke Peprex lah. Saya kan bocil Peprex. Sentinel apa? Sentinel lagi. VCT tim kapsul yang gue beli aja cuman Peprex anjir. Mike, halo Aman Rafli, welcome to the stream. Jangan lupa di like. Main ML tak? Dulu coba nyobain. Sekarang udah enggak. Dulu gua paling suka pakai Eudora, terus pakai siapa sih yang itu? Yang bisa muter-muter tuh. Lu tahu nggak sih yang dia punya sabit 2 bisa muter-muter tuh apa sih namanya? Gue lupa lagi. Siapa itu? Balmon, bukan Balmon. Balmon mah kapak. Gue bilangnya sabit loh, sabit. Yang kayak temanya yang kayak primordium gitu loh. Tamus. Yes, betul, Tamus. Lapu-lapu nggak tuh, sabit loh. Sabitnya 2, Ruby kan 1. Tamus, betul. Gue dulu suka pakai itu tuh. Jauh. Lah iya. Udah ini kenapa chat gue jadi ML banget anjir. Ini perasaan channel Valorant. Kenapa nama-nama hero ML jadi tersebut kan anjir. Absen gak tuh? Ada Agus lagi. Apa disentil dikit ML-nya langsung keluar semua ya? Disentil dikit doang lah itu. Chatnya langsung penuh ML anjir, what the fuck man. Cuman butuh pancingan kecil anjir. Langsung keluar semuanya. Ini sampai kapan kayak selesainya? Ya sampai pertandingannya selesai. Gak tahu, kalau sampai map 3 kan kita nggak tahu tuh sampai jam berapa tuh. Kayak yang kalau pulang kayak ini masih upper. Main kompetitif terus AC gua kasih 100.000 kayak rada sulit tuh buat gua tuh. By the way.
We go, Split, what we got for the comps?
Gen.G is going into Sentinels' home turf. They have been incredible on this map thus far. Their defense looks indomitable. And Gen.G are playing a very different comp. They go for the double duelists on this map. They're very reliant.
Kenapa lower gak main duluan sih? Gua pikir juga kemarin lower duluan. Ternyata Sentinel dulu, ya sudahlah. Sentinel 100% win rate anjir. Ya gak sih? Kompiknya 100% 9 time played. Oh enggak, ini bukan win rate. Itu bukan win rate tadi. Tapi kayaknya emang gak pernah kalah deh. Dengan gue splitnya emang gak pernah kalah deh.
Well, folks, this is it. It's now time to figure out who's going to be going to the grand
Ini mapnya John Cutie, bro.
Sentinels. Will it be Gen.G? We got two excellent casters to tell
Win rate 77% itu tadi antara attacker atau defendernya, bukan masalah mapnya dapat 77%. Tapi harusnya ini mapnya Sentinel.
In the history of Valorant, 1,029 days ago, Tens sent new turn down to that lower bracket from the upper final, a chance for a final, and on that team you had Lakia and
Ejewin lawan Gen.G, anjay. Harusnya sengit sih, ini harusnya sengit. Ini dua tim ya, formnya lagi bagus banget di pertandingan ini. Dari kick off lagi bagus banget dua tim ini. Gue excited sih sama pertandingannya ini.
Gen.G have a hell of a task, starting it out on their opponent's map pick with Lotus up next, and as we saw in the video, it'll finish out on Breeze. Gen.G didn't want to pull Bind into the mix. Lucky is probably happy about that. Bad memories from back in the day. As we start out the pistol round, Sentinels on the defensive side. Two
Siapapun yang menang GG boleh.
Defense, but they are looking to crunch on mid after.
Tapi kalau bisa Sentinel.
They've got players outside A and some looking to move.
Sebagai bocil
It looks
Tens
like
kan.
we're gonna have a scrap on our hands.
Yeah, if we've seen anything from this match or this matchup, we know that Gen.G are fantastic at adapting and learning. They played Paper X in the regular season on this map, ended up coming back in this tournament and demolishing them on it. Meteor though in this round,
Udah ketahuan itu harusnya sih itu hasil screen di situ, hasil VOD review tuh harusnya itu. Kamera di situ ketahuan udah. ISO kenapa masih 0% pick kai? Bahkan ISO tuh lebih buruk daripada Reina tau. Ya orang lebih milih Reina masih daripada ISO. Masalahnya dia mau gantiin siapa? Viper aja udah satu roll sendiri anjir, Viper.
They can secure the site now, get a plant, and look to play after. Meteors also snuck up behind Tens. Didn't matter with Lakia shooting him down. And these
hilang dua udah.
locked in towards the spawn. Up top is Zelsus alone.
Wih, mantap.
Some fight left in Sentinels. They don't want to give this round.
Jadi bisa ini, jadi possible harusnya.
Had to be a fallback from Gen.G, not wanting to overextend. Karen still though holding on to some control, and they've spotted out Zelsus. They know where both of these players are at this stage, and with the positions they currently hold, it's definitely not going to be easy for the side of Sentinels to get back into this one. Running out of time, need to try and isolate one of these jewels.
Hati-hati. Dua-duanya di situ nggak jadi dah. Kalau udah kayak gitu sulit banget. Aman. Baru pistol run, aman. ISO money management per roundnya susah kayak kemahalan ya mungkin ya. Ability-nya ya.
taking space, and they walk into B for free. But post-plant, the idea to just send the 2 players in spawn and they sit there, waiting, running the clock down. John QT couldn't go out and fight with his teammate because he's worried about a flank coming up through heaven. This is a really nice pistol round from the side of Gen.G. I do like Sentinels' ideas as well, because they
menurut lu, Loud kuat nggak? Kuat tapi nggak sekuat tahun lalu. Pas lagi ada aspasnya.
You know, it's an interesting buy, Tom. I have to say, texture is surprising me because I'll talk all day long about the benefits.
Sebenarnya sih kondisi Loud sama Pepperex tuh kurang lebih aja sih. Ganti 1 player, masih belum kuat tahun lalu, udah gitu aja. Sama dua-duanya. Posisinya menurut gue.
Which they don't. It's still going to be an operator. 2 shots, very fast movement, and a quick reload.
It's a round as well, though, where realistically, nothing really for their opponents to be playing with. Sentinels just saving up for the next round. It does mean that you want to keep it clean. You're the only player that can really go down without being too much of a detriment. And obviously getting that extra information is a decent start. Gakuin won. That's the
udah mahal itu. Itu udah mahal buat Gen.G itu.
This is starting to get worrying. Well, Texture's down to 13 HP as well.
Texture-nya bahkan potensially mati juga. Oh, di heal. Nggak jadi. Masih ada Sky-nya, gue lupa.
Luckily, there's been some time. That clock runs down, the health goes back up for Texture, 100 HP. Lakia and Munchkin there to fight with him, but they
sebenarnya kan konsepnya ISO itu penggantinya Reina, Cok. Kalau lu lihat. Tapi kan masalahnya Reina lebih oke karena dia bisa dismiss. Dismissnya tuh kuat gitu loh. Tuh ribet sih.
Now 1-1 after winning the pistol.
An instant response with the Mastercard Thrifty and
sesimpel ini aja, kalau Reina lu bunuh kill walaupun lu dipantek 3 orang, Reinanya bisa dismiss kabur. Sedangkan ISO kalau udah kayak gitu dia harus nembak bola dulu baru bisa dapat nyawa kedua. Ultinya juga betul. Ultinya 50-50.
And that is a really rough way to kick off your attack.
Gak ada niatan main di turnamen kayak udah umur, udah tidak umur saya tidak turnamen friendly udah. Udah lelah mengejar pro. Mungkin kalau Valorant keluarnya di tahun berapa ya? Kalau gue umur, bentar, gue hitung dulu. Bentar, sekarang Valorant hampir 4 tahun. Berarti 2020 dia keluar kan, terus 2010 aja. 2010-2012 deh, 2012 deh. Kayaknya gua GoPro deh. Kan tidak ya.
What a chaotic start to this map already.
Kalau keluar tahun 1945 kayak anjir. Kuat banget nih game bisa bertahan sampai sekarang ya kalau dari situ ya. Waduh, Tripti lagi, Cok. Balas Tripti nih.
They bought hardly anything here again, Tom.
They bought more than Sentinels.
That's true. You know, this is a hell of an argument for the bundle, but there's a few sheriff shots landing there with the classic assists on the back of it. Just absolutely insane to see this in the
emang seru, coy. Ini pertandingan emang seru anjir.
That was Zeus's orb as well. That went down
yokai.
because the other one was thrown.
yokai.
Yeah, you're right.
So that means that he got caught by his own utility. Again, it's an error from either side. Both in the early stages have made mistakes. All right, Tens. That's one hell of a start. They've still got a couple of rifles. It's definitely not the prettiest of buys, but even still, somehow the team with the weaker has got off to a good start.
Well, that's it, because they happen to
ini semua nama tim aja disangkutin nama gua sampingnya anjir. Daripada teksturnya udah mati, harusnya win rate naik untuk Sentinel dan win rate turun untuk Gen.G. Tapi masih ini ya, masih lumayan saving ya.
They stand a good chance in any fight. Those pistols, though, they're left to do a lot. The whole mid control is around those
so
pistols.
much info.
They want to be playing this off the utility. That's the nade going through, forcing them back, doing some damage too. Karen's now down to 83.
Region terkuat menurut lo apa, Min? Kayak tiap region tuh unik. Jadi
They got a rifle.
kalau dibilang region
Because
terkuat
of that
apa?
neural theft,
I don't know.
They used it to check if anybody
Tiap
was holding
region
a rifle. So that's now a third gun
Unik
picked
dan
up
punya
from
kekuatannya
Sentinels.
masing-masing sih.
They have boosted this quite a bit. 40 seconds left. 3 players still within the B site, but you still have Tens with a paranoia available to him. Nothing really on Celsius though, so it is going to be onto him.
Oh, he's forced out of position. That paranoia. It's landed on the players further up, and one was blinded.
Gak bisanya masih dapat coba.
Now inside, and while he's gone,
Astaga,
2 kills
itu
with a classic.
trapwire-nya John Cutin.
He's being wrapped
No
on at
respect,
least
bro.
a
Itu
chance
no
to
respect
shut
banget
down.
itu.
They must realize Meteor. There we
Gak
go.
di respect
It's
aja
an
trapwire-nya.
extra 12 seconds left, and the spikes
Oh my
are
god.
into heaven.
Tripti demi Tripti.
The last
3
kill
kali
wasn't
berturut-turut,
found.
anjir.
Done 2-2.
Lu pernah
You're
gak
never gonna
pertandingan
believe
Tripti
this,
3
but that was a master
3 kali berturut-turut, coy?
I don't know what's happening.
Is that the first one we've seen so far?
No, I believe it's the
Third in a row.
And this is
Gokil.
such a peculiar game. Now, obviously, because both teams
Gokil.
are still sort of building up finances,
What is this?
the next one's not going to be, but if you've ever
Oh,
seen
gila,
an
sengit sih ini, Cok.
advertisement for buying the SEM bundle, that is 2 kills. off
Gila,
the back of
apa ini?
Celsius, the
Betul.
man who's been plugging it this entire event. We're never going to hear the end of it.
Exactly kata Kaplan. Tripti.
At least
Tripti.
they're feeling it too. Kaplan with his thrifty calls. Forgot the master.
Anjir, seru, Cok, seru, Cok.
I'll forgive him this once. Well, Gen.G, they're not going to be too happy.
Yang nggak beli yang
about the
menang ya.
back and forth nature of this
Kocak
early
juga.
game, especially the fact that they got caught by not being able to shoot the traps.
Trapnya
It's
maju
a
banget ya
little
sebenarnya.
unfortunate, but these things happen. There was a combo of util again thrown towards them, making it that little bit more awkward. They try to take some fights. That's
Sejak dan bergiji nggak tuh
And
setup ya.
I'm starting to think Sentinels have got some sort of
Kelihatan.
trap abuse going on. They're not taking the bullets.
Look at Meteor, though. He's just about to walk in. Sassy might be
Ketahuan.
caught.
Sasinya kena duluan.
Got so far forward before anybody really realized. Tens up above. Has support from Celsius, but this will be an afterplant. This time, I don't think there's any denial. And Meteor hasn't stopped his push. He's still going forward.
Kenapa Coach Alex duduk sendirian ya? Soalnya nggak ada asisten coach ataupun analisnya kan.
Take a position you usually expect,
Emang sendirian
but
dia.
The big difference to this is Karen
Iya, dan
is
mejanya.
also there with a paranoia in hand, and it's about to come through. There it is. The step was heard. But luckily, those players are able to round the corner just in
Kalau
time.
berdua
They're
nanti jadi
gonna force
UFC.
Meteor back, but he falls back anyways, concedes the space. They're going to commit utility to trying to clear that back out, at least in his mind, but the paranoia is kept in the back pocket. Now burned up
nice.
to go towards elbow. Here comes the blast pack from Zek.
Nice banget, Jelsis. Nice banget, Jekken. Jekken, Jelsis, mantap. Waduh. Oh, serem. Udah nice nih.
That's buying a little bit more time. Tens has to run for the hills now.
Gak ada ini sih, gak ada
There's
waktu.
no time left with another found.
Gila.
Gen.G take the lead. It's
Pertarungan
not
apa
quite a
ini?
MasterCard Thrifty, but it is a Red Bull clutch.
the script really is just paying dividends at this point. A round break back for Gen.G. Coming off the coach again, we talk
Jadi
about
gantian lah
Sentinels
ya.
and these retakes, and they're phenomenal. Just being able to come in from behind, isolating these fights, and even after the aggressive positions that were held. But as Munchkin, the leader of the team,
Dia nggak mau ngetap kayaknya gara-gara ada Viper Speed-nya sih.
by different
Viper
members of
Speed,
his
sorry.
roster
Nightbot.
to help elevate. Well, this time he's done it individually.
Get out of my way.
And straight away, Bladestorm popped. The pacey side of this round looking to come out as they take early space towards this A site. Pit already into mid, but straight over the top goes Meteor. He's looking to pressure.
Oh, I thought he might have had that for free, but the cage blocked off just enough.
Dua-duanya serem,
to give him
setuju.
that little bit of space to work with.
Lagi bagus dua-duanya.
Still a player on B and one in mid. Gen.G have a lot of space. You don't expect to see a Sentinels crunch just yet. And look at how much they're keeping in their back
Teksturnya udah hilang
for
nih.
the eventual fight.
Salah satu
Paranoia
fire
still to work
power-nya
with almost every piece of
teksturnya
utility, the big ones online.
nggak menembak biasanya sih. Oh my god, this guy though.
The blades are used up. Look, they're not finished pushing.
Nice banget, nice banget.
Charging forward.
Dibales flashnya. Ya ampun, ya orang bisa dapat kayak gitu loh, Bang Ted digituin. No respect, bro. Tidak boleh begitu ke Bang Ted. Nice banget udah. Gak ada waktu sih. Aduh, apa ini? Anjir, mereka dapat killnya tapi gak dapat poinnya, cok.
is enough for
Anjir.
Gen.G to claim the round.
Apa ini?
Yeah, we've finally seen a
Final
second
kebagian
round
coy
in a
ini,
row
Cok.
after what was a crazy back and forth. It is
Sumpah,
Gen.G
final
to come
kebagian
out on
ini.
top, but again, it was close, and Gen.G comes out with a knife. Munchkin, though, he has got off to a fiery start. The way that he's been playing, the way he's been punishing them as they try to rotate, his late flanks in the backline have been so problematic.
Kejar gini.
And it's the spike to do the job. 4-2 in the lead. As said, this has been
Baru game pertama kan iya.
Sentinels' home turf. We even saw the video earlier.
Apakah akan menjadi best game di season ini?
Map, and you can understand why. 4 back-to-back victories. 7 of the last 8 won on this map. But as said, Gen.G have been so fantastic at adapting. They beat EDG, they beat PaperX, they've been evolving throughout this tournament. It's not going to be easy just because this map is solid for Sentinels.
Good cancel of the dog with a deep snake bite.
Champions di mana kayak kemarin udah gue jawab, udah banyak yang nanya. Udah gue jawab berkali-kali.
Swinging all the way back to the BC.
Kayak malam Baci, welcome to the stream. Jangan lupa di like. Di like dulu ya yang belum ya.
With pistols before, some ultimates to back them up. On the side of Gen.G though, Munchkin's game has been fantastic. Just
menurut lu Gen.G ada potensi nggak juara Madrid? Ada. Ada banget.
It allowed that spike to explode. Now he's got a Viper's Pit, thanks to his hard work. Seekers as well, but they're not used. Instead, it's going to be dashed straight out in front of the Seekers. Meteor, though, he's caught. Can't quite see anything for a moment, but as the cloudburst fades, he's able to find a target. Nice.
Pas bloodnya dapat terus loh. Teksturnya mati mulu di awal sebenarnya. Dari tadi teksturnya tumbalnya anjir. Oh, nice gamble. Nice gamble, but it's okay, Oh my god, what is happening?
There's a chance that's the hat popped off the head.
Oh my god.
Fires right back.
This guy has been so good so far.
Holy cow, man.
His reposition within that Viper's
Bangkai, monggo.
He goes, what's the chance of even shooting it straight down?
Dari start router udah aman harusnya.
Towards that plant spot. So he repositions forward into that Viper's pit and just manages to isolate the battle, takes him out, and then this, I'll be honest, this was just pretty.
Dapatnya kayak gitu, Cok.
His opponent would eventually try and catch him.
Ngopi kayak gue tadi nggak ngopi.
It has been such a
aman.
quality of a game. And here's someone as well. This is his 7th, I believe, international event. The best spot the Munchkin has ever finished is 9th to 10th.
Nyatlah kayak habis tekstur bilang meteor. Gak juga sih, nggak meteor doang yang nyala. Kan tadi gue bilang syaratnya menang gampang lawan Gen.G kalau anak ayamnya nggak nembak. Ini tekstur bahkan nggak perlu main gila aja.
Actually, even Munchkin's runs, it was always playing the same teams twice. Like it happened against Foot, it happened against Gambit. I can't remember the other team, but there was definitely a back-to-back as well.
Gen.G tim lama nggak sih kayak? Ya, rosternya yang berubah. Tim mah banyak yang sama, rosternya yang berubah-berubah mah. Kan mereka tim franchise.
And he's leading by example right now. He's forced Sentinels into a position where they're taking a pause. And again, you look at some of the results. This is a team that, well, they've played Loud a couple of times in their last 4 matches. Loud only managed 4 rounds and 3 rounds. So Gen.G are already way far and above a lot of the teams that Sens have
Meteor Pegasus nggak tuh?
Against. Interestingly, again, I bet you can see that outlaw onto Lakia. Clearly having a lot of faith in this gun, but having your Sky play it, that's intriguing.
I wasn't already a fan of Gen.G. I'll tell you what, I'm going to need a jersey after this one. Been complaining all tournament, all month long about how little this is being used, and they're coming in attack side on Split.
And on Sky as well.
On Sky, yeah.
Has he been watching Yumpy? Is that what's happening?
It could be. He's learning from the best. Well, 5 on the board already for Gen.G, as we said. This
santai, kenapa langsung panik
pretty
gini?
From what we guessed, at least. Split has been terrifying, like you're saying. But Gen.G have already far exceeded expectations.
Ingat, belum 13,
They've
belum
had a
13.
commanding lead early on, even after a scrappy beginning, even after denial of the second round. I thought that was the start of the end, Tom. I was starting to worry. But here we are, round number 8, and Gen.G have another chance to extend this lead. Sentinels down to their last credits and used all their ultis very recently.
They've been doing this a lot. Meteor left in a lurk. He's been able to
Like dulu nggak sih? Setuju sih.
Space that's given up.
Nonton belum nge-like tuh belum afdol sih.
And with only 40 seconds left, we're seeing this late clear into middle.
Like dulu ya guys ya, bisa support stream ini.
Okay, we could have double back through and taken control of
Ketahuan.
Cam already going to be gone, but now with 30 seconds left, they look to head into this stacked up site. Sentinel and Viper. It's never easy to get past this util, but they're beginning to predict it, and now they have to try and clear the players.
Mantap banget tuh, mantap banget tuh. Trap poinnya mantap banget.
12 seconds left, and there's still some harassment on the side. JonG drops the spike.
Udah nice.
8 seconds left. But players up in heaven surely not able to deny.
Waduh,
no
Sasi.
nothing to clear
Getar
the
gitu.
front position, and the fight's going towards Gen.G. Oh, Zekin, full HP. But one hit to that outlaw, tens, one hit to damn near anything. Zekin closes the
Oh
distance,
my
but a shot
God.
to the head from Texture.
Begitu anjir.
Seals the fate of this one. With tens,
tensnya udah low.
players to drop, and Munchkin way
That's right.
ahead of him on that fight. 6 rounds now for Gen.G. A solid A take, and Sentinels left with scraps for the next round.
But the crazy thing about this is a lot of the setups that are being put into play by
Kayak yang di follow ID delay kah? Biasanya yang di twist emang lebih cepat. Kalau lu mau maksimalin di follow ID, biasanya kalau di YouTube tuh, bentar, lu nontonnya di YouTube atau di Twitch nih dulu nih? Follow ID-nya kan dua-duanya ada ya kalau nggak salah. Oh di YouTube coba 2 kali lipat dulu speednya.
To trade whatever comes their way, and with 8 seconds left, they get that spike down, and from then on, it looked like plain sailing.
That's the point where most teams start to panic. It's the point where I start to panic a little bit, but they were just
panicking for them.
yeah. I can only imagine being.
Kayak masih kepakai ya kayak di beberapa map ya.
About the time left, but they had it all under control.
I mean kayak split gini masih kepakai.
As we go into round number 9, Sentinels, as we said, they've got scraps and the pistols.
Coba dikali 2, speednya coba dikali 2 dulu.
Sheriff, this is a round that they've won before, so.
Waduh.
Well, caution
suwe.
for tens.
Tensnya lagi suwe kayaknya.
And falls right down.
Lagi itu anjir.
See what else we've got though. The weapon's going to be upgraded, and there's still some util to play with.
This is the thing we've been hyping up.
Apex nggak main lagi, coba tanda seru jadwal WP dulu.
Talked about Karom. We've talked about the likes of tens. Maybe we underestimated Munchkin, because right now he is on an absolute tear. Again, just the patience. You're going to see the gamble. I don't really blame Sen at this point. They've had so many late A takes that they're reading into the fact that, okay, this is going to be A, and what happens? Texture just walks a little stroll straight in towards this B site. A round that now already looks over. Yeah, sure, the Sentinels retakes have been good historically, but if they pull this one off with a couple of ghosts, a classic.
Harusnya sih main ini aja nggak sih? Main kedealan sama Spike aja udah ini.
Yeah, there's something special about doing it in a post plant.
Kayak mau nanya kalau jadi pro player wajib bisa pakai operator. Ini orang nanyanya seakan-akan gue udah pernah jadi pro player anjir dari tadi. Well, it's a plus of course. Ada player operator di tim lu.
Maybe dropping some weapons if Gen.G do get a bit aggressive. And well, that's a bit of what in the world is
ada gila-gilanya sih itu. Dia mau ke delete biar senjatanya nanti beli next aja udah beli senjata.
Running through your own nade to double hip fire at a player who's eco. That was not on my list. I didn't see that coming.
Hey, you know what? They've got the credits to play with. It's a gun that he doesn't necessarily need to bring forward.
Ya tuh sengaja biar bisa beli Vandal atau Phantom di nextnya daripada bawa ini, daripada bawa Outlaw lagi.
All that's happened there is Lakia has gained an orb and maybe wasted a little bit of extra.
Bukan jago kata siapa?
Again, it was spoken about in an interview with Alex after their last match. He said that it just feels like Gen.G have a great read on us. At the moment, it's looking like they have a great read on Sentinels as well, because the way they've started this match off, they've gone the right way every single time. The paranoia, decent, but the counter there, Tens will be able to keep his life, and the aggression quelled for a second.
And look how quickly they've got a response. There's 4 players from Sentinels here. Make that 3. Tens is down. Zels is
Oh my god, Gen.G-nya lagi solid banget anjir, sumpah. Lagi solid banget anjir. Tumben nih, tumben banget Sentinelnya gak dapat splitnya aja. Well, let's see attacker nanti.
Win it flawlessly. That's how this game is going for Gen.G right now.
They genuinely took about 40 damage across the board.
Siapa tahu kayak kenalan banyak. Lu kok bisa berpikir kita kenalannya banyak? Gua aja mainnya selalu solo, bisa banyak kenalan gimana coba?
And they lose every single fight. John QT, all he can do at this point is just look to hold on to the rifle, but the credits are flowing for Gen.G. Of course they're going to try and hunt him down.
Yeah, why not? There's no hassle even for most of these players dying. I'll take an orb and give you one towards a neural theft. No worries.
Itu kan orangnya outgoing dan friendly.
Yeah, have them all, mate.
Ilusi.
Well, he's got one at least with Munchkin down, and the others maybe a little too far away. Texture, no blast pack.
Now.
Nade, but it's not even going to blow up in time. So, 8-2. This is a scoreline that I think, hey, I actually don't think is that surprising. One team having 8, the other team having 2. The fact that it's Gen.G with the 8 on their attack side so far, little surprising.
Tembakannya sih lagi ngeri-ngeri sih
I would
Gen.G-nya.
say most of this game so far, I've been complimenting Gen.G, pushing and pulling them out.
Tembakannya Sentinel nggak semuanya lagi kena nih. Tuh lihat aja second sama tensnya lagi nggak seberapa nembak John QT-nya dong. We need more firepower, bro. They need to shoot.
What other kind of challenge can you present?
They need to headshot.
Going into this match, it was almost unequivocal that Sentinels were the best team in the world on split. We might have to reevaluate that after this map, because right now it's not looking particularly close. There needs to be some sort of response here for Sentinels. They brought back in again the ults, not particularly close, at least the valuable ones, but they are looking to put pressure on. Looking to try and deny Meteor. He's going to go straight
Oh my
through.
god, timing apa ini?
Wait a second. I think he actually gets the kill, but he's still going to be able to survive.
Gila
They've used
timingnya.
a lot of utility to try and shut this man down, and he's not taking a lick of damage. Zelsis, though, the timing here could be everything. He's got it.
Bagus banget. Zelsis dapat 2, udah dapat 2. Udah bagus banget.
The first time they've really managed to catch them off
Udah
guard.
bagus banget.
Extra falls, and just 2 remain.
Bagus bingits. Ini kena timing lagi nih tensnya. Oh my god. Hampir
A
serem.
little bit competitive, and the man they're up against has been insane.
Kan sama Zekennya lagi nggak nembak anjir. Lagi nggak setajam biasanya.
On any front, he's choosing the harder of the two. Just one player towards the spawn. Whoops. There we go. One player towards the spawn, but 2 up top. Make that 3 now as they come into position. No snake bites. That orb only going to block vision. Maybe add some decay. Give him
I
like him trying to create some opportunities, but ultimately too big of a task for anyone to take. 8-3, and the last round could see Sentinels find a 4th.
Yuk, setidaknya 4 biar nggak kejauhan.
Ready to say today.
The good thing for Sentinels fans out there is we have seen mass landslide victories for the side of Sentinels on either side of the map. They have proven it time and time again. Look at their last match versus Loud, 9 rounds. So they can do it.
Ayo, Zelsis, naikkan moral teman-temanmu, Zelsis.
It's the manner in which
Zelsis harusnya BNN-nya di sana nih.
Does make me doubt that. And they're going straight back to the bread and butter. The A take has been fantastic. Tens has been able to delay them at least a little bit, and the Seekers are going to give things away.
Bagus banget granatnya. Bagus.
Strong start.
Udah bagus, kebaca anjir. Udah nge-stack di A. Oh my god, nice. Nice banget. Nice bigits.
Only 2 left standing for Gen.G.
84.
A healthy recovery for Sentinels towards the end of the half. It was looking a little bit
Kayaknya apaan bang bagian nice.
They found their footing now. And actually, I maybe even spotted both players there. I'm not sure if the dog got far enough through that wall to see Karen, but either way.
48 ini kalau nggak bisa 48 ini kacau sih. Kacau di mereka anjir. Harus dipertanyakan Sentinel kalau ini nggak bisa 84 comfort.
With 50 seconds left and 5 players to take down. Well, we said the last round was a bit too big of a task. This one, good luck.
Protect the KD.
Kan orang Asia kan Filipina. Kalau nggak salah ini deh Vietnam deh. Nggak sih? Half, I think.
And Tens is just being an irritation at this stage, just placing smokes in his face.
Kalau nggak salah yang Filipin Zeken nggak sih?
No hope for this one to go wrong for Sentinels.
Langsung ditungguin regu tembak. Mau apa coba?
Flawless to give them their 4th round onto the board after what was almost a flawless half out of Gen.G. An early, shaky back and forth that was competitive, and then a 6-round streak for the Korean super team.
Ya kan banyak yang kayak gitu, banyak yang nationality-nya apa, tinggalnya di mana. Sama aja kayak Alex, nationality-nya French, tapi tinggalnya di Singapura. Banyak yang kayak gitu, bro. Nationality dan tempat tinggal bisa beda.
I'm from Korea, but I live in the States as well.
Oh, okay. So this is a tough match for you, but clearly you are.
Nih, orang Korea tinggal di state. Sama kan?
Friend of Textures, right?
Yes,
Kamu
I
bisa
am.
di mana-mana.
Oh wow. So how do you know him? And what is he like outside of the game?
I'm his channel moderator. And
Tapi
he's
Alex
just a great
Inggrisnya kayak orang
really
Singapura.
guy
Iya
as
karena
well.
tadi gua bilang
You
apa?
mentioned
Karena dia hidupnya di
really
Singapura.
hard as well
Dia
outside
nasionalitinya
the
mungkin
game,
French tapi hidupnya di Singapura. Makanya dia ngomongnya kayak gitu.
He's a pro player, but he streams like streamer. He always works
Kayak gua
outside
lapar
of
kayak ya
streams, that's
makan.
amazing.
Ngapain ngomong ke
He's been
gua?
such a character as well,
Gua
and
nggak bakal
so fun
gojekin
to
lu kok.
watch too. Now, finally, I hear you're not
Makan
just
aja
a Gen.G
udah.
fan. You're not just a texture fan, but you're an overall VCT fan. You've been to so many events. Can you let us know what they are?
Yes, I've been to Pacific last year and also.
Kayak dia orang mana?
went
Kayak dia
to
Jepang.
LA
Oh,
for
kayak dia.
Champs. This year I'm at Madrid.
Nama
I'm going to
adenya
Seoul for
Kaida aja
Champs again.
Jepang banget. Sakura.
So we might see you again, and we might have to loop back this interview and come full circle. Now, finally, I need you to give one big shout out to all of the Gen.G fans over here in the stage and everywhere. Give your best battle cry for Gen.G.
Thank you. Wow! I think Gen.G is gonna win. Guys, Gen.G has been exceeding the expectations, and they're really gonna.
Yeah,
do
yeah.
well. So please root for Gen.G.
All right, let's hear it for Gen.G. But on the other side, we also do have to hear it for Sentinels before we get back into the game.
All right, Tom. Yeah, you know what? I got to hear a Gen.G battle cry, but the crowd didn't really turn up for Sentinels. Tom.
Nastpat
Give
nggak
me
kayak
your
ini
best
kenapa jadi
Sentinels
Nastpat
battle
apa?
cry. Hype him up. Give it to me.
Oh, buy the Sen bundle. That's all you need to know. That's all you need to know. I can't believe.
You can work on your delivery, Tom. I'll say that.
The battle cry, I have a tear in my eye. That was,
Kayak pause dulu mau.
that was
Ya lu yang
fantastic.
pause lah. Kenapa gue yang pause aja?
Before, though.
We've heard about Gen.G's hard work.
Yang nonton gue kan banyak, nggak cuma lu ya.
In that interview, and listen, hard work pays off. So far, a 4-round lead, double the rounds of Sentinels, hailed as the best team in the world on this map, Tom. They've got to show us why they're called that here on their attack.
It is time to prove it, because as we know, next map up is the choice of Gen.G. Lotus has been a home turf for them.
400.000 yang nonton, iya betul, tapi like-nya belum sampai 1.000. Yuk di like dulu guys.
This series with a deficit.
Masa penonton 400k?
Zekken now becomes the
Belum satu,
He's been
like-nya.
a bit of a quieter game, but we know that at any stage this youngster can turn it on.
Viewers lu pada kenapa sih kayak nggak tahu?
Especially on that raise.
Aku juga bingung.
It's been fearsome. Lucky though.
Bisa gitu, cok.
Utility.
Gila. Dia hafal semua angle split kayaknya nih orang.
The problem is, this is all just the ruse. This is going to start pulling players over.
Ketarik. Tolong itu cornernya dilihat ya, cornernya ya, tolong banget. Oh my god, John Q-nya nggak lihat ada Raje di side.
Towards the screens, they'll never expect him to be in this corner.
Oh my god, apa ini?
Oh, this gap is absolutely massive.
Oh my god.
But
Tapi John Q-nya harusnya ketrek sih. Range-nya belum ketahuan. Range-nya belum ketahuan. Dan bahaya karena ini tekstur. Bahaya banget ini tekstur. Oh my god, this is disaster. Oh my god. Teksturnya dikasih makan, cok. Masih bisa. Oh my god. Itu perkara tekstur aja nggak dicek anjir. Percaya tekstur anjir. Oke, di itu siapanya Tense. Kayak tunangan, udah tunangan.
Win an impossible round. Win a round that never should have been. There was one where he exploded through a smoke and instantly popped 3 heads. This one was discipline. This one was waiting patiently for the perfect moment to strike.
Perkara nggak corner satu aja kayak bisa kayak gitu guys. Hati-hati guys, makanya Valorant guys. Yang nggak dicek masalahnya tekstur anjir.
It's got to be infuriating for Sentinels because John QT basically did everything right. Gets an opener, catches the player rotating, but one man missed. And that's the pistol round to Gen.G.
That's got to be so frustrating.
Trigger disiplin tuh namanya tuh tadi tuh.
Heard the second player running up in heaven. Chance of a third being there very low. Karen not in danger.
Holy cow. Dapat 3 nih orang.
They were close, but well, the numbers advantage doesn't really matter when the judges firing away like that. The last could have been his, but Texture finds it instead. One man lost on Gen.G, a fantastic follow-up round to their pistol. stacking the chips even further on their side of the table.
History might be made in more ways than one today. Unless Sentinels come alive fairly soon, we could be seeing their greatest ever defeat.
Itu taunting Sentinels kagak salah tuh GG. Emang taunting gimana? Well, taunting in game ya udah lah ya.
They've played it so many times within the Americas, so many times already in this tournament as well. Right now, Gen.G are showing why they might just be the hope of Pacific to finally get towards a title win. It definitely feels still a fair bit away. But in this round, they've not got a completely weak purchase.
VCT gini boleh pakai Odin? Gak ada larangan anjir. Ya kapan gak boleh pakai Odin? Emang di map-map tertentu aja kalau pro player mainnya. Pakai Odin itu biasanya di Arsen sama Lotus no.
The main thing though for Sentinels is they finally got the rifles.
Press main ke hari ini, coba dicek dulu tanda seru jadwal WP.
That's the pressure of this round. They've got the rifles, but they need to find success with it. Weaker weapons for Gen.G. That outlaw is dangerous. What's even more dangerous is the 4 players on this A site. We saw Gen.G run into this 4 of Sentinels up in heaven. And Gen.G lost about 40 HP total with a flawless execution on the A site. Sentinels are doing it with a split through
Oh, full Odin boleh nggak? Boleh, nggak ada.
Crunch heaven.
Ada yang ngelarang.
Crunch right back. Lackey and Munchkin aren't in heaven, instead out on the ledge. It's a very
Odin tuh nggak fleksibel aja. Itu kalau kena kepala Vandal langsung mati, kena kepala Odin nggak mati langsung. Astaga.
Now they know at least there's another player on site. They might even have heard them in screens, but again they haven't checked for this extra man. Lakia tucked in the corner.
One nice one.
12 seconds left and a 1 versus 2. They bought themselves the space to plant.
Yeah, the one thing for Karen is he doesn't currently have a weapon.
Ini udah mulai spam nih. Gua udah jawab kemarin-kemarin soalnya males.
To give this one up, the reposition as well from Celsius is sublime. It would have to be an instant headshot. And although they pushed in
Gua udah jawab
to pretty much all of Gen.G, at least all of their weaponry, Sentinels do manage to weather the storm just about.
Well, Tom, you know, this is the expected result, though. 2-round win, one on the back of the pistol, the other the follow-up. You win your third up against those weaker weapons. It's still
John lagi kena banget. John sering banget nyalain jadi kalau di split. Mapnya John. Tinggal dia butuh firepower lebih banyak ini. Lebih butuh penembak.
They're holding on to a cliff's edge by their fingernails. And at 10-5, Gen.G now pull out the showstopper, and they've got
hampir dapat banyak anjir itu.
Rich environment. But now Gen.G have to fall back surely. They won't keep pushing. They won't keep taking this space. With Texture's gone back, but Meteor's gone forward. He doesn't even have a dash online. This guy's crazy. He's cloud bursting around to try and stay alive. He's still not running away, Tom.
Ampun, ada gila-gilanya sih. Yang itu ada gila-gilanya sih, Meteor. Sendirian dia. Masih stack di situ anjir.
Texture as well. He wants to try and recover this. Such an aggressive start. The paranoia showstopper combo could have eliminated half of Sentinels. Instead, it found nothing. And now it does kind of look like Gen.G is scrambling a little bit. Such aggressive positions, and the fallback is going to go towards that A site. The thing is, though, because they had so much map control, there's been an early read from the side of Gen.G. Once again, it's looking like we might have 4 players within this A site as Sentinels go to push.
1 flash on Lakia, 1 nade on Texture. No paranoia, some smokes. The second just came online for Karen.
Dapat ulti dia kan. Buka. Nice banget. Udah nice banget. Udah nice banget. Ah, maskinnya sama Texture dapat 1. Bang, ada gila-gilanya tuh, Bang. Spike jatuh. Aja bro. Gak ada waktu gak sih? Gak ada waktu.
About 5 seconds, 4 as he reaches the
side.
It's too late. They've bought enough time. The spike plant doesn't come in.
This man's
man
has been pretty much second to none. Every single time he makes the right read, Texture is having a worldie of a defensive half, and Sentinels are just walking into this trap almost every single time. Gen.G's read to get 4 players there, perfect.
Gila,
He
itu
drops the spike and then
ini anjir.
instantly hightails
Woi,
it.
di Sasinya anjir, Sasi yang bawa spike-nya anjir noh. Gak dapet.
To that site and buys almost exactly enough time. The fact that it has to be slowed down just enough, that split second does the work. The heroes are there, the stars are aligning. Sentinels are on their last legs, investing back into this one. They have some rifles, and they're almost at a Viper's pit.
Gen.G have been bypassed on mid already, but that was heard. Karen knows exactly what was going down. This weapon, the judge in hand, it could be somewhat unexpected. They'll see his economy was low. Will they anticipate it upstairs in heaven? This is a danger up against
Judge lagi. Mau gak dicek ini. Lagi cok, Judge lagi.
If he wins this,
lagi.
the first already, that's another nail in Sentinel's coffin, and he's back. He's just creating some space and not getting out alive. In fact, sticking around for another fight, but
nice.
doubles up.
Udah nice, Bang Tens.
Double kill.
Udah nice, dapat 2.
Munchkin though might not be expecting a third player within this site. Poison orb up. He's going to be able to isolate the spike. Already dropped to the ground. Good trade though from Jungqt again.
Aman, City aman. Plan habis itu ulti, plan habis itu ulti. Respect.
Play into the orb, has a flash ready to go straight out of it. It is being watched over, and he drops.
Oh my god.
Lakia steps up, puts the 12th round onto the board for Gen.G.
Gila, banyak suenya anjir.
Every decision, every battle just seems to be correct for this
Kayak
squad.
ada Jepal, nggak peduli.
And I can't believe what I'm seeing. A 7-round deficit for Sentinels on their best map, the map they chose, and a map that I'll be honest, we did not see Gen.G competing in.
I was already looking at Lotus once I saw the veto come up, and no team's been able to shine a light on Sentinels.
Mana kayak lihat aja pollingnya.
Is the best you could expect. A dominant victory though? Gen.G, they really are changing the game. Round 18 could be the last with an early fight up top. It's done a little bit of damage, but not too much. Sentinels not deterred from their aggression. Another player on site now. 4 players from Gen.G here ready to fight. Meteor the first to take it, and he won't stop. 3 kills already. It's left it all to Sassy, and it's done just like that. 13-5. You might have expected to see this scoreline, but not in the hands of Gen.
Gak sambil ngemil ya.
Woi, subscribe. Aduh capek. Buruan. Ji, mantap Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu.
Ngemil ini Momogi. Momogi lagi. Bukan Momogi sih.
Ji.
Apa sih?
Mantap Ji.
Stik jagung gitu.
Juga ya. Pelukan dulu. Woi, subscribe. Aduh capek.
By the way, yang belum like dulu ya.
Ji. Mantap Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu.
Tar. Anjir, relaxing katanya anjir. Kayak gitu dibilang relaxing. Ada yang aneh tuh kalau kayak gitu anjir. Gak bisa skip ads ya ini. Malam Kipi, welcome. Bosan kayak dubbing yang lain, nggak ada waktu. Hari ini aja belum bikin video gua. Nggak ada waktunya. Info naik market lagi nggak ada. Nanti kalau ada juga udah kita kabarin kok. Kita bukan orang yang tahu segalanya ya, by the way. Udah gue jawab kemarin, males banget nih orang lah. 24 jam ya. Padahal infonya udah di mana-mana, Cok. Lu bukannya orang dalam, lu kalau gak mau dimarahin Fuyu mending lu delete tuh kata-kata, sumpah. Fuyu paling gak suka dikatain kayak gitu. Orang dalam. Enak banget kita grinding setengah mati. Bikin channel ini bilang orang dalam anjir. Kayak enakan beli apa masak sendiri, kayak gue lagi pengen makan soalnya. Ya kalau mau maksudnya nggak ribet ya beli. Kalau lu punya tenaganya dan ada waktunya ya masak sendiri udah. Dan kalau ada bahannya, kalau angin yang dimasak juga kagak bisa kali. Halo Bedal, welcome. Pause dulu, ini lo masih break tuh. Cari aja sekarang. Nyuruh pause di stream ya, jadi kocak juga. Lu coba minta kayak gitu di semua channel lain deh. Ada nggak yang nggak iyain? Gue mau lihat. Ada nggak ngeiyain pause buat lu doang? 20 detik itu pun nih masih analisis dulu nih, masih omong-omong dulu nih. Belum langsung ngomong, belum langsung main, sorry. Ini yang chat pakai channel Irsen siapa kayak Ciko? CEO kami. Jangan macam-macam loh. Pesan monyet sejenak boleh sih. Pesan monyet sejenak dari Madrid langsung dikirim ke sini.
Woi, subscribe. Aduh capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu.
Udah. Sekali aja. Udah. Ini breaknya berapa lama? Nggak selama itu kok. Sekarang breaknya tuh lebih cepet tau. Kalau kalian sadar sebenarnya antar satu map breaknya lebih cepet sebenarnya. Kalau kalian sadar daripada dulu. Emang dari sananya, peraturan dari VCT-nya, waktu break antar mapnya lebih cepat. Biar bisa buka puasa, nggak gitu anjir. Ada orang sana kayak kita. Kasihan di playernya nggak sih ya? Iya kasihan di playernya, tapi menguntungkan untuk viewer. Jadi kita nunggunya nggak selama itu lagi. Kasihan top player, benar. Nggak salah. Kasihan malah masih muda. Enggak semuanya masih muda sih. Paling muda siapa? Monyet paling muda anjir. Selanjutnya apaan kayak ditunggu aja. Belum kita ini sih sebenarnya. Belum kita rembukin, belum konfirmasi mau bikin apa aja. Ide mah banyak. Bang, saran merch Daki Makura. Gambar Minkai aja ngapain anjir? Irsen Expulsar gak sih kayak amin, diaminin dulu aja. Tapi kemarin aku lihat ada short tentang pro player usia lanjut, berarti nggak ada. Itu yang kemarin tua-tua itu. Ya mereka mana nggak ada di VCT kan anjir. Itu tuh buat bercandaan doang sebenarnya ngomong gitu anjir. Terus kalau nanya kan ada player-player yang tua juga kayak misalnya kayak Angel ya, Navi gitu. Iya mereka tua tapi veteran CS. Kayak apa? Veteran PAW anjing. Beda coy. Beda veterannya. Bila tadi perkara, apa lagi ini? Ini kenapa jadi Assassin's Creed? Ini udah pasti kena copyright gak sih ini? Kalau udah kayak gini, iya gak sih? Udah pasti kena copyright gak sih gitu? Outlook kayak random banget, emang kelakuannya emang gitu. Aduh,
It has looked like their whole territory, but Sen is good here too. They're going to be playing.
Karena udah pasti kena copyright ya udahlah. Kita buka aja sudah suaranya dari awal.
The Fnatic comp. For me though, we need to see so much more from Sentinels in the implementation, right? On these attack sides in particular. Gen.G I think had some pretty solid calls.
Gak tahu, ya gak tahu. Tapi kok tampaknya iya. I mean YouTube cukup sensitif masalah gini-gini kan.
Into a setup and dying in these post plants. These little mistakes cannot happen, or Gen.G will take advantage when they're so clean on this map.
Yeah, exactly. And we need to go back and talk about the Zekken versus Sexture that we were talking about the beginning of the day. Zekken with incredible numbers all across the board. First in most of the categories and the sport.
Gue lapar aja jadi pengen pesen makan gue. Kayaknya cemilan aja nggak cukup deh. Aku lapar tiba-tiba.
For Gen.G, but Sentinels can look to force a map 3. Let's send it back over to your casters, Mitch and Tom. Well, after a crushing defeat on map 1, Sentinels are going to need a
belum makan kayak. Kalau makan beratnya tadi siang sih udah.
1-0 down the series.
Malam belum.
Need 2 in a row. It's not a position they find themselves in often.
No, it's actually a very scary prospect. I don't say, oh, I've got an interesting stat too often, but in the last 9 series, Sentinels have won the first map. The 10th, they lost 2-0 to Loud. So that is the last time where they lost the first map in a series.
Enaknya sahur pakai apa kayak? Kalau orang-orang sini bilangnya nasi padang. Tapi terserah lu aja. Waduh, belum apa-apa udah hilang satu gini Sachi.
Gen.G 3 push C, 2 push B, retake A, but
waduh.
Sentinels try to take the fight through them. to wrap all the way behind, and now end up coming back as a death ball, eliminating texture, but the trade stayed good. Gen.G in a 4 versus 3, grouped up in 2-man squads. It's a good spot to play from. Meteor.
Gue pengen pesan nasi goreng, tempat gue pesan nasi gorengnya udah tutup.
It's whack-a-mole for Meteor with both down and only 10 standing. This pistol looks to slip out of Sentinels' hands, and just like that, it falls into Gen.G's.
Waduh. Waduh. Dimulai dengan Gen.G dapat 1.
Oh, them picking Lotus. That would be silly. That's one of their opponent's better maps. But the fact is, Gen.G, I genuinely feel like I've come into this series and gone, oh, we don't care what they play. We don't care if that's their best map. We don't care if this is one of them. We are going to play our own game. We're going to play to our strengths.
Ini sih moral Gen.G lagi naik-naiknya sih sekarang. Habis menang map satunya Sentinels split lagi.
Immediately, this is a team running with confidence. Just having a great time.
I mean, you could see it the second they stepped out on stage and the crowd was there, the smiles on their face. They are happy to be here. They know they're making history, but it doesn't seem like they feel that pressure right now. They are vibing and thriving, 1-0 up. Sentinels, though, Tom, they've put all their credits on the line. It's a big buy from the attacking side.
This is definitely a risk, a gamble.
Oh, ini ada yang masih bukan nih, Sei oke kayaknya ya. Sei-an.
An early back and forth. We know that Sentinels can do it, even with just the pistols. The C's fantastic, even put in onto a snake bite. Lovely combinations from Sentinels.
I believe they even before Zalsis went down, he threw in a.
Ntar gue lagi pesan makan. Kagak lihat gamenya. Bentar ya.
The 1-0 challenged, and for Gen.G getting back through won't be easy. They've already expended all their big utility. Sentinels have the numbers, and with these weapons close range,
it's gorgeous.
They have a lot of potential.
Sei apa? Sei Rama, what the fuck? Sei sapi. Sapi sama ayam kayaknya ini deh. Sapi doang sih yang gue pilih.
With texture the last alive, he doesn't stand too long either. 1-1 as Sentinels pull it back.
Ini metode saya. Anjir. Lagi kah? Satu-satu lagi nih. What the heck? Tapi kayaknya force buy ya tadi ya. Force buy ya tadi ya. Iya force buy ini. Oh stinger gini anjir. Kalau Pepper X out lu masih WP nggak? WP lah, tetep lah. Kewajiban main nih. Kan official watch party hitungannya.
A Marshall put into play for Meteor. Definitely know what he can do. He's actually going for an aggressive peek around the edge of the one-way. But again, this control is being taken. Sassy farming up the orb, not far away from his ultimate already.
Gedein suaranya. Lu kalau mau nonton suara in-game-nya, kalau gede, udah nonton di official. Gampang itu, bro.
For those fights, you know, they're really not favored. It has to be a miracle shot, although we've seen plenty of them. Even just on the last map. Getting back through here, there's a couple 1v1s available, but
orang-orang kenapa bisa pakai sneaker? Iya itu recoil controlnya bagus berarti. Bejir.
Big kills to have as well. For
Udah,
Gen.G, this man is
lagi nggak sih?
3 away from a Viper's Pit. Very early on as well after the fight back.
Kayak pernah makan rawon, pernah lah. Kayak kapan jadi caster, gue bukan caster. Oh jadi mahal gini bro. Let's go. Woi, apa lagi nih? Lu kalau aneh-aneh gue tutup lo ya ini.
Sutranya dong bang.
Bajingan emang Jo, orang-orang ini Jo. Astaga. Lama-lama gue tutup anjir. The fuck man?
He's been popping individually. Definitely up there with the best frag in IGLs. And into this round, well, it's going to be our first 4-buy already. Gonna have that Nightfall online for Sassy. By the looks of it, Lakia taking a lot of early space. You don't normally see the Odin push this far forward.
Thank you deh, tapi duitnya, tapi kalau bisa jangan gitu ya.
We've seen it before and it was punished almost immediately. Most times the pushes come, but I think little bit more confident with texture being there. Munchkin toying with the idea.
Nah, tadi itu gue udah siap kalau ada yang aneh-aneh aja langsung gue siapin sama area-nya mau gue tutup langsung itu. Kalau bener-bener aneh-aneh, ada yang aneh-aneh.
Now they've got to be worried about this position. Karen just bailing. Happy to cause problems, and look, he's already burnt up their paranoia. A very valuable flash used up for next to nothing because he was.
Soalnya di Jenderal udah pernah ada yang sampai offside banget tau.
One of the major things is you don't really have flashes when it comes to this composition.
Kalau yang tadi masih giri-giri lah ya.
Valuable piece. Already though, early rotations did actually pull players away from the A site. You can see that Sassy has managed to drag them back. He is selling a ruse. This is going to put serious pressure onto Meteor. He is now the only player. This fake from Sentinels is sublime, even using the Nightfall. And Meteor's even starting to rotate away. They have fallen for the bait.
Coba gue pesan makan dulu, bentar. Nah, udah.
Oh, they've seen him. There was no way out. Zekin's caught. And now there's no way to stop this spike from being planted on the side of
ya emang kayak gitu.
They have to play for the retake. Spams are coming close.
Ada pesan.
Dodging the bullets for now. An angle for Karen as he sees the corner, but Tens will make it out of there just about.
Kok kayak kaget gitu sih lihat Fort-nya? Kan udah sering kesini.
6 HP on Celsius, 22 on Tens, and Zekin and John QT are not too healthy, but they have to go for a save on Gen.G because of all those players still standing. Fight, a bullet or two landed extra, and this round would look different, but instead Gen.G are out of here.
Yeah, we've given so much credit over to Gen.G in the first map about how they were able
nice, dapat lagi Sentinel.
Even winning fights when they push into the stack. Sentinels this round, that was literal perfection.
Total berapa min kayak apanya total?
An ultimate just to sell the ruse, but the fact
total apa ini?
Just reclaiming that space late was enough to sell that fake perfectly. Meteor was even rotating off the site.
Kalau ada musik walaupun cuma beberapa detik aja bakalan nggak bisa dimonet kamin. Nah tuh gue kurang tahu tuh. So detail-detailnya berapa detiknya tuh.
When you have someone like Zekin as your entry, even if there's one man there, you're not going to have too many problems.
Kayak bulu kaki lu cukur nggak? Enggak. Kecuali kebeset gitu. Kalau itu kan natural ya. Kalau kebeset gitu. Misalnya jatuh gitu, keseret gitu. Kan hilang ya tuh bulu kaki ya.
Still some slight bit of hope based on the ults for Gen.G, but
beda cerita kalau itu. Tapi kalau secara sadar nggak?
Showstopper could definitely change.
Tiba-tiba bulu kaki.
A lot of early pressure from Gen.G around A. It's not
iya, kenapa tiba-tiba bulu kaki?
What they're preparing to throw.
Gila, John Putih, mantap. Waduh, Odinnya ngeselin juga tuh. Ketahuan itu. Granatnya kena Munchkin. Apakah sama-sama tidak bertanggung jawab atas mapnya masing-masing kah?
Rely on Gen.G to finish off the kills that have already halfway started. Odin retrieve for Karen, but he's going to find it hard to even find an angle to use this one.
Gua sih enggak ya mie ayam goceng, tapi nggak tahu deh. Mungkin anak-anak zaman sekarang iya kali. Mungkin lagi trennya kayak gitu kali sekarang. Gua nggak tahu ya.
He's just executed him, and Karen's managed to get a kill as well.
He peeked stairs, and now he's up top suppressing fire. The guy's got 42.
Kenapa bisa di-type out aja?
Paranoia hadn't landed just yet, and that's a little disappointing. Could have been close with Meteor now having to clutch it out, and the problem is he doesn't know where his players
cuma 5 detik tapi.
Snuck away to anywhere. It could cost him a lot of time on the way back through, but it seems he's relatively confident that they'll play towards the site inside that pit. In fact, the lockdown is going to be used here and now. They have to open the door to run away or emerge from that ult, and the timing. Oh, it was so close to seeing Meteor fall. He catches John QT on the other side of the wall. Celsius is standing.
Oh my god, dia dapat ininya, dapat lockdownnya padahal. Anjir lah.
3-2 now for Gen.G.
Dapat itunya, cuman dia nggak expect Meteornya udah di situ kayaknya.
Both of them had pistols, Tom. And they managed to recover an Odin that somehow does some work, but this man, that is unbelievable.
This is the thing. A Red Bull clutch, and at this stage, honestly, you're going to look at the clutch statistics. You might head over to VLR.
Kayaknya audio sama replaynya nggak masuk deh ini.
But there's been so many occasions
nggak sih?
he's in a 2v2 and he
nggak sih?
the 1v2 while his teammates rotate.
Audio sama videonya nggak masuk.
Because he's been
audionya replaynya cuman by audio anjir. Replaynya cuman audio.
More importantly, he's put them on the board when they shouldn't have been there. Big clutch coming out of Meteor.
Gue pikir ini cuman gue anjir.
Now has an operator.
Ternyata memang dari sananya.
But it's being destroyed. Almost just baiting the fact
Wow,
that
dapat lagi.
he's so clean with it. First kill goes through, instantly retreats.
Yang dipakai meteor apa Mike? Tadi dia pakai apa? Pakai apa emang? Gue kagak ingat lagi. Oke, aman meme boy. Thank you udah mampir, udah membership juga.
Sentinels, one man down early on. They've gotten mound control for it, but not necessarily.
Ntar kita lihat meteor tadi pakai apa sih? Tunggu ya, tunggu lihat dia.
Considering Meteor's utility in play, they'll have a lot of information and content to play a little further back than the C site. Reveal goes up and over C, confirming there's still someone on mound.
Wah, parah Lebowski, parah banget.
Here on this B site, wall up. That'll slow down any attempt at a push, and with 45 seconds left, we see the spike rotate around to A. Still stacked up, and look who's rotated into position, Tom. Textures here.
Pokoknya bundle Pizza Planet, hah? Pizza Planet yang mana anjir? Bundle apa Pizza Planet, Cok?
Opponents, utility and bait out that they might be going in this direction, but the fact is Munchkin has sat around. There's still a showstopper.
Oh, gravitational uranium neuroblaster.
But he goes through, takes a risk and is caught by Zelsis. Karen's still in position.
Gravitational uranium neuroblaster itu guys. Gak dicek. Jadi kill banner gua anjing, cosplay kill banner.
They've been flabbergasted, flustered again by just one man on the site.
This is becoming a recurring trend for this squad. It happened on split with Texture on the back of A, but this time it's a little worse, Tom.
Colongan mulu ya. Sering banget momen kayak gini nih.
Two players around this area. They thought that op on the angle was the only thing there, the only element to this defense, and maybe part of that is the Texture ran through the orb. Why would he do that? Like,
wait.
He do that surely in their mind if the A side, if he's the last.
Berani-beraninya dia kayak gitu.
But no, he wasn't. An unbelievable round and one that's gutting if you're a Sentinels fan.
Oh, for sure. Like the last two rounds probably should have been theirs, or at least got close. One of them taken by Meteor now, but they're not stopping. Great start.
Nice banget. Udah nice.
Has been unstoppable. The showstopper in his hands, and he's just
udah nice banget. Zekennya udah nyala gini, oke lah. Udah nice banget. Langsung saya ping bro. Ayo. Mana? Taunting lagi anjing. Taunting aja. Menang belum taunting.
Like Times Square out here. For Gen.G, look, 3-4 Sentinels. They have that heartbeat up, but this entry was just too much to handle. The fact that the players are already tagged up, caught, I believe, by a C or a reveal on the way through, and then blasted with a showstopper, left to no HP, and you got a quick
Tadi dong, jangan dulu. Ini ekonomi belum sebaik itu.
That's the
sensational round.
I feel like you have to look at someone like Sassy and just see how much under the radar value this man brings to the team. Like we saw his
nanti mau tidur bentar, aman.
Victories where he basically baits an entire rotation on his own using his ultimate. Does he get anything on the scoreboard for that? No. We've seen his lurks throughout this, but also just again the reveals, just putting into play Zekken, because he gets that showstopper kill. He might not know there's a second player 100%. Right behind it, but instead it's just a freebie.
Kira map 3 enggak nih kayak bisa. Amin masih kejar-kejaran gini. Aku dukung RRQ kok, boleh banget rapi.
Like this though, Gen.G instantly looking for a response. 4 players looking to pressure onto A again. They put some real value in Meteor being solo, and he's got an op this time.
They're changing around who's pulling that all about. Texture had the early pick before, but Meteor, the solo anchor on this side of the map.
Gak harus dari awal kok, Isan. Di tengah-tengah juga boleh. Pokoknya total durasi yang lu tonton 30 menit kalau nggak salah.
Previously we've seen Lakia, this is where he'd throw over a haunt and figure out.
Masalahnya kalau di YouTube nggak kelihatan tuh bar progresnya tuh, kalau di Twitch kelihatan. Itu berapa menitnya nontonnya udah. Oh my god.
For Meteor, he's going to take that way out here and now.
Tinggal 10 darah.
It's dangerous. The nade from Texture might delay them slightly, and he has a showstopper to work with. He's sticking around. That nade actually.
Hey, Skaraskuy, thank you udah memberikan apa sih namanya super chat. Gue saking jarangnya dikasih super chat, gue lupa ini namanya super chat aja. Thank you Skaraskuy. Prefer mana, super chat atau Saweria? Kayaknya Saweria aja deh, Saweria. Super chat, pokoknya kalau yang berhubungan sama YouTube tuh teksnya besar. John QT dapat 2. Bukan, Sosiabas gue nggak punya. Itu maksudnya super chat SC itu. Waduh. Anjing juga tuh. YouTube banyak potongan, betul.
Meteor though, 3 kills on 10 HP. It's just absurd. Bear in mind, he's
anjir di udara, cok.
In the first, before he even saw anyone.
Anime battle, the real anime battle, cok itu, cok.
And then just wipes out half the team before eventually, I think, going down to a snake bite. What a fantastic round, and again, another huge individual step up for the side of Gen.G.
Lu mending ditraktir apa disawer kayak
ridiculous hero
ditraktir lewat saweria boleh.
Keeping things level for now.
Why not bot?
Yeah, he's still going to give up that operator to Texture.
That's a good teammate right there. This door, it's going to give him an angle. You're not often going to be too scared about it not being posted on it, but no one reveals themselves. Sentinels hunkered down. There's 5 players here. They don't want to give it away and have the rotations of Gen.G come through to catch them. Instead, they're going to wait, but anyone pokes their little nose out before that smoke is up. In fact, the smoke is for stairs. Texture's still good on the angle, but he doesn't find the shot. He's going back for more.
OP udah ketahuan. Wah, itu dapat lagi.
Blast packing away, being chased by the boombot, but he's able to post once more, and the door control remains in the hands of Gen.G. There's no
over, Ranger. Overnya banyak, udah rame banget ayah.
One direction to look at, and Sentinels realize there's no way through. There's no space for them to capitalize on. Instead, they'll break the door. At least that's the idea. But Meteor's waiting for that too. Oh no, in fact that was Lakia breaking the door.
Yeah. I think he's almost trying to give.
Itu beneran player cut trio SJW, ya udah ketahuan banget lah harusnya itu referensinya dari trio SJW.
Still, Sentinel sit waiting for someone to make.
Dari mana lagi? Emang ya referensinya.
Utility, the Nightfall previously used by Lakia delay.
Ini lu begadang terus aman darah. Belum pernah ngecek sih. Ini so far sih nggak ada masalah ya. Ini sampai sahur kami ini tergantung pertandingan. Ini setiap kali orang yang nanya sampai sahur apa enggak, itu tergantung pertandingannya bro. Kalau pertandingannya cepat ya berarti enggak. Pertandingannya lama, map 3 semuanya, berarti mungkin iya. Bukan gue yang ngatur. Tolong.
Not this time, so a few weapons saved.
Belum lagi kalau masalah zona waktu. Bisa jadi di tempat lo duluan. Bukan sama kayak di sini. Zona waktu sahurnya. Jadi kayaknya bukan gua deh yang bisa jawab jadinya. Tolong. Habis ini gua nggak mau jawabin pertanyaan kayak gitu soalnya.
As well, that's the main thing. It's that they're obviously not going to be expecting someone to just run through an insta peek, and they're also focusing on trying to reclaim tree control. Definitely risky, no doubt about it. But that has been what Texture has been doing. He's been disruptive, and now Sentinels clearly feeling after the last 4.
Jarang di pick ya. Kayaknya gara-gara keganti sama Gecko deh. Ya Xbox kan Gecko sekarang tukang plannya.
From what we've seen from them, they definitely feel more comfortable on the attack.
Jam tidur lu nggak kacau kayak, ya gue tidur jam 5 biasanya. Jam 5-an lah, paling maksimal. Bangun jam 2 biasanya. Repeat, gitu aja udah.
Over on that attack side, 10-2 versus Loud the last time they played. 9-3 versus 100 Thieves. They've always been solid on this attack, and right now they are being challenged.
Well, after split, you know, it can't be a nice feeling for this squad. One of the bigger tests that they've faced from a team that I think the community has been favoring Sentinels for sure, but we even heard it from the desk. You know, they're the favorite team, but it's not an upset necessarily if Gen.G win. Like this is pinned to
be. Okay, Nori, thank you udah mampir.
Gen.G have chances in. Or maybe it's better to say not the most incredible upset we've ever seen. It's going to be marginal. But from what we've seen, they looked like the better team so far.
Apanya masih belum ketahuan di B?
Have to be challenged by Texture's aggression once more.
Nice
This
banget,
time
nice
already.
banget.
Zekin's caught him. And Lakia, well, he's left in a bit of an awkward position. Does he stay around there aggressive? No, it's time to fall back. It's a good thing too.
Ketahuan satu lagi.
I think Sentinels are starting to learn that there's
Gen.G kuat banget ya Kai. Ya, ambil lihat aja performanya mereka dari tadi, dari kemarin, dari sejak kick off.
Munchkin make a play and Karen was just behind. So they made sure that they cleared
Kayak aku lagi kerja, semangatin dong, semangat kerjanya biar dapat duit terus bisa nyawer aku.
That won't be able to be retrieved at least for now. Still plenty of time though, and you can see space being taken across the map for Sentinels. Again, they love selling this ruse towards the A site, using this time Jong-QT because of the fact that Sassy has his ult again. Not going to be used to fake it as he instantly catches both players.
Karonnya kecek nggak ya? Anjir, lu lihat nggak? Nanoswarmnya di atas kotak anjir. udah hafal mati gitu anjir. Nanoswarmnya di atas kotak.
Sticking around on that angle to look for a fight. His teammates miles away. If he goes down, the save call might be made though. He doesn't go down.
Gila.
He sends them.
Gila banget.
Skyrocketing into this round with Sassy alone. Lakia.
Kayak lu begadang kan kurang darah terus lu min tile sides atau sky. Realita, game dibawa ke realita. Nice banget. Nice banget Bang Sasi, itu yang kita butuhkan Bang Sasi. Naga, let's go.
This game has been a treat already. I thought Meteor had done enough. AA is having a worldly of a game. Being able to take this much space, they even knew he must have been around this angle. Even putting in a snakebite just moments later, a second later, to stop him from being able to do that. But luckily,
udah nice.
they have this man, my bald brother, in Sassy to be able to clutch things out. We've credited him when it comes to his utility usage throughout the game, but he also has the clutch in his locker. Again though,
puasa kayak enggak dong.
Instantly fought for by Gen.G.
Dari kemarin udah gue bilang gue beda server.
Comfortable just giving up map control. And while this is a bold position.
Bingung mau dukung Gen.G atau Tens ya. Ikutilah kata hatimu. Terlalu anime. Gak. Lebih ke arah terlalu apa ya namanya itu? Oh, udah terlalu sering dipakai.
Snakebite up and over. That's probably for Rubble.
Template.
Unfortunately, he's a bit more aggressive than you anticipated, my friends.
It's got to be infuriating. Why would he be that far? He's going back. He's not shying away.
Lu suka nonton anime nggak? Dulu gua sering nonton, sekarang udah jarang. Nonton tapi nggak sesering dulu.
Utility being broken. Still a chance, but just look, two players already.
Gila nih orang, berani-beraninya kayak gitu. Ini tolong dicek, langsung mantap. Ngeflick pakai ulti ya. Wah gila, ke-trade semua cok. Trade demi trade lagi, trade terus, trade lagi. Di mana-mana hatiku nge-trade. Ayo satu lagi nggak tahu tapi teksturnya ada di situ. Ketahuan nggak sih harusnya?
He'll make the realization that this is going to be a push towards the B site. He's actually going to go running in. That's the thing. Texture instantly puts the nade. He has to try and stick this. May even go down to it.
Gila 25 HP nggak tuh?
But Zekin's still standing. Still holding on.
Bisa di... Ini pasti di stick. Oh enggak. Gue pikir nih orang bakal nge-stick anjir. Gen.G tuh sering banget nge-stick anjir. Let's go. Nice banget. Nice banget bejir.
What an incredible play. That headshot.
Gue udah takut anjir, itu di stick anjir. Gen.G itu sering banget nge-stick kayak gituan.
It was a double check. I thought I saw him look away and I was like, there's no way, but
that was a fool me once.
Gila. Fokus. Fokus Zeken.
I think literally the round before. Certainly the last round that they went see. He was in that same corner, so of course they're going to check it.
Dua-duanya.
Gen.G.
Dua-duanya begitu kelakuannya. Dibalas. Lu yang mulai kan?
It's not a bad position to be in, even if it ends 7-5, and they've called a timeout here.
That's the thing. I feel like it's one thing.
Bisa sinkron gitu hitunya coachnya anjir.
Your own mistakes, your own misplays, or your opponent maybe just doing something that you didn't foresee. I don't really believe that Gen.G did anything wrong in those clutches. Like you look, the last two 1v2.
Gila dia, padahal tinggal satu round lagi, nggak mau ngasih anjir. Langsung timeoutnya dipakai, padahal tinggal satu round lagi sebelum swipe. Nggak mau itu, nggak mau ngasih satu round ini anjir.
Rotates quickly enough to nade him on the plant. And with 25 HP, he gets it to half, waits for his opponent, and gets insta one tap.
Gen.G ini hitungannya kuda hitam nggak? Harusnya udah enggak sih. Mereka aja udah juara 1 dari Pacific kan? Udah bukan kuda hitam sih harusnya.
Sentinels were just better with those individual plays.
And sometimes that's all it is, man. Like, there are going to be rounds where your opponent just goes off. And there's rounds that Gen.G have had very similar. I mean,
emang tuh ada limitnya Bang, 2 kali. Kecuali itu overtime tambah 1. Waduh, Zekken posisinya mati banget anjir di situ. Why?
And Sentinels, in this last round on their attack side, find themselves in a disadvantage due to a scrappy early A fight. Oh no.
Oh, the timing is perfect.
Udah dijawab Hikaru.
Good trade from
Nanya mulu.
They needed something extra. They needed to bring that back to at least within contention. And with the way the last few rounds have gone, wouldn't be surprised to see the
Gen.G bisa sejauh ini, apakah RRQ bisa berkembang juga? Ya, doakan saja.
We'll get him his ult online. You can see though, Meteor is already set up. The Viper's Pit is great, but it's not going to be that impactful if your opponent has a lockdown.
Oke, salah.
Especially on this side, Tom, you can very easily box them in, and the only way out is it's a long run. Probably not getting back in. There it is. Ultimate ready. You hear the voice line called. John QT probably wants to use this a little closer so they have an escape. And in fact, very aggressively used. Immediately look at Gen.G's adaptation. They come pushing in towards the spawn angle, but that's where Sassy's waiting, and the orb's obscuring him for just a moment.
Nice banget.
He can even get out.
Nice banget, nice bagger. Nice bagger bejir. No lockdown juga.
From Sentinels, leaving Karen to do it all.
Nice. Let's go.
Sentinels have earned their way, fought their way back up to 7 at the half. Not a bad score line, but
let's go.
Going to be tested.
That was brilliant. Honestly, I'm
nice banget itu.
This match. The adaptations from either side, the orb put in play.
Moknya bagus banget.
A little bit of extra space. They knew exactly where their opponents would go.
Moknya mengisolasi pertarungan, bagus banget.
A John QT masterclass in repositioning, and they've earned themselves the 7-5 at the half.
Well, a lot of eyes have been drawn to Sentinels and Tans.
Yang paling laku apa Min? Viper.
He's been sensational. It's time to hear
itu roll sendiri itu Viper.
His friends and family over in the audience.
RRQ menurut lu kurang apa, kayak jam terbangnya kurang ya mungkin. I mean mereka lo pas off season nggak main sama sekali. Pas kick off satu grup sama 2 grand finalis. Cuek aja sih menurut gue sih. Cuek.
Oh, it's amazing. Hola, Madrid!
Hi, it's been awesome here watching the Sentinels play their game.
Yeah, and I hear that you were actually a big influence on Tens while he was, starting his gaming career.
Yeah, definitely. I started out. You're definitely a gaming family, and just making sure that he stayed competitive and focused on getting better. And he just took it off by himself from there.
And Valerie here told me a little secret. What is your rank, sir?
Probably Decade Ascendant, but my peak's Immortal too.
Whoa! Let's give a round of applause for that. Now, of course, it's massive that you get to see your son here. You go to another corner of the globe, and you have fans all over just applauding his name. How does that make you feel?
It's very heartwarming. It's like.
Don't make me cry.
No, amazing. I'm so proud. Tyson, oh my God. So proud.
We love him. We definitely do. Now, let's hear the both of you. Can you give a massive shout out to Sentinels and to Tyson playing up there right now?
Let's go.
Baru tahu Tens ada dari Asia. Padahal udah kelihatan lah ya harusnya.
Let's go Tyson. Let's go Sentinels.
Let's get back into the game.
We love you, Tyson. What's that song?
Pemainnya bawa emak ya banyak, nggak cuma dia doang. Kemarin juga ada yang di wawancara juga orang tuanya siapa gitu.
Fair enough. 7-5. Sentinels doing pretty well at this stage of the game. We said they're used to a very strong attack, and sure, there were some stumbles. But now let's see if they can get off on the right foot here on their defense. The pistol round underway. One ghost, and just
Hello, TikToker Aziz
on
nggak
the
tahu.
defensive side. Gen.G not showing their intention just yet. They've got some control for the A push, looking for any B aggression. But it looks like the intention is to take this to C or open that door and quickly double back.
Kayaknya makanan gue lagi dikirim.
Smoke timing.
Nanti gue ini ya izin ambil makan dulu pas breaknya sebelum ke Pepperex.
Towards that B side, but it looks like Sentinels have a decent read. Two players walking their way back up. The Prowler's actually going to give it away. There's a couple of players here. Zekken does have his nade available if he wants to try and deny.
Bagus banget. Bagus bager banget. Mereka suka tembakan-tembakan goib kan? Dikasih.
Deep smoke stopping for any sea aggression.
Ada yang buka kah jam segini? Ada di tempat gua mah. Tadi gua mau cari nasi goreng soalnya nggak ada ya. Udah tutup tempat gua biasanya beli nasi goreng.
And they're making a quick reaction with a 3-man rotate onto that actual site.
So well placed for this push. Tens of
Nice
smokes
banget.
has made it awkward again.
Nice.
Already though,
Aduh,
much
kenapa
concerned to
nice?
trade one back. The paranoia's missed, and Sassy's going to try and capitalize. Oh,
Kedengeran gak sih Sasi kalau kayak gitu?
another shot. Even gets a fight onto Tens.
Ya ampun, kasihan banget Tens.
They've got to get that spike down.
Tensnya lagi nggak hitting the shot nggak sih?
Not going to deny. Karen just holding at least for the moment.
Nice banget, nice banget. Udah low dua-duanya, satu hit dua-duanya. Tuh bisa yuk, John Cutie yuk. Oh my god, kena kepala dong.
He hits his fourth kill of the round, and just whenever
Kena kepala dong.
to step up, it always seems to happen.
Unbelievable. I mean, this guy was unreal last map. Don't get me wrong. Pretty sure he came out of the first map.
Gua di breeze selalu pakai breeze. Oke.
He was quiet, and now he's woken up at such a crucial time for this squad. It's not just the 4 kills. He's one hit, and I'm pretty sure his teammate is too.
Bear in mind, that reaction was Texture, the guy who won them the pistol on split by hiding and killing 3 people. And he's like, woo! What?
Looks like we might have gotten an early reaction, because
Ini mas epic beneran nih kali ini. Udah nice. Oke, it's okay.
Immediately. Good catch by Munchkin, good react, and the follow-up from Lakia closes the round. Pretty clinical on the way through. One player lost.
I need that much slower because my brain wasn't able to comprehend how Texture got 2 kills that quick.
Ah, makananku udah sampai. Yuk, Sentinel, buruan.
Relatively.
Iya.
I'm seeing Meteor with a sniper.
Yuk, map 3 aja yuk.
I don't mind it because at this point, not gonna doubt him. 17 and 9.
Di breeze pakai breeze kak. Iya.
Anymore, but he definitely
Percaya,
has
gua
that
percaya.
duelist mentality. And yeah, couple off.
Ambil dulu aja enggak?
Actually, both players not that far away from a
Lama nanti gua
showstopper. It could be
ngambil.
a big round for the Rays.
Nanggung juga satu map ini selesaiin.
Especially with the economy kind of low for the attacking side.
Kenapa
Texture,
saya
there's one already.
sapi.
Now just one from the showstopper with
Pokey
most of his
beef.
HP still intact.
Basically.
Gen.G, they haven't gotten away with it scot-free. Karen's been lost. Omen on
Counting
each
berlebihan
side
gitu
out.
boleh nggak sih? Boleh
Paranoia is
sebenarnya.
no longer in play. Zalsis,
Sebenarnya-
one of the stranger angles you'll see held with an Odin.
Gak boleh yang sampai kayak something kemarin sih harusnya. Yang sampai middle finger tuh harusnya nggak boleh. Gak baik buat apa buat PR-nya Valorant sebenarnya itu.
Sassy was able to trade
Kalau
off
yang
that
sampai
first kill.
middle finger
It was
gitu.
actually a solid
Makanya
result
somethingnya langsung minta
that
maaf kan.
actually gave up Tens' position up close. There was expectations there for Gen.G that they were going to be challenged. But even still, it's going to have to be an almost complete reposition. Now, they've got the turret, they've got the alarm bot, so they know that there's not really much of a chance that anybody's got this aggressive. But other than that,
Refleks sih kalau dilihat tuh refleks karena emang lagi ini.
side of Gen.G, they
Apa
have no
adrenalin
idea where
lagi
they're
marah
pushing
semua
into.
itu.
You mentioned that Odin and its position. Well, depending on the plant spot, it might actually have quite high impact. And he's holding on to one of his nano swarms. With 20 seconds left, sure, it's probably going to end up in a retake, but there is a chance that this might be stopped by Zelsis.
There's the nano activated that's on site already. One thrown through to delay even further.
Zelsis pakailah Odinmu, Odin sama gaming.
Gotta wait a little longer after the nano runs the clock down, and that is a very tight plant. I think he's just about got it, but no spray coming through on the other side. That was 0.1 or 0.2 of a second by my read, but just about close enough to allow it to come through with texture down. The numbers thin even further on the attacking side. Now the defenders, I suppose, of this site. One found by Lakia. Meteor needs some impact with this, and he'll find it. Another kill, but he's 4 HP. 1 against 2. The nade.
Jatuh, nice banget.
So too is Zekin. 8 found for Sentinels. Gen.G made a good attempt at this one.
Yeah.
Lah kalah gini. Kini bisa lihat skor gak sih? Kalah gini katanya 77 padahal.
Again, though, I'd like the delay. The fact is that came down to a split second, and I think
oh my God.
there was a very real world where Lakia fat fingers that and they lose the round just off time.
Yep.
Like, it was so insanely close. Good positioning, though, meant that they were able to find a lot of these kills before things really got too dangerous. And now we mentioned the showstopper. Texture used his in the last round.
Rekom mouse wireless andal 500 dong kayak lu nanya ke Aaron. Kalau mouse-mousean tanya ke Memprik, gue bukan kolektor mouse. Mouse gue aja kabelan semua, nggak ada yang wireless, gimana bisa review?
It's never secure, nor are these players. Early aggression again from Sentinels, a lot of utility, and most importantly, 4 players here. Paranoia used, Zekin gets caught by the other sides though, so he's not able to get a clean shot off.
Kabur Jeken.
And Sentinels start to fall back, concede some of this space.
Apa lu?
Battle by Gen.G.
Itu Meteor sering banget tuh ngelor kayak gitu soalnya tuh.
Meteor sneaking through to B, but he's being caught.
It's now back into that awkward scenario. They had so much space, but also that takes off all of that extra killjoy utility. So they can't really afford to dilly down anymore. They're gonna have to make their move again. Walking into the Lion's Den. Zeus is with his utility, but also with his Odin at the back. Hasn't been revealed. He's sat patiently waiting with his gun in hand, and he's gonna win the fight again. Oh, even look at the spam through. He's done a lot of damage to Karen, but he's just buying time for the rotation.
Nice banget, nice banget.
Like this every single day. Sat at the back.
Dimainin pakai Odin. Nice banget, Celsius.
Another 4K comes out for the side of Sentinels and a solo.
Itu bingung mereka mau majuinnya gimana anjir.
I've never seen it. Just hip fire in the Odin.
Nice.
Every part of that was so beautiful as well. The realization he needs to go for the wall bangs, then that they're going to swing him. He swings wide ahead of them. Makes it a little
Gak
more
dapet ya itunya.
Like this is good. The swing here, it perfectly offsets where Karen was looking to pre-fire on. Like he could not have read that any better. What an unbelievable play, and then to actually deliver sprays like that, hip firing.
Apa dia bilang apa? Anjay, anjay.
Unbelievable.
Masa ngomong gitu dia?
Dream about that tonight.
Well, the dreams of Gen.G's 2-0 seem to be slipping away. Sentinels extending that lead, and now back to
baru tuh gak gitu,
rifle for texture. He's had his moments in this game, but most of it has been with an operator in his hand.
Sekarang ada TENS nih, flipnya TENS gak ada.
Once again.
Pakai kursi gaming atau kursi kantor? Gua pakai kursi dari perusahaan Swedia.
It leaves them with so little opportunity for where they can plant. Instead, they're going to go back, look to put some pressure onto TENS, who been having one of his quieter performances, that's for sure. But even still, all he really has to do
kursi
is
gue yang gak gitu dong.
call for the rotations and get some support.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see TENS flex a lot, and I think here on Omen, the way they've been playing it on defensive side, he's often just the guy throwing the paranoia and trying to get involved afterwards.
Placing sentry. 30 seconds.
We go to a map 3, might see a little more from him. Gen.G, few pistols, but as we said, you know, it was nothing but MasterCard thrifties starting off that first map.
Meteornya lagi nih, dapat lagi. Nice banget. Nice banget Sassy.
To find him, and with 13 seconds left, they need to
make
a move onto the
info udah masuk.
10 on the clock as they get close.
Lempar nggak sih?
Still in play, going to be used here, but not moving fully
ya?
off. Just about far enough away that he could continue.
Nice, Bang TENS, nice banget Bang TENS. Oke, mereka saving sih. Itu nge-fogging aja. Ketahuan udah. Nice banget. Kursi PewDiePie nggak gitu, Cok. Emang PewDiePie perusahaan, anjir. Itu orang.
We've got Zeus now.
Mulai.
7,000, and they have got the crowd support. It definitely seems like they are the favorites, even if they're on a different continent from where they're normally playing. Sentinels have won the hearts of many, and now will have a comfortable lead. Even still, though, they're going to be put under pressure. An immediate push here as they take control of map.
Awas di paranoia. Biasanya paranoia terus ini kuat banget. Nice banget. Udah nice. Udah nice. Satu untuk satu.
As Tens fades from the angle, they find themselves in a 4v4. Good retake ultimate online for Zelsis. That can counteract the Viper's Pit as we've seen before, but the potential to play aggressively on the back of Lakia's could cancel it out. It has for Sentinels previously. Tens on the other side of this. Smoke has Gen.G covering the cross, but Karen's already gotten up close. A shrouded step that wasn't expected, and now Nightfall gone all the way through. Gen.G 13 HP, but he fades into the corner, and now he'll be able to get his health back on.
Lah, untung dia padahal nggak bisa dengar loh itu. Nggak bisa dengar nanonya. Udah nice. Udah nice. Fogging time. It's fogging time. Dia nggak mau pakai Odin aja.
And Munchkin's already given up the angle, essentially. They're running for the hills as Zelsa steps forward.
Nice.
Lakia, setting them up.
Nice banget. Nice banget, Bang Gel Cheese. Let's go.
For Sentinels, they're close to a map 3.
We've said it throughout this tournament. We've seen a lot of teams lose their own map pick. We've seen a lot of teams fight back.
Yeah, you sit lah, bro. No need to stand.
Series, Sentinels have taken the first map every single time, but we're seeing that they have no trouble looking for a response in map number 2.
Padahal belum like dulu ya guys ya.
But we've also in this second half seen a massive resurgence from Zelsis. Had a couple of really high impact rounds. Seems to love the C site. And more for Gen.G. They're going to give the legend that is Solo an opportunity to try and talk this one through. As said, we have seen him play against Sentinels the last time they actually won an event. He played in the upper match to go into the final and lost. Now he has to find some wise words to try and bring this team back and have an opportunity for the
time out terakhir yang Gen.G harusnya.
Yes. And honestly, either of these teams have looked fantastic on that map, so I have no idea which way it will go.
It's going to be whoever's made best use of the downtime, what little of it there is in between these games. Again,
I mean, dari tadi saya udah belum gua ambil aja.
I believe it was Kaplan that was talking about it, and actually it was because we showed it on the desk. The fact that whoever wins this, first of all, gets to watch their opponent play, always a great advantage to have, but mainly they get a day off. They can prepare.
Keburu dingin, aman, santai.
They can relax, get up late, whatever
and
they
want.
want.
Veto advantage as
Veto
well.
advantage.
WP dulu aja, bro. WP. Wajiban.
It's not just about, oh yeah, they can get to the grand final anyways. They can, but they'll be on the back foot when they make it there, running off back to back.
Kayak kalau diffuse all point nambah juga kah? Iya.
4 rounds in a row. This attack side for Gen.G hasn't looked great.
Kebawa emosi semua ya ini yang main. Terkadang yang nonton lebih emosi.
And then Zelsis now sits with his setup.
Gak cuma pemain.
Side of the map. And I think they're going for this again because it's yet to be tested. We haven't seen the pressure put onto Zelsis on the other side. But they feel confident in it. They've left him there alone. In fact, there's no support at all. The rest of the team are massively far away. In fact, we're even seeing a rotation from
WP nomor 1 bahkan belakangan. Aman,
Bocil Om Botaksasi baru saja memberikan 10.000. Ayo Om, menyala.
Let's go, ayo Om Mas Sasi, menyala Om Sasi. Sudah didukung pakai 10.000. Walaupun buat Sasi sih 10.000 kayaknya buat permen dong ya. Karena ini, karena dia USD.
He knows players are about to flood that part of the map, or that they might be. In fact, Gen.G have changed their idea. The direction now brings them towards
Bang Tens, sayang banget Bang Tens. Tidak expect ada Meteo di situ. Nice, Zelsis. Bagus banget, langsung hilang banyak. Oh, satisfying. Oh my god, map 3 bro, let's go.
5 in a row for Gen.G. Well, we're going to go all the way to Breeze.
Yeah, they were so ready for that. had the utility available to play the retail.
Aman, udah dititipin makanannya. Abangnya udah pergi, aman. Gak nungguin.
For the B site, and the second the Nightfall goes in, Zekken, he can smell his opponents. He can sense the blood in the water and gets himself a couple of headshots easily. 5 rounds in a row now. And that's exactly
Nanti pas aku ngambil, kalian boleh ini bisa mendengarkan pesan langsung dari Madrid, dari seorang Peprex monyet. Tuh, udah hampir tuh kena damage udah itu si Karonnya. Spam.
Zels is now back on the site, reloading as pressure's applied. The door is open, but all the while Texture is creeping his way towards the stairs. 2 players spotted, one up close, and even suspecting one near the switch. Zels has a lot of information.
Fogging gaming.
Karen's in danger too. He was getting sprayed.
Anjir lah.
All the while, they're just hoping that on the side of Gen.G, somebody
Odin Gaming.
Sentinels will make a mistake.
Ini cok, di fogging anjir. Nah, ini masalahnya kebaca nggak nih bagian sininya nih? Ada sasi sih, tapi sasinya masih ngeliatin B. Timingnya mantep banget. Sasinya nggak expect orang kedua, tapi it's okay. Udah mahal. Loh, dia dapat Steelseries anjir.
The lockdown available, the spam might actually just about get rid of it. It's still online at least for now.
Nice banget, lockdown hancur.
13
dong. Let's go boys. We're going to map 3. Let's go. Map 3 we go. By the way, gue ini dulu ya guys ya. Gue izin mau ngambil makan dulu ya guys ya. Izin dulu. Nah, selagi gue izin, kalian punya tugas. Gampang banget.
Woi, subscribe.
Bentar, gue turun dulu ya.
Buruan. Ji. Mantap, Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu. Woi, subscribe. Aduh, capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap, Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu. Woi, subscribe. Aduh, capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap, Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu. Woi, subscribe. Aduh, capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap, Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu. Woi, subscribe. Aduh, capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap, Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu. Woi, subscribe. Aduh, capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap, Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu. Woi, subscribe. Aduh, capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap, Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu. Woi, subscribe. Aduh, capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap, Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu. Woi, subscribe. Aduh, capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap, Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu. Woi, subscribe. Aduh, capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap, Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu. Woi, subscribe. Aduh, capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap, Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu. Woi, subscribe. Aduh, capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap, Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu. Woi, subscribe. Aduh, capek. Buruan. Ji. subscribe. Aduh capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu. Woi, subscribe. Aduh capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu. Woi, subscribe. Aduh capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu. Woi, subscribe. Aduh capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu. Woi, subscribe. Aduh capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu. Woi, subscribe. Aduh capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu. Woi, subscribe. Aduh capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu. Woi, subscribe. Aduh capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu. Woi, subscribe. Aduh capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu. Woi, subscribe. Aduh capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu. Woi, subscribe. Aduh capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu. Woi, subscribe. Aduh capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu. Woi, subscribe. Aduh capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu. Woi, subscribe. Aduh capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu. Woi, subscribe. Aduh capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu. Woi, subscribe. Aduh capek. Buruan. Ji. Mantap Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu.
Gimana guys? Udah puas belum guys? Untung belum mulai juga. Halo. Hilang 300 viewers ya? Enggak, itu emang kalau lagi break juga emang mereka hilang anyway. Yuk kita. By the way bentar, gue pengen buka-buka dulu makanannya bentar ya. Masih ada kabel tisnya. Bentar.
Is going to speak volumes of it, but the fact is that we were seeing a Zekken that was comfortable, that he was reliable on when this clutch scenarios came on to play, and definitely one of the keys to Sentinel success.
By the way, casual 75% first blood win rate. The guy was electric. I love especially the way in that first half, Sentinels was approaching the C site with the double dive between him and Tens. They're so good at getting those openers.
Wow. It's just another day in the office for that kid. It's just unbelievable.
He just turned 19, by the way. It was just like
Happy birthday.
Yeah, when I was 19, I was really trash at Halo. Meanwhile, this kid is out here probably on pace to maybe go to a final if they keep playing like this. But what happens here on Breeze, guys? Because last time we saw Sentinels play this, it was not the best for them. It was not here, and it was not the best for them.
Yeah, exactly. And we also have a Gen.G on the other side that decided to pick this map against an America squad and Loud and did not find the success. And then EDG picked it onto them and they were able to win that. But I feel like there were two very different matches, and it also relies on the compositions that we can expect from both these teams. Sentinels or a very like more standard note, and then Mimi, all the craziness that we see coming up.
Nominasi challenge-nya kapan update episode 2 setiap minggu. Hitungin aja. Kan baru belum seminggu itu bahkan videonya by the way.
Sure, but even that was months ago by this point, and they had some time in between. They had a little bit of time to prep. They led let it through the veto, I think they
Oh
can
my god,
expect that
Breeze
Gen.G would have wanted to go here. So I can't
Kayaknya jarang
wait to
deh
see
dua-duanya
what
main ya.
prepared.
Tapi lebih jarang Sentinel kayaknya main di Breeze deh kayaknya.
Compositions.
Iya
Not
nggak sih?
only as you're saying on the side of Sentinels, have they prepared something? Are they going to change
Luminance
some things
artinya apa?
around?
Bercahaya
They
bukan
play
sih?
with the KO. We know that they can be comfortable with that, but also thinking about the composition from their opponents. That potentially having the Astra in this map is something that regionally you're not.
Disuruh spam tuh ya di sana bukan di sini.
It's going to be a third
Hey,
map,
hey.
and let's take a look at what comp Sentinels go for. It's the same thing as last time.
Ember
This
kah?
map,
Enggak.
I think it's honestly a 50-50.
Oh,
it can come
okay.
down to the duels, performance on the day. But what we have to focus on is what this would mean for either of these teams. Gen.G, in the organization's first international appearance that they qualified to, they have a chance to make it to the finals with rookies on their squad. And for Sentinels, it is a return that has been so
Sentinel nggak pernah menang di sini aja.
Gen.G has been able to
Sentinel nggak pernah menang di map
Losing
ini.
their pick is something that they are very familiar with
Oh yeah,
in this
let's see.
event, that they always win in that third map. This has to be the case if they want to make history.
The winner of this match has a huge advantage in the grand finals. This last map could very well define the winner of Masters Madrid.
This is it, folks. Map 3, and the winner moves on to Sunday. I don't want to waste any more time. Let's send it back over to your casters to close this battle.
Aku bocil hijau tapi hijaunya nggak main, boy.
Thank you so much, Golden
Aku
Boy.
juga bocil hijau dulu pas main ini Yoru di Breeze.
And it looks like Sentinels are pretty heavily favored.
Gacor banget tuh orang.
Winning a fan vote. I never could have seen that one coming.
I wonder if we can get the stats.
Lebih gue makan ya guys ya sekalian ya.
Might be a little bit different over there, but we'll see if that fan favor actually carries any weight. As we move on to Breeze, the final map in this series, the decider that sets Gen.G on the defensive side.
ASMR dong,
With big
ah.
plays coming out of players
Gue tuh
like
nggak suka
Zek
konten
on the side of
ASMR,
Sentinels.
bukan nggak suka, nggak menikmati. Jadi kayak bikin konten ASMR juga ngapain anjir.
It's not like the other two maps we expected a lot from both teams. Here, it's hard to really gauge expectations.
Yeah, and a lot of what we've seen already, the victory that came out of this composition for Gen.G was an 11-1 attack side, so we don't know what they've got on the defense. We'll have to wait and see. Zekken though already
Zekken dapat, Zekkennya dapat mantep banget. Reconnya nice recon.
Utility from the initiators is sublime. Sets him up wonderfully. That shock dart has done so much damage. Zekken's almost dead as well.
Jadi kok spike-nya
I don't think
di situ
he's
aja.
got anything else to throw at them, but they are slowly making their move forward.
Here comes a recon, just came back online from Lackey. It was used at the start of the round, now buys a little bit of space.
Waduh,
Second down,
udah low sih dia.
emerging from the smoke, gets
One hit
caught.
meninggoy.
You know there's a player in the corner, and they'll look to isolate that fight up close. Munchkin does well to find another. The advantage stacked against Celsius, but the spike is down, and he knows it's not being diffused. Sometime bought, but 15
Udah mati sih.
HP. One more
Sulit,
bullet,
udah sulit.
Steven.
15 darah lawan 2 orang mau apa?
Seconds away. With Lackey as third, Gen.G find a first.
Oke, izin pamit, aman.
Exactly how you want to start off on that defensive side. I think the expectations will be there for both sides to have the success there, but that's the thing though, you're kind of facing off against what was a bread and butter comp on this map before. What Gen.G's running definitely has a little bit more spice to it.
Kasian banget Tensei ya kena shock dart, ternyata Tensei jadi korban.
It almost killed off Zekken as well and ended the round, and seeing Lakia as
Ini Tensei support dia pakai ini.
looking to get his redemption versus Sentinels from a long time ago. And we're talking about a ridiculous, what was it, 1,029 days since Sentinels sent New Turn to the lower bracket. Will they do it again? Early days in this map at least, and obviously for the side of Sentinels, they don't normally invest much into these rounds.
Dia paling langka. Enggak, biasanya dia kemana-mana.
They're not like a sheriff team.
Kebetulan tidak di sini aja.
Put a little bit in.
Yeah, we saw that right last map. It was the full force and a lot of success found, but obviously don't put as much stock in being able to.
Enggak, ini kalau Gen.G menang ada kemungkinan GFL Pacific nggak? Kemungkinan mah ada ya. Sulit mah iya.
That are really hard to break through if you actually play diving on towards one site. This time Gen.G have a lot of reactive utility.
Predict score Pepper Slot kayak 2-1.
Got global util to support them with those stars. For now, Sentinels have claimed the space. They have got the plant down by the looks of things, and there's not a lot that Gen.G had to push them out. Even the shock dart doesn't land. So
Surabaya 3 kali gempa. Emang iya.
most of which are
rumah sakit robo 1 anjir.
good shots to start.
Hati-hati ya guys ya yang di Surabaya guys ya. Hati-hati, stay safe.
Being found, but you gotta look at the HP bars.
Kencang 2 ya berarti ya di sana ya.
Emerging from the smoke, yeah. Zelsis ran into heavy traffic, but Lackey is down. Another opportunity for kills here on second. Low
Sidoarjo kerasa goyang parah. Hati-hati kalau gempa gitu kalian kalau nggak keluar itu di bawah meja sembunyinya. Lindungi kepala. Pastikan kalian lindungi kepala kalian. Takut ada barang-barang jatuh kalau gempa itu masalahnya. Pakai helm ya boleh, kalau ada full face monggo.
Yes, absolutely. You know, the outlaw here, it's really drawing my eye how Gen.G use it, but this is going to be the more conventional.
Kalimantan gue gempa, ya tadi gue juga dari orang tua gue juga bilangnya Kalimantan gempa 30 detik tadi. Plafon rumah sempat retak. Dikit sih, tapi lumayan bro. Ya itu Kalimantan padahal jarang-jarang tuh ngerasain gempa tuh. Di tempat gua setidaknya. Kayaknya nggak kena gempa. Tadi sempat ngerasain, tapi bentar doang. Anjir. Bonus cair anjir. Waduh, Sentinel bridge-nya kagak bisa kah? Orang mana nih kayak gue aslinya Banjar. Gue kan kemarin pas zaman kick off Pacific sebelum grand final gue sempat pulang Banjar sebentar. Makanya Fuyu yang take over WP-nya tuh. Di Banjarmasin gue, Banjarmasin.
He will be somewhere towards their spawn. Already pings on the map. It might even just be a scenario where we're going to have to wait the full 50 seconds for Sassy to just try and hold on to the gun, but again,
kenapa di bawah AC anjir? Kenapa jawabannya di bawah AC? Sama Mika, halo. Ada kita ketemuan ya. Tapi gue kan di Jakarta sekarang.
Over onto the side of Karen. Well,
30 seconds
it is just going to be Sassy holding on to the gun. All 5 players looking to survive. Upgrades as well. We were talking about them having, I think it was a Marshal, a Sheriff, an Outlaw. None of those weapons are in play anymore. It is just the rifles for Gen.G. If you're talking about a great start to this map, it really doesn't get better than this.
No, that is
enak di Jakarta apa di BJM kayak?
Free upgrades across the board, able to make
plus minus lah, pasti plus minus. Kalau jalanan lebih enak Banjar lah, udah pasti. Di Jakarta lo bisa stres gak di jalan doang anjir. Tapi kalau untuk fasilitas misalnya kayak internet segala macam, ya jelas di sini.
After we've sat there for 50 plus seconds waiting for him to hold onto that guard, and BT just goes, no, right, but that's just disgusting. Like, that's the thing. That's where you see actually just the usage coming out of Lakia, and then also just the denial. Like, it's having that second controller. Like, Karen's just been able to slow the push by putting that smoke into position. And there you go. You got the Gen.G watch party over in Seoul.
Kenapa New York City anjir?
After what was probably a bleak 2023.
Harus ini emang harus. Emang harus time out emang ini.
Yeah, maybe even a few people might have jumped ship.
Belum menemukan jawaban.
We won't call them out.
kind of feel like you did call them out there, Tom. I'll be honest with you. That's I heard a bus coming. I saw you throw someone under it, but there's no evidence left behind. That's you know, for Gen.G, got to be one of the most successful rebuilds we've ever seen in such a short turnaround as well. I mean, to be at this stage, to have challenged Sentinels on split, to move to 3-0 up, winning out a low bar.
Selama itu kan Sentinel di bridge lebih ke arah jarang aja sih kayaknya. Gue jarang banget lihat mereka aja main di bridge.
We've heard about them. Hell, I talked a lot to Achilleos and Paperthin back in 2020, 2021, 2022. I'll even throw 2023 in there. But now, for once, they were right.
I think the thing that's been most impressive as well is they have built this team out of players that ultimately didn't have mass success. You're talking about Texture coming from G, Karen coming from Ranked, but Munchkin definitely didn't have a great 2023. Meteor as well, expectations were high. Lakia came back from Tier 2.
Yeah.
Gak tau gue bukan orang Paper X.
Just works together.
Gue pendukung bukan orang dalam Paper X. Mana tahu gue kenapa Alex sendirian.
What is some weaker weaponry here? They may even look to try and go through the smoke. This is awkward now for Texture. No dash, no escape.
NYC dulu ibu kota, sekarang kan emang beda. NYC itu kayak kota bisnisnya kan. Washington kan sekarang itunya, yang pemerintahannya. Sama aja kayak konteksnya kayak di sini nanti kalau nanti IKN beneran jadi.
but in comes Munchkin.
IKN pemerintahan, di sini kota bisnis, bisa jadi kayak gitu juga.
For Gen.G in those last couple of fights, but the damage was done by Sentinels early on. Thing is, because of those massive economical rounds they had early on, they're not really going to struggle for that all too much.
Kali kalau ngomong gue kayak gini ya, gue rada kepedesan karena sambalnya.
Coming alive exactly when they need him most. 7-1 on the scoreboard. The comeback of Lakia may have been seriously understated.
Kepedesan kena sambal sama kepedesan sama tembakannya Gen.G anjir. Pedes bener nih.
For this for such a ridiculously long time in jail over Vision Strikers.
Kenapa pakai sambal biar merek gue suka sambal.
Redemption arc to even get this far.
Gue nggak bisa tuh kalau makan ayam polosan gitu nggak ada sambalnya aja.
Maybe he should have done. Zekken's removed him and taken the operator.
A reveal there would have been huge. The spam through the wall after, but nothing to be found. To swing out from Zekken confirms.
Gila belum pecah telur ya. Ini harusnya jadi momentum nih 4 lawan 2. Don't fuck this up boys. Oh my god. Nice. Udah nice satu lagi. Bang Sasi. Ente bener Bang Sasi. Udah 16 saudara tuh. Line up lagi. Nice.
One round on the board for Sentinels. They found their first on the attack.
Yeah, and a lot of that.
Nice. Pecah coy.
The individual players
Akhirnya.
Definitely up there in terms of the entry fraggers and just was happy to put that pressure.
Abang Tens kenapa? Mungkin emang lagi gak harinya aja.
Picking up the operator as well, just taking this.
Kan ada hari-hari di mana lu bisa off gitu loh. Ya pro player juga bisa merasakan itu, bro.
Just 19 years of age.
Manusia juga ingat.
I think it was during this tournament.
Ada hari off-nya.
It's crazy to have that success so early on in your career.
Dan mungkin soeknya ini harinya.
That contract is probably as solid as it gets. Again, they're just going straight back in for this play in towards the A site. And again, no fear out from Texture. This time he will catch it, but it's a player that can be brought back. It's going very differently this time around, though. They're being destroyed.
Gila. Sentinel harus nyari jawaban nih, nggak bisa ke A mulu nih. Udah diajarin coy ini. A-nya udah susah banget, A-nya.
It's never easy to play in rounds like that. Even uses his decoy as he comes out of the ultimate just to bait them even further. You can see they're getting hyped up on the Gen.G side, and understandably, as they now lead 5-1. We're a quarter of the way through, halfway through the first half, and Gen.G have their hands stuck on the reins.
Yeah, we've heard behind the scenes that in scrims this map for Gen.G has been going fantastic, even if the results don't display that. When it comes to the officials, they were confident.
Map controlnya udah bagus banget tuh. A-nya udah di situ di pushnya.
Again, Sentinels, we hadn't seen it successful in Americas, and it's definitely not looking great here. Tech's just so aggressive in his control. They have to be using the drone just to force him back out of main. Shock darts being sent onto him, but if you believe that he's giving this up, you'd be foolish. And look at what's happening on the other side. Gen.G are already stacking up players into this B site. The read they have is bang on.
And there's not even an intention to have Meteor go somewhere else, rotate to A if the pressure's there. His gate crashes on site, decoy used. They might even think that's the real one. They do. Flashed on Zekken. He's slowed down, peeked out from the side. Munchkin wrapping.
Nice.
To get a nice angle, and he found
Nice threat.
Found Meteor. He's spraying away.
Oh my god, this guy.
These players have to come out of the pit. They're getting a reveal. Meteor staying alive for now, and he's up close to the pit. Knowing that they have to emerge from it to pick
ini tempat ini kayak deja vu gini ya. Skenario ini kok deja vu ya?
To try to get the plan down. A flash inside, but it's all a decoy to push them towards him as Meteor moves around the other side. This is beautiful play. They're not even looking as he goes back in. And now the plan, sure, it's going to be found, but blinded up, he is stuck in a corner. Gen.G doesn't stand a chance. Huge round from Meteor on the Yoru. And an even bigger one for Gen.G, leading by 5.
That's the thing you love about this guy. Like, you've watched him play these Sentinels in such an aggressive manner. The operator on Killjoy in the last map, happy to run in 1v2s, uses all the clutch out. But then you put him back on the duelist, and you almost miss it. If it wasn't for Texture, he'd probably be
Bingung
playing
main
on
bridge
any
kayaknya.
other team. This guy is so
Main bridge-nya bingung gitu kayaknya.
9-3, top of the board. Sentinels at the moment, they just don't have an answer. They're coming back in with the buy, but it is one of the weaker we've seen. Ults, none of them are even remotely close. And almost all of them are either close or online. Here he goes again.
He's crazy. He's absolutely crazy. They baited him in.
Tidur aja kan dia. Kok nyuruh gua anjir.
But he takes it with him. Zekin
Nyuruh.
sticking around. Texture's not going anywhere. Eventually he has to fall back. The flash is
Nice.
good. Was that a leg or a spam from someone else? Indeed it was a spam from someone
Nice.
else. Lakia, who's now down on the floor. The ult used by Meteor. 1 spotted, 2 spotted, and 2 taken down just like that. They saw the final player. They know exactly where he is.
Wah, gila.
Nothing slipping past Gen.G right now with a 7th round locked in. Sentinels have to be feeling stuck in the mud. They got 1 round, and this A site has not worked for them since.
Yeah, the problem they have is either they go for these direct, aggressive takes on towards the A side, or they lose that map control immediately because it gets pushed by Texture. Like,
Udah gini bang, ya gimana dong?
the problem is they're not winning that fight. So there almost has to be a response. Mid control.
You say I own you.
It sounds like it. Mid control has not been something that we've seen too much from Sen. I almost want to see the
Kok nggak bisa makan nggak bisa ngomong banyak nih, lagi makan pedes lagi.
And now we're even seeing the switch up of Gen.G putting Texture on the other side of the map. I think his expectation is, well, surely they don't go for that again.
There's going to be some Halls congestion off rip. Lakia has given up the space. He was going to drone it. Instead, close the door, shot dark close, and the follow-up. That is gorgeous. But Sassy does manage to trade with the ultimate, and look who's got
What the fuck?
Karen uses their own util as a smoke, walks up and surprises everyone. And the spike is on the floor again. Not just
Wah, ini Sentinel kayaknya kaget deh sama mainnya mereka deh.
Meteor's holding it. He's still got his flashes. Cosmic Divide, insult to injury. Sentinels are locked out as more rotations are coming through. Munchkin not even looking at the... He's not trying to hold anything other than Halls. They know that they can't go back because of Texture on mid, and there's 2 players watching for that walkout. Sentinels need a miracle to get away with this.
They also lined that up so that he can peek in front of it. It's a dual access ult. Trying to make their way out. The pop flash is perfect and it's instant. Both players executed. Gen.G after losing their own map choice haphazardly have come back in like nothing ever happened. 8-1 up.
Tadi ya gue lagi makan ya.
Second ball is coming out from Sentinels here. Yeah, I don't know how he won that battle. And like the flash, a split second later, I thought Lackey was going to be dead immediately, and then we need to talk about what he just did.
In through a Hunter's Fury, through a snake bite, through a smoke. Guy just ran through the whole opposition's utility belt and came out on top.
Kalau lu kan pernah di Banjar, apa kenangan di Banjar yang abang ingat makannya? Hah? Makannya koma tempat gimana sih? Maksudnya gimana?
Better be combining in a fusion dance of brains to get this one across the line.
Gue lagi kepedesan nih anjing.
And the best part about it for Gen.G, you spoke about how they had all their ultis online. They've used them incrementally. We had Yoru pop his, Karen pops the Cosmic Divide. Still now, they have a Viper's Pit. Still they have a Blade Storm. And they're about to have the Hunter's Fury back online. There's no way in which they're letting this slip without Sentinels running up against the...
Ya ampun, nih orang ditanyain detail pertanyaannya, dia malah ulang pertanyaannya gimana sih?
I'll give you one better.
Go for it.
In the last 4 matches, they won only 1 of them. And they got 11.
Makanannya lah, udah pasti lah.
Breeze, just on Breeze.
Yeah, on Breeze.
Lontong orari, nasi kuning.
If anything, they should be feeling more, and especially when you look at the composition they're running, the expectation is that they'll be able to cause chaos. You've got a double duelist, and you've got double controller to just basically create space for them. This is almost seems like doomsday for Sen City. Gen.G of...
Gak ada yang ngalahin nasi kuningnya Banjar.
The new condiment, and finally we're going to see some mid control. I wanted to see this challenge for, but again, there's always another layer. A disgusting position that's not going to be checked. Even sticks around to fight. Maybe goes a little bit too far with that one. Not able to escape. And because of that, it's just going to be the 1-for-1 trade.
Izin matiin lampu kah? Iya, boleh. Di JKT nggak ada yang masak abang. Nggak tahu di Surabaya aja nggak pernah nemu gue yang masak abang.
Also has that blade storm. Of course, with Tens online, that knife should be coming through fairly soon. It's just back online, and there it is.
Biasanya jadi kayak nasi campur gitu. Oh, di sini.
Texture still happy. Dash online and back pocket, but Sentinels are on the wraparound, moving in for mid control, moving back
Cursor.
through
Oh ya, sorry.
hoping the rotations have come through.
Maaf, G.
There's an aggressive push from Lakia. So he'll be inside of
ngambil makan tadi, G.
Not able to get past the trap wire.
Ya, maksudnya
there's only one man.
Ambil makanannya. Beres-beres.
To give himself a safe haven to play from, and they're trying to root him out. They suspect that he's in this position, and Celsius has got him on the running spray.
It's whether they expect anybody.
Nasi kuning banyak di SB, tapi yang bumbu abang kayaknya nggak ada pernah ketemu deh gue.
Watching that position now, enough time.
Kan gue pernah tinggal di Surabaya lama juga.
Otherwise, it's definitely going to become problematic in terms of the time. The thing is, though, in terms of finances, Gen.G can definitely afford to throw some players into the wind. Munchkin looking to lead the charge. The time, though, is ticking. Texture has already found one, but surely this round has to be going the way of Sentinels at this point. But it's more so, how many players do they come out with? The answer is 3.
Apa yang di Surabaya, Bang? Ada deh. Dari mana? Ya Surabaya. Nanti kalau gua kasih tahu daerahnya udah pasti tahu gua ngapain di situ aja.
To change up the pace of this game, look like it's a B play. Wrap back through middle, which is somewhere they've had trouble holding on to control with.
They've barely gone middle. That's been the thing. It's been mostly A takes, like battling to make sure that that control can't be taken. This time it was taken, but it didn't matter because they managed to get
bisa curiga anjir, aneh banget.
From John QT as well.
They have tried a few times with John lurking around mid, right, trying to get up through elbow, but every single time there's somebody there ready and waiting for it. John did also get a little bit of space on mid, but they've seen the constant aggression. Camera up, I'm watching this, but gets a little closer than you'd like to see. John QT gonna survive the round and rally the troops towards the A site. Good wall to cross in mid, drone clearing it out, and the pressure on. Lakia's close to the wall. Meteor's already rotating.
Pada nebak-nebak banget nih.
Well, 0 HP now, never mind, not 40. But there's also
Oke, oh Hayasi, thank you udah mampir.
Chop and change some of these fights. He's in a little bit of trouble there, but it looks like it's going to be fine with Sentinels crossing the site, grabbing the plants, presumably for free. Tag is received. Hunter's Fury is popped. Push up by Sassy. And the headshot angle, one by Texture with 2 kills and a third.
Oh my god.
He took it all by his lonesome.
Gue udah nggak lihat gamenya anjir ini.
Yeah, it's almost like he just completely ignored the plan. The plan was that Lakia would get a tag, kill someone
KBS itu maksudnya kebun binatang Surabaya ya?
Instead, he kills the guy who gets tagged immediately. He hits the most disgusting headshot.
Tugas kuliah gue dulu pernah bikin ini, mapnya KBS. Kan gue di cafe ya. Pernah bikin mapnya KBS disuruh ngedesain.
Well, for Solo, we've already mentioned he may not be in the server anymore, but there is a story of redemption. Elise versus
Save energy kayak buat nonton Paper X. Iya, makanya gue
the MVP
makan dulu.
Reykjavik, that Newturn finished 3rd. His move to coaching was something that
ketahuan babi.
Now it's going to be
ya udahlah, bodo amat lah.
Straight in towards this B site for Sen, desperately looking for a 3rd round.
Nice shot by Texture. That's 4 in a row on that off. He's making a highlight reel of his own, and still to be dealt with. All 3 players spotted. The info there. Blade Storm in the back pocket. Sprays are in, forcing them into this angle. The shot didn't actually land. The Blade Storm only doing marginal damage. Eventually, Tens falls, unable to be rezzed back anymore. But Sassy and John QT.
Doxing pernah kuliah aja di Surabaya, udah gitu aja. Ya, gue dulu kuliahnya di Surabaya.
Snake bite towards the back. It might force them into Texture, but they go the other way. And Sentinels handle every battle perfectly. 3 rounds on the board at the half. It's not ideal, but it's workable.
Yeah, it's definitely a scary prospect going forward, but similarly to what we saw in the first map, a slight resurgence from Sentinels at the end. Of course, as mentioned, though, you look at the composition that's there for the side of Gen.G, and you feel like it's going to be...
Kayaknya udah bukan rahasia lu pernah di Surabaya. Iya, kalau itu mah udah biasa. Maksudnya kuliah kan, orang nggak tahu kalau gue kuliah di sana atau gimana gitu loh.
As the best team in Pacific, and they are very close to making that final.
Kenapa nggak stay di SB?
Well, a big factor on their attack is going to be Meteor, so let's hear what Meteor has to say ahead of this game.
안녕하세요. 젠지에서 활동 중인 메테오 김태호입니다. 일단 저희가
kesana sini anyway sih pada akhirnya.
성적을 좋게 내고 있는 것 같은데 사실 아직 실감은 안 나지만 그래도 또 저희끼리
sama kuliah punya banyak teman gak kayak lumayan.
왔으니까 사실 페이퍼렉스라는 팀이 에임이 굉장히 좋다고 생각하고 있는데 이제 저희 팀원들도 그 페이퍼렉스 팀원들 간의 에임 싸움이라 해야 되나? 저희끼리 그런 거 피하지 말고 우리도 한번 싸워보자 라고 얘기했던 것 같습니다.
bahasa Jawa kayak
kita 그냥
yang sampai
공격적으로 할 것 같으니까
yang apa level tinggi ya tapi bahasa keseharian bisa lah bahasa Jawa.
팀들끼리 이제 각자 다른 팀에서 해오던 사람들끼리 모인 거라서 우리가 어떻게 게임을
lulusan tahun berapa kayak kalau gitu nanti ketahuan umur gua dong kalau kayak gitu.
이제 저희 팀
This could be a big win if it comes through. Nice work from Meteor.
Udah bagus, tidak pernah ketahuan.
Nothing being spotted towards the spawn. This means they know where they are.
Bahasa Banjar masih ingat kakak. Kalau ada temennya buat ngomong, biasanya gue masih bisa. Tapi logatnya aja, logatnya kecampur sama bahasa Jawa biasanya gue.
아는 것도 많이 없고 그냥 이 선수가 뭐 잘하더라 이런 것만 알고 있기 때문에 그냥 센티널이랑 하게 된다면 그냥 저희가 하던 대로 하면 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다. 일단 저희가 한국 팀이라는 게 굉장히 자랑스럽고
yang nggak tentu kan bisa aja lu gap year gua lulus tepat waktu kok.
세계 각국에서 젠지를 응원해
nggak ada
주시는 분들이 계신데
telat-telatnya
그
kok.
응원에 보답해드리도록 하고 싶고 그리고 저희와 함께 항상 달려주셔서 감사합니다.
Well, Meteor says they've got fans all over the world. I'll tell you what, plenty of them showed up here to support them today, and they'll be thankful that they did. Got to witness history already.
Anjir gua otakai. Emang iya.
Off the bat,
Happy birthday ya.
swinging with Zekin down. The man advantage goes to the team. 9-3 in the lead.
PK lu berapa? Gua terakhir 3,3, 3,4. Gua lupa yang mana. Ya segituan lah.
He talked about the pride he has for being that Korean team in this tournament. They win 4 more rounds, and they have got further than any Korean team has done in the history of the VCT.
Anjir, penting banget nembok umur gua anjir.
DRX and to do it on their first time out be truly impressive. The fact is, they're building up into an A take. The re-aggression could be caught. Karen waiting, watching, not going to be checked. Looks for the second, but Sassy will take him down. Even still, though, it's bought enough for the rest of the team to make their way in towards that A site. Sassy,
gak tahu Dimas, tadi udah ada yang laporin kok.
Or a shot dart, but instead, they're aggressive to try and take him down. Left with just 40 HP.
He has done damage to the other side, though. 68 and 40. Obviously, Meteor tagged up in the earlier fight. Munchkin now in danger.
Emang iya ya bahasa Banjar susah bang. Masalahnya karena itu mother tongue gua, salah satu mother tongue gua. Kalau dibilang susah sih sulit ya. Maksudnya kalau untuk orang lain gua nggak tahu nih perspektifnya nih susah apa enggak. Masalahnya kan kalau bahasa tuh gua nggak bisa bilang itu mudah apa gampang gitu. Kalau itu emang bahasa ibu lu hitungannya, sebutannya.
He could have been dead within the first few seconds, and instead he ends up burying the pistol round. The stories with this team.
Bahasa Makassar sulit nggak bang? Nggak tahu gua nggak tahu bahasanya.
Had so many bites at the Chariot Internationals, never even come
Tapi dulu pas kuliah banyak teman gua Makassar, beberapa teman gua Makassar.
This would be his 7th international event. 9th to 10th was his best placing before this. To say that this Gen.G side, this squad is special, even if Sentinels managed to run this back.
Bang bisa bahasa Sunda enggak? Sunda tuh biasanya di Bandung nggak sih, orang-orang Bandung biasanya. Gua kan nggak pernah ke Bandung coy.
It's not a pretty picture.
Bisa bahasa Italia. Terusin semuanya aja. Semua bahasa. Dipikir gua Google Translate anjing.
He's had an amazing tournament, but he's got to hit some crazy shots just to give them a little bit of life in this round.
Even the one hit off rip textures down to 76. Wonder how much impact that can realistically have once these players round the corner. It's classics waiting for them. Decoy leading the charge, spotted by Sassy. He's
nice,
ready for
nice.
this, and there's the finish on the earlier.
Wah, Tens bener-bener nggak nembak, Cok.
Damage done to Meteor. He's actually going to use his ulti already.
Tens not in his best performance.
He's already diving in. But that's a mistake. A mistake that Zelsis
Mahal
punishes
sih.
and leaves John Q.
Tapi apakah bisa jadi round? Tidak.
The first player lands the first bullet. 11-3. Good damage from the side of Sentinels. But Gen.G 2 away from sending them to the lower bracket with players.
Agak ini pertanyaan makin absurd nih makin kesini nih.
First map out of tens as well. Both of them fighting for their third appearance at a Masters Grand Final. For now, it's looking like they're going to have another fight later on.
That's the thing. There's players on the Sentinel side that have been there, done that. Masters winner, a Champions winner. But right now, it is the Korean squad that are proving this is a new world, a new realm in 2024.
Masih kepedesan.
The rookie, Karen.
Yeah.
The time of the comeback for some of these.
Gue gak bisa jawabin satu-satu nih kalau pertanyaannya udah kayak gini semua nih.
They're trying to find.
Bacanya aja gue bingung aja.
They've got the better buy here, but already not the greatest of starts. Sassy does trade, but he takes damage. And Zekin's aggressive position should be revealed. He's going to try and play ahead of it, see if anybody gives him a fight, but they don't.
Gue gak tahu harus jawab apa, Cok.
Swings came through.
Ini pertanyaannya.
That was blind fire.
Oh my god, udah sih. Udah sih.
Top aggressive, still with a dash to play with. And Zelsis and John QT backed into a corner. All their credits on the line. This defensive side has a decision to make. Carrying two weapons forward wouldn't be that useful, and it won't be possible. Not with Texture on his fourth kill. A potential ace to put 12-3 on the board. John QT, all that's left of Sentinels. All that stands in the way of this accolade for Texture.
Texture mau Aceh.
It would be to find it. But for now, John QT's making the right decision. He's legging it to the other side of the map, but he's not away. Not yet. Okay, Karen is actually going the other direction, so he might have just managed to slip through to the next round with this rifle by the skin of his teeth.
It is going to be an escape. Unless he goes peeking into the window, but I don't think he's ever going to do that. He's also had his cam spot them out as well. Not going to risk the rifle.
Udah sulit banget sih. Udah nggak ada ekonomi. 12-3.
We've seen comebacks.
Breeze-nya sih.
Look at this.
Breeze-nya Sentinel sih. Question mark sih.
This is absurd, but this just shows
question mark ini.
The confidence that this man is running with at this stage. The Sentinels, it wouldn't be doom and gloom just yet. A lower bracket awaits them. Loud and PaperX play after this to decide who will likely get the chance. Zekin's going to try and get aggressive, but this time it's a be execute. They're looking to end this quickly, straight into the site.
Kayak kenapa ISO belum pernah keluar di VCT? Tadi udah gue jelasin. Bagusan Reina ada gitu ya, example-nya. Simple-nya, sorry.
But that doesn't deter him. He is still going aggressive and swinging into heavy traffic. Only the
kaget mulu nih kayaknya Sentinel ngeliat
like a play-nya. Picked up by someone else. Texture, Munchkin, and Karen. History on the line, but still plenty of opportunities. The pressure won't be felt just yet. Snakebite up and over from Sentinels. They look to push some players on backside out of position. Here comes the util from Sassy. The swing from Karen is good to start. Another for Texture, and there's only two on Sentinels left. Sassy does well, but they need to get on this spike.
Oh, sorry. Ternyata masih ada Sassy. Gue pikir tinggal John QT doang sendirian.
Punish John QT gets it half, but they're both extremely low. The time is running out, and now it's gone. History for Korean Valorant as Gen.G 13-3 Sentinels, an absolute demolition of America's #1.
GG Gen.G, nice try Sentinel.
And anyone who faces them moving forward will be terrified of these new names. Players like Meteor, Texture, Karen. Unbelievable.
Berarti Gen.G masuk Grand Final ya guys ya.
3 rounds for Sentinels, Tom.
Sentinel nunggu di lower final.
don't think they're going to be playing Breeze much throughout the rest of the tournament, I'll be honest with you. And they'll go into the best of 5. That's the thing, though. There is still time to recover.
Tadi gue mau ganti judul dulu.
By Kalian, he wanted that day off. He's not getting it.
Habis ini aku harus sabar-sabar ini. Habis ini aku harus sabar-sabar membaca chat.
Korean powerhouse, the new look Gen.G. They brought back some risky players, some players who didn't have success last year, taking a gamble with a youngster, put Munchkin at the helm. 7th time's the charm as he makes a grand final with this team. What a performance from them. And this ragtag bunch of individuals has come together to build one of the best teams we've seen in a long, long time. They have already made history. They have matched PaperX. They have outdone DRX.
Tadi udah sebelum live udah Samuel aman. Harusnya aman. Semoga.
They just need to win one more match.
They've already taken down tournament favorites, not necessarily 90% like the community.
Alvin Topik memberikan 1 gift membership. Thank you Alvin Topik.
No.
Sentinels looked insane.
This is somewhere that coming into this game, we set the stakes. Gen.G could win, but it will be close. This was a demolition.
Ya jelas monyet.
The fact is they lost their own map choice.
Ada tambahan.
Split, which is the map we were saying the Sentinels are the best team in the world on. So this series by no regard makes any sense. A map that, as said, Breeze, they looked rough on.
Gen.G garanti juara 2 iyalah. Kan udah di grand final.
I think their record now throughout this year is 3-3.
Voting apaan ini? Udah memihak. Ada 1 player lagi.
They can adapt, they can improve, but more so, they have faith in
case the PaperX kalah ronde play clip monyet.
It didn't work last time.
Panjangan nanti ganggu.
And they've done that a couple of times where they've made slight changes, slight adaptations on split. They changed from an Astra to an Omen, and that took them from a pretty
gila, ini gue harus sabar-sabar ini.
It truly is impressive.
Tuh tadi ada yang bilang membership aja chatnya. Gue merasa jangan sih. Soalnya gue yakinnya abu-abu juga ada pendukungnya PaperX. Masa gue membungkam pendukung PaperX sendiri kan tidak bisa ya. Dicuekin aja. Yang sok asik dicuekin aja.
We heard about Lakia for a long time. This time around, I'm just looking at Gen.G, a team who's been in this game from day 1, May 4th, 2020.
Ya makanya gue nggak mau. Kemarin kan ada yang bilang kan chaos kan kemarin chatnya disuruh membership, makanya gue nggak mau. Gue yakinnya abu-abu juga banyak soalnya pendukung PaperX. Penghujat itu kakak, menurut gue sih lebih ke arah kayak ngompor-ngomporin gitu loh, lebih ke arah kayak ngomporin gitu loh.
Texture's insane, but Lakia finally reaching that top level. This is what I wanted to see.
Betul, masa anggota kemenangan PaperX dibungkam di rumah kemenangan PaperX. Betul. Nih, pasti suka yang di kanan nih. Sayangnya ketutupan saya. Dimas Ramadan, welcome to membership. Thank you DJ member, dipakai emoji biar abu-abu ini. Let's go.
International events, but this is the first time that you're going to be in the grand final. I want you to tell me
pertama kalinya masuk grand final. Let's go.
Such a good contender for winning the first trophy.
라키아 선수 그동안 국제전에서 결승전에 진출한 건
이번이
처음이잖아요.
enggak ketutupan banget
잘해서 우승까지 가져갈 수 있을 거라고 생각하시나요?
일단 저희 팀이 오늘
saya merasa monyet itu adalah pemain terbaik di dunia. Tapi akan lebih baik lagi kalau orang-orang subscribe ironsenpai.
좋은 경기를 준비할 수 있도록 해야 할 것 같아요.
The fact that we believe in ourselves, and if we just clean up some of the mistakes, make sure that mistakes don't happen.
Bro, ingat Anda berharap translator dari sini. Salah banget anjing. Salah banget berharap translate di sini. Apalagi kalau yang di interview bukan PaperX.
Now, my next question is going to be about the opponents that you faced. Of course, you have already won
against translator IG-nya apa, Mbak? Wah, kurang tahu. Lupa gua.
But you most likely take it to that last and third match.
Buset, Spanyol kan ini emang pertandingannya mainnya di Spanyol, Madrid.
that you want to brush off for the grand final?
Madrid Spanyol kan, bener kan?
일단 젠지가 그동안 2대1 경기를 많이 해왔잖아요. 풀세트 경기를 하면서 좀 힘든 여정이기도 하는데 결승전을 앞두고 좀 어떤 점을 고치면 좋겠다고 생각하시나요?
일단 앞서
Tapi kenapa jadi India?
저희끼리의 실수를 좀 줄여야 될 것 같고.
Madrid Sumedang, mulai aneh-aneh.
많은 영상들이
Deket Depok lagi Madridnya, gimana?
피드백을 통해서 더 고쳐야 될 부분도 만들어야 될 것 같고.
Bahasa Spanyol susah nggak kayak menurut lu?
감독 코치 그리고 선수들과 함께 상의를 해봐야 될 것 같아요.
Mbak Korea cantik ternyata ikut ya.
The first thing would be
Feature apa ini? Itu feature flexing.
on us.
Berapa lama Anda udah jadi member?
As well, because we can go review them and make sure we make the adjustments that are necessary, add to our game, build on top of that, and just not making mistakes and making sure that we don't drop the ball and we keep the momentum.
Lucu banget ada ininya ya. Di atasnya ada mainan Gen.G itu anjir.
Our teammates.
Hey, lovely. Le he preguntado que sus series siempre se van al tercer mapa, bueno, casi siempre, pero consiguen ganar. ¿Qué es lo que van a intentar limpiar?
Masih dekat Riau katanya.
Para que tengan esa ventaja y
Madrid yang mana ini?
Una de las cosas que pasan es que hay muchísimas
Gak tahu bang, feature apaan ini? Dia mau sombong sudah 8 bulan jadi member.
Para poder sacar esas conclusiones, pero dice que ellos también los tienen y que ahora mismo se van a ir al hotel.
Iya, gue kaget lupa Alvin. Pernah gue pikir ada yang give member, babi emang.
Thank you, Jen. Muchísimas gracias a todos. Esperad un momento porque desde luego que no nos vamos. Tenemos otro partido por delante. Don't go anywhere.
Gue jadi kangen player cuma bisa Gecko. Bang Udut. Pasti Bang Udut dong.
A grand final spot is on the line as well as history. For Sentinels, it's about going back to championship form.
Kemana sama main fuyu? Siapa?
It's about Gen.G establishing themselves as a top-tier team in Valorant.
Votingnya ke satu pihak semua ya Min, kayak kamu kayak baru pertama kali kesini aja. Masih lama kan? Ini harusnya breaknya ya kurang lebih 20-30 lah ya. Biasanya. Nyantai dulu, bray. Maksudnya player yang bisa Gecko apa ya? Sepertinya orang baru di scene Valorant. Mantan di Banjar banyak ya kayak ngomongin mantan. Ngapain? Bang Udut Gecko-nya jago, bisa kali tukar-tukaran sama Top G. Maksudnya tukar-tukaran sama something. Sekarang kan something yang pakai Gecko. Ini Nur Emia, lu ke YouTube, terus lu ke gambar profile picture lu klik. Di situ ada tulisan podcast and memberships. Kalau lu bahasa Indonesia gua nggak tahu, pembelian dan membership mungkin. Lu klik di situ, terus lu bisa atur di situ. Kalau kita semua jadi member, Pepperex menang VCT Master gak gitu konsepnya. Walaupun saya senang sih. Tapi kalau menang caranya begitu, kok sulit ya. Rada klinik gitu. Gak ada om tuh, padahal udah dikasih tahu. Coba soalnya di situ biasanya kalau mau ngurusin. Getop browser kak, iya browser. Di Play Store juga bisa ya guys. No, tuh katanya bahkan di Play Store bisa. Walaupun gue nggak tahu kalau di Play Store gimana. Nopal, welcome to the membership. Let's go. Nopal kembali menjadi membership. Udah goron diteruskan sampai Platiron ya. Platiron itu 6 bulan. Abdi Amir juga, welcome to the membership. Thank you udah join member untuk pertama kalinya. Dipakai emoji ya biar abu-abu iri. Let's go. I'm back bitches. Let's go. Welcome. Ini emojinya banyak coy, niat. Kalau aku bukan streamer terbaik, setidaknya aku bisa ngomong aku streamer terniat dulu lah ya. Terbaik mungkin masih terlalu jauh. Terniat aja dulu. Kecil-kecil dulu, pelan-pelan. Semoga channel lu tahan apa ya Radian ya, kayak amin. Semoga aja. Tapi melihat cara Riot apa sih namanya, mengurusi pertandingan di Indonesia sih harusnya bisa lah, umurnya panjang lah harusnya. Kan dari gamenya ya, harus dari gamenya dulu ya. Kreatornya kan mengikuti. Kalau mau dapat player card nonton lewat WP tetap dapat kah? Kalau di YouTube nggak bisa. YouTube tuh khusus di officialnya doang. Kalau Twitch beberapa streamernya bisa. Karena emang YouTube tuh bukan awalnya emang bukan ini aja, emang bukan tempat streaming dari awal tuh sebenarnya tetap Twitch kalau fiturnya paling lengkap emang. Ada yang batch Diamond udah, bentar gue cek dulu ya, gue juga penasaran, tapi kayaknya belum deh. Diamond itu 1 tahun, channel member gue tuh belum 1 tahun, seingat gue tuh Juni nanti, sekitar Juni nanti baru ada yang Diamond harusnya. Belum setahun coy. Buat streaming juga enakan Twitch Kamin, kayak kalau feature lengkap di sana Dimas, tapi kan gue ngelihatnya ya penonton Indonesia jarang di Twitch, pastinya YouTube, makanya gue ambilnya YouTube. Kalau ditanya TikTok, kenapa nggak TikTok? Karena gue lebih enaknya di YouTube, lebih nyaman, udah dari awal ngurusinnya di YouTube gue. Lagian kalau TikTok kayak orang datang dan pergi cepet. Kan tinggal swipe lu udah pindah hitungannya. Ya sih, gue juga coba-coba di Twitch sepi banget. Iya, kalau bertahan di Twitch sih dan banyak dan sustain sih, respect sih. Twitch Indo buat streaming masih YouTube. Apalagi, gue kemarin dapat insight itu ya. Paket-paketan YouTube, free YouTube-nya kan, ya YouTube kan, bukan Twitch, bukan free Twitch paketnya. Jadi YouTube tetap nomor 1 lah kalau di Indo masih sekarang. Tim sepuh penonton Irsen. Aduh, telat nonton. Ada apa ini kok Sentinel kalah? Diajarin main Breeze sama Gen.G. Twitch terkenal di luar, di Indo jarang ya, betul. Paling yang benar-benar bisa menghajar Twitch tuh paling kayak Jason gitu. Soalnya kan Jason penontonnya banyak internasional. Makanya dia bisa ke Twitch. Pagi-pagi Pak Rizim. JJ Live Mingkai, nggak tahu, bentar. Gak sih, Spicy You doang nih kayaknya. Setidaknya sekarang ya, gue lihat. Mungkin nanti live, nggak tahu kan. Ngantuk kayak mau turu biasanya kalau gua nggak nonton menang. Oke. Tunggu ya, Thor setup live streaming. Thor kayaknya ngurusin yang Indo deh. Valorant ID deh, bukan yang di sini deh. Bukan yang di Madrid maksud gua.
I like the smile. So for Seiren previously at I believe the top of Masters Madrid, rated PRX a 6 out of 10. Now that you've made it to the top 4, would you like to go back and maybe give a score again now that you've come this far?
I think we have to give credits to ourselves. I think now we are like 10 out, about 10, you know, 10 on 10. So yeah.
Yeah.
I'm excited to play loud, and yeah, you know what L stands for?
What does it stand for?
It means less, so means less coming for us again today.
Good luck out there.
Waduh. Jangan, ini dari Twitch-nya kan?
Dude, that's a GV level pun coming out of that one.
I'm offended.
Untung itu cuma dari Twitch-nya aja, bukan WP gua. Bentar ya. Gua ini aja.
At least saying that, right? We need to see the Paper X fired up for this match.
I mean, especially after what happened yesterday, right? And the way, not the Paper X looked, but the way the Gen.G made them look.
Oh,
you know, we know that Paper X is all about the flashiness, the quick plays, and Gen.G had a response for everything, but it is an opponent that they know very well.
I feel like, though, we learned a little bit more about what Gen.G is capable of today than what we saw. So now that makes me wonder what happens here with Paper X.
Karena jam berapa? Telat 6 jam dari kita.
Or is this a Paper X team that maybe has a little bit more to show here?
Yes, because I think in previous, yes, as in both are true. Gen.G look incredible, but Paper X, I think in previous matches we've seen them really push Gen.G.
Berarti nggak main bahasa Spanyolnya, enggak lah?
A lot of fundamental mistakes. Players were kind of going off, losing picks. They're taking the normal Paper X risks, but against a team like Gen.G with their structure and their firepower, they were ripping that apart.
Yeah, no, it's hard to put into words how just well this Gen.G team is playing. I mean, we could probably talk about it all day, and that's why on the other side, you know, you're going to need some players to step up here, right? On the Paper X side, you're really looking at Munyet. This guy has truly been impressive, but I'm excited to see him go up against QCK because I do feel like, Kukuka, that QCK throughout this tournament,
ya ampun nih chat gua, kenapa jadi kayak gini dah?
Have definitely risen.
Yeah, let me get my strongly agree card to show with you.
Guys, kalau kalian baru masuk Discordnya Ironsenpai, baca peraturan dulu. Ini gua mau ngebanin banyak orang, sumpah. Gak baca peraturan anjing. Kalau lu masuk dan tiba-tiba kena ban, berarti lu kagak baca. Terus dari party, iya kebiasaan. Bayangin ada 4 orang.
The similarities between these two, I feel like, are kind of endless, right? They both had to film massive.
Baca peraturan sulit. Apa? Nge-push rank kenceng. Baca peraturan sulit. Gimana?
This year maybe. But comparing these two, both these guys have come in, and they haven't necessarily perfectly filled those shoes, but they have stepped up and found their own place in this team. Both got criticized a ton in their respective kickoffs in the early stages of Madrid, but in the playoffs, in the late group stages, where it really matters, both of these guys
dulu. Yes, sir.
Exactly. Like probably the biggest question coming in from Loud into this event is QCK going to be a detriment to them? And I feel happy that all of that people can be quiet for a second.
Oh, for sure. I mean, honestly, if Sadok's telling me
kenapa turnamennya nggak dicatelan biar jadi Master Barcelona? Ya lu tanya IO-nya lah. Ya mungkin budget, ya mungkin apa ya? Kan nggak tahu ya.
He's good.
Hey Sadok, how's it going? How are you feeling?
Feeling super good.
Feeling super good. Love to hear
Bang,
it.
jangan ban
So
aku,
last
Bang.
time you guys went
Enggak,
against
aku nggak ban
PRX
kamu.
came out on top. So what do you think you learned from that match that you think will be important in this one?
They're gonna be super crazy.
Paling bener masuk server buat cari partner aja. Ya tapi di tempatnya.
What they are going to do at the start of the round and be prepared.
Out crazy the crazy?
Super crazy.
All right, excited to see it. Good luck.
Thank you.
These are definitely two teams that.
Kayak kalau misal ada agent dari Indo pengennya roll apa? Sentinel.
Yeah, I think the last two matches
Lagi pemain
was very different.
roll Sentinel.
This was a game that came down to the wire. It was a second away from getting diffuses. It was one clutch making the difference for Loud ending up losing that versus a paper.
Kayak cara lihat berapa lama kita join membership gimana? Coba tanda.
So many of these rounds come to
yang tanda duit itu kalau nggak salah. Terus lu ketik, terus lu pencet yang super chat, masukin nominal 50.000, terus transfer. Habis itu kayaknya keluar deh.
Gen.G just showed every single weakness that they had. And talking about vaults and talking about what Lakia was saying in the interview, there's so much you can learn about how to those mistakes in PaperX that is very scary to go up against Loud today.
Yeah, I think PaperX are definitely going to have to dial down some of these individual risks they're taking, especially if they're shooting like they were against
Questions to ask.
Yeah, I mean,
Nice
giving away
info.
those opening kills, giving away those opportunities is the reason that PaperX ended up getting rolled in the way that they did. Loud is another team with fantastic fundamentals.
Padahal itu ya, step pertamanya benar itu. Step pertamanya benar, coy. Tapi setelah saya lihat, ada celah ini.
I love this lower third about talking about the
Jadi dia lagi monyet paling tinggi di boardnya.
Part of what is happening, even though they are the two best pistol round teams in the entire event. For Loud, definitely yesterday it was not there on the first two maps. It was
lagi nanya gitu ke yokai.
Through all of that, of course, but for PaperX it was the other way around. They got pistols.
Tapi beneran ada di situ tadi posisinya di tempat duit itu. Almu tadi Bila, welcome to the membership. Thank you udah jadi member. Dipakai emojinya biar abu-abu ini. Let's go. Bentar, ini apa ini? Oh, ini entrance ya harusnya. Entrance. Warning escape alert. Gue pikir diarahin beneran. Ente tipu ente. Aduh, diperjelas lagi sama Zakib. Oh. Copyright udah nggak peduli gue. Udah nggak peduli. Ini jika kalau ada yang nge-cheat dan ketahuan nge-cheat gitu gimana bang? Didis langsung kah dan yang kalah jadi menang? Selama ini sih belum ada yang kejadian nge-cheat gitu ya kayaknya ya.
It's the unique and bombastic team from Pacific in PaperX going up against the well-oiled machine.
Anjir, Aaron cool banget. Suhu ruangan apa menurun. Kangen BNK yang biasa pakai kostum aneh. Alah, BNK di GE pun nggak aneh-aneh juga kok kostumnya. By the way, mapnya Arsen. Arsen lagi. Sunset Arsen. Map tembak-tembakan ini, cok. Map tembak-tembakan. Wah, menurut gua sih, tapi PaperX harus menyelesaikan di 2 map pertama sih menurut gua. Pilih Vio 2-0 yuk. Kayaknya harus di 2 map pertama ini.
But PaperX also hasn't been willing to play that map, and they get rid of
Main
it.
tembak-tembakan ini, cok.
We get to land on Bind here, which I think is also going to be a really interesting map. Historically, some great calling from Sidak on that one. But that's been honestly my favorite map from PaperX.
Gak, maksud gua Andra, mereka harus menangin di 2 map pertama menurut gua. Map 3 kayaknya jangan deh. Jangan dibawa ke map 3 deh.
That are really tough to deal with your first time playing into it.
Can we get to 3 though? I think that's the thing that I'm wondering is can we get to 3 or are we going to see Loud kind of do what Gen.G
Arsen pernah di remap nggak pernah di rewalk. Juga itu map tutorial bro, itu kayak map yang nggak bakal diotak-atik menurut gua. Kayak map basic gitu loh, makanya nggak pernah diapa-apain.
I think that this map number 1 is really going to decide this series. I think Loud is pretty favored when we get to Sunset, but this first map I could see it going either way.
Bang, orang-orang yang di CS udah pada pindah ke Follow semua kan? Enggak kok, ada yang pernah ke Follow terus balik lagi ke CS juga ada. Ada yang cuman buat nyobain gitu. Terus ternyata emang kurang cocok, akhirnya balik ke CS. Kayak kalau nggak salah dulu ada orangnya 100 tip, gue lupa. Nitro apa ya kalau nggak salah namanya.
Like shenanigans, all the crazy rounds that they put are able to disrupt that confidence onto Loud. I can see them taking this 2-0.
Yeah, and if
Scream bahkan sekarang belum tahu tuh. Ivera yang kayaknya udah pasti balik ke CS. Scream masih belum tahu, masih mau jadi streamer dulu dia kayaknya.
Each side, players are going to be pulling off some wild plays, but where I'm looking at here, I want to see if QCK is going to get rattled by a very aggressive PaperX team, and if PaperX, well, if they manage to find ways to kind of like wiggle around the brain of Sadak.
You got to look at the newcomers. You're talking about QCK.
Iya benar juga, itu buat pemain baru betul juga. Asen. Bayangin kalau map yang sekarang aja loh, map rotasi yang sekarang aja loh. Ini anjir, musingin banyak orang anjir menurut gua. Yang sekarang.
I personally really like the Gecko and the Fade as a combo. I think that the information and the hurdling that you can do, all the floating that you
can do, masih sama kompiknya ya.
How recurrent it can be gives you an amazing edge, and I do think that Loud using the Phoenix here is something that can be countered easily.
This is a massive rematch for Loud. If they could beat PaperX here, send them home, have a chance to go for a
wah, ada bridge, aduh iya lagi. PaperX dan bridge tidak kawan. PaperX dan bridge tidak kawan, Cok. Yap, ini elimination match ya. Siapapun yang kalah, mereka pulang. Trust. Apapun yang terjadi, tapi apapun yang terjadi, mau pulang, mau menang, gue tetap dukungnya PaperX. Let's go. Oke, halo Cael, welcome to the stream. Jangan lupa di like.
I mean, you're writing down, going over storylines, whatever, put in a large focus, but for both of these teams, feeling like maybe they've got something to prove here, but maybe not so much for PaperX.
I think at the very beginning,
untung bukan pensi. Pensi ini ya EMEA sentris banget ya. Cuma tim Pasifik dia rada gimana gitu.
Immediately has just spotted 3 people over towards tiles. Got lucky that we didn't quite miss the action there getting into the game because these teams are so fast. Yeah, slow pause as well.
Itu padahal crosshair udah
waiting for the reaction of PaperX, and look at this, there is that reaction. Loud wandering and waiting
udah
into mid, trying to go
tinggal satu darah. Dapai banyak paranoia dulu, ayo.
Take the brawl, and it's a delayed fight honestly. At 1 minute, who could really call it?
Waduh, something yang kena. Ya ampun. Nice G. Nice banget 3 lawan 2. Nice banget. Tapi mereka pasti tidak menyangka ada QCK di sini udah. Nice banget. Let's go. Sebuah round pembukaan yang sangat bagus. Let's go. Nice bingit. Untung 4 second nih, dapat 2 aja di tengah tadi. 3 bahkan. 4 bahkan. Di kuadrat kill. Bagus. Awalnya bagus.
Getting him online, getting something online, major win conditions in a match like this where we're expecting so much of this to be brawling.
Hai Aruga channel, welcome back to the membership. Thank you udah join lagi Aruga.
Taking a gamble.
Welcome.
Going for a mid exploration. Might be caught by Mindfreak. I mean, Mindfreak only has the sheriff. Plenty of shots.
Mindfreak cuma ada sheriff, cok.
Narrowly missing the heads here.
Nice one. Udah nice banget.
Zines holds some util out into his hand. Doesn't know which direction. Flash.
Dapat 2 nggak sih? Ente banget. Tapi nice-nya Mindfreak cuman bawa sheriff. Nice banget, satu lagi, Pai. Udah low. Oh my god, kena kepala.
This point though, no real chances for Loud. It looks like to really win this round, but a good chance to
anjir, apa itu, cok?
Really how important winning that
udah, nice. It's okay.
For them. I mean, PaperX and Loud with these comps, very ult generation heavy. They want to try and get these ultimates online, their attack sites. They want to go for these big XX with them. They've got util, they want to dump it into these sites alongside the ultimates.
Lama nggak kesini, member dulu nggak sih? Respect Aruga, thank you.
An attack-sided map as well. It's one of the reasons I think that QCK's gone back to the Phoenix here rather than the Yoru they were dabbling with. They know that PaperX are running this comp without a Sentinel anyway. They're not worried about a Cypher or being able to get into the sites.
It is truly a bizarre situation we find ourselves in. Very different from metas past when these two teams clashed.
Amin kayo malam mo no. Welcome.
And thin and through all the metas in Valorant.
Don't get me wrong, I mean, Paperex have never been standard, even on Ascent.
That's very true.
Playing their Reina Harbor comp.
They're not standard on any of the three maps we have today.
Bikin mahal aja yuk.
Who knows which direction it's going to go into.
Kalau bisa menang, bagus.
Kawazin taking a peek and a wonder.
Mati, nice banget, dapat vandal. Seorang dari vandal, semoga ini kecek. Ah, tidak. Nice. So far so good, 3-3. Tekan please dapetin timingnya. Jason.
A stinger, so Forsaken can't quite take a peek, but will they clear this corner? The peek angle, Sadak might just be able to react.
Oh my god, timing apa ini? Masih ada yang ngeliatin ternyata, terus yang ngeliatin, cok.
He's in a forward close position. Lucky to be alive there with the util out into his hands, but finally with the paranoid sent flying.
Nice. Nice banget coverannya Davai. Bangga deh aku.
Paperex are going to be able to pull a lot of time off the clock here, even if Louder.
Bisa menang ini, bisa banget ini, bisa banget. Bisa banget coy.
It's an empty site. Fully evacuated. Wall up. This is cheeky. Divine now has to get a move. Forwards. QCK half on the ball finds the first kill. 1 versus 1. Can he win it? To gamble.
Aduh, mahal jadinya.
Just about. That's from that half. He got
Gak apa-apa. Mahal buat lot.
Now that is going to obliterate the Loud economy because it was a bonus.
Ini guys, spike plan itu berapa detik meledaknya? 45. Sayang banget.
Look, he comes off it just at the perfect time to be able to grab that one. But like I said, it's a bit of a Pyrrhic victory. Loud.
Dave ragu mau spam itu, iya. Gak apa-apa, mahal.
Paperex achieve their
goals. It's okay. Stay positif guys, stay positif. QCK dari kemarin bawa Phoenix, dia emang Phoenix main aja, QCK aja. Kalau di kalau Minibu main Neon, dia main ini. QCK main Phoenix. Emang suka kayak gitu.
Contacting in could be spelling his own defeat and doom here as a judge. Close to the corner, Sadak. Real specialist with that regard. Here we go, flash forwards.
Judge-nya, nice banget Judge-nya nggak dapat apa-apa. Walaupun ke-damage ya. Oke boys.
They have taken tree control. Look at this. Slip into the back here. Now QCK has a rifle and he's watching.
Phoenix nih bahaya banget nih, Phoenix-nya nih. Monyet, disiplin Monyet. Nice banget, Memprit udah dapat 1. Monyet hanya butuh disiplin aja Nyet. Disiplin dulu aja. Please disiplin. Nice. Itu dia double swing. Tidak ego swing satu orang saja. Mantap berdua coy. Mantap banget. Itu dia kedisiplinan itu yang akan membawamu ke kemenangan guys.
I think it speaks
Anjir, gua sumpah takut banget tadi Monyetnya pengen nge-swing sendirian anjir. Untungnya bawa teman, cok. Gila. Untung aja.
They're treating it as almost like just a practice boot camp. And so the fact that they've made playoffs, they're playing with house money. You might not think that's much, honestly, if you're listening to that as a viewer at home, but I tell you now, there is no team more
dangerous. Apa si Ordinary nge-spoiler?
And a team that's readjusted their expectations. This is a great idea from Paperex.
Di spoiler ya. Ya udah ada Ordinary. Anda mungkin member tapi kalau spoiler bye bye.
Faking as if everybody's coming towards a main.
Rapid. Here with a nightfall as well. Sound cues.
Gak ada sorry ya. TO dulu satu hari ya. Nonton sana aja.
They know that they've got a couple of trails, so that's why the nade's rebounding under, below, sees, connects, but there it is. Nade just wrapping around.
24 jam itu.
2 years, too much to deal with. Rocket in your face. But yet eager to really prove his worth. High and mighty now, one player left standing. You don't need me to say.
By the way.
QCK.
I don't think he's got any intention of allowing the ace to occur. QCK's miles away from it. What a beautiful setup though for Paper Rex. I don't think Paper
Saya
Rex
dapat 4 ya.
credit for the way that they set up.
Gue nggak lihat lagi gara-gara nge-TO orang. Semoga nanti ada replay ya. Gue mau lihat.
And there isn't too much thought really going on. That round, they're making it feel like a big A exec.
Kaburnya jauh banget nih QCK anjir.
And Monyet finds the timing down mid. When you're a defender on Ascent, if you see utility being piled into A main and you're playing in like tree or grass, you are going to focus on A main. You expect it to be
Oke. Yang penting round. Gak apa-apa nggak dapat ace, yang penting dapat round. Lebih penting.
As an A split, even though they're not throwing utility for those people splitting it,
absolutely ruins
this defense.
Di ulti pula. Gox. Gox. Itu dia. Gue baru lihat. Keren. Cahaya keren coy. Monyet keren. Gak salah nyet. Banyak yang nge-vote elu daripada Peprex ya. Di channel ini. 54% vote-nya Monyet.
And just to pull another quote from that exact same interview that you referenced.
Gak salah cok.
The coach said, "We have problems that we need to fix. There's too little time."
Monyet menyala setelah membara setelah ASMR 1 jam tadi. What the heck?
But to me, actually, some of that incredible individual performance has bought them enough time to start.
Aaron kagak off kayak kemarin nih, bagus coy. Mereka menyala di saat yang dibutuhkan.
I think they are underdogs. I actually think that both teams could win on any of the 3 maps that we have here, and it's so difficult to.
Kalau Peprex menang lawan Sen bakal ada julukan baru America Slayer. Menanginnya ini dulu. Ayo, kita jangan jumawa dulu. Menanginnya ini dulu aja. Sentinel nanti dulu, belakang dulu. Ini dulu, yang di depan mata dulu coy. Fokus yang ini dulu kita.
A blistering pace to begin here from Paper Rex, but throwing enough nuance into their own
Iklan yokai gak tuh efeknya?
I feel like the old textbook, the old documents being read out aloud. They've had that time now.
Karena lebih realistis.
So slightly now, Loud with that timeout, we're heading into the half buy. They're gonna have time to think about some of the mistakes, the adjustments. Probably not gonna be seeing them active here.
And I think one of the things that you're seeing from Loud is that they're very willing to fight forwards. You see the angle that Kalian sees.
Iklannya dong, jangan dong lagi main gini disuruh iklan. Gimana? Nanti kabur penonton gua.
Not just give them space, but finding those timings and being able to match the tempo of a team like Paper Rex is quite difficult.
Okay.
Nice bener. Itu Sadak bahkan udah hilang armornya anjir.
2 players are left stacked now. Cad is being watched. You can see something. He's got his eye on it, anticipating that there might be that reflank with a minute on the mark here for the round. Definitely time to play with. Definitely time to work around. But if they do walk into the Bucky, there is some level of danger here. I mean,
Sadak can't really escape though.
No, but
I mean mereka mainnya jadi lebih ini tahu, lebih disiplin tahu. Kena Bucky padahal udah Kalian banget ya. Tinggal sini orang. Masih hidup anjir nih orang. Keselin banget, maunya dapat 1 nice. Wah, kayak itu lagi. It's okay, 3 lawan 3. Tapi mereka harus ini sih, harus masuk ini. Harus plan secepatnya. Takutnya kalau ada bridge di ulti anjir. Nice.
Without the Sentinels that doesn't play spread around the map, that needs to group up and fight and peek for info. Paper Rex are finding those lurk timings real nicely.
Ayo ulti side-nya yuk. Biar mahal. Ulti side-nya. Masa nggak mau ulti side sih Cawan Zin? Udah ketahuan tuh. Nice bener. Bagus coy. Rapi coy mainnya coy. Gak kayak biasanya coy.
They just weren't ready for that haunt lineup in the slightest. Bear in mind that this was a light buy round.
Ascent map siapa? Bentar. Tadi gue lupa lagi. Kayaknya itu deh Loud deh kayaknya. Nah benar, gue cek dulu. Lupa. Nah benar kan? Mapnya Loud. Soalnya Paper Rex attacker. Soalnya milih side attacker tuh biasanya Paper Rex. Mereka biasanya attacker duluan emang maunya.
Yeah, actually so much utility being used there by Loud because every other team would cancel after they get full 5-person hit by the KO knife. But not
lewat aja, ada pajaknya anjir. Itu monyet lewat ada pajaknya, Jo.
Loud forced to use more utility than you would normally expect, but just giving
Wih,
so much
wih.
respect.
Kok tahu, Cok? Anjir.
Certainly thinking about
Ngeri
it.
banget, Cok.
Almost expecting it now, and a call's been made here. Sadak, a re-clear into
Mitnya bakalan jadi berdarah nih kayaknya nih mitnya nih.
Paperx going to be aware. Nade going wide, and yet no one to come. Kawazine, disgusting.
Aduh, berdarah kan.
QCK with a follow through.
Here are the lurkers.
I have a bad feeling about that.
Paperx. It's on Mind Freak or something to try to find timings. The spike
Ayo,
dropped.
ayo G.
Way more difficult.
Nice banget G. Nice banget G.
Let's see if this gets work here. Being defended up into mid, crouched.
Itu animasinya kelihatan gak sih?
Sadak, he's essentially alone in this spot. They've doubled up through main. Now he's
kelihatan.
crouched.
Ya ampun, gak kelihatan banget tuh.
Fight, so 1v3 looks just less and less likely.
Aduh, ente banget.
Okay, saves the day.
Ente banget itu kalau di shorty kena itu mati itu.
And Loud choosing to try to fight over mid.
It's okay lah. It's okay. Enti.
The Paperx are playing pretty heavy from mid. And with the Viper wall that Loud goes for, they have the advantage over fighting that cat kind of area. Yeah. See where the Viper wall goes. Well, assuming that Les throws the same one in this round. And you see that Loud can double
Sabar
up
Lex.
with Squeeze.
Enggak. Kalau itu tadi Loudnya sih dapat semua tembakannya aja di midnya tadi.
Yeah, there it is. There's the wall
Sulit juga.
at the beginning of the round. A judge for Sadak, as is
tradition.
Classic.
Biasanya tuh Alex tuh marah kalau kebodohan dari timnya sendiri. Kalau musuhnya jago kayaknya masih wajar. Biasanya tergantung dari kebodohan tim sendiri tuh. Kalau mukul meja tuh.
Main control, B main control. Heavy priority here for Loud because they know how close Paperx are to a few of these big ultimates.
Waduh. NTG
punishes that one. Mind Freak usually going to be the
ketahuan OP-nya.
I like that Loud swap it up. Previous round they were playing
4 second dapat yuk.
Now they're playing heavy for the outsides of the map. And Sadak, he's used the
ketahuan kelihatan.
What pressure that was off, but he certainly thought something was happening.
Tapi apakah mereka tahu kalau 4 second sudah ditanam di sini sangat dalam tanamannya.
Wasn't even expect his nose backing away. Silent jumps up though. I don't think Forsaken knows that he's backed away from the angle. He's waiting for time, honestly, making a lot of noise on both sides of the map. There's a thrash. And Munyet
di sini ketahuan.
It could be presence over towards any direction. QCK layers down with a volley, but a TP forwards to just get right past it. Divide.
Kayaknya udah di sini sih.
Into the side, but can he follow up with this?
4 secondnya. Aduh, 4 secondnya nggak dapet cawan sini.
Forsaken looking through mid court though. And now Monyet becomes the other lurker.
25 seconds left. He loses
NT sih. Ini udah saya
critical one at that. Even no gaps here into the play. Judge right in his face. Operator as well. The barrel practically in his mouth.
Nah, kalau ini mungkin Alex udah mulai kesal nih. Kalau ini udah mulai kesal nih kayaknya Alex.
Clearly trying to work their lurkers into position. It's just that none of them
udah mulai megang-megangin meja nih kayaknya Alexnya nih.
Time out here and might want to readjust the game plan to have less of the lurk plays going on. But to be honest, look, Forsaken's got a chance of making something happen there. I don't think Kalian knows that he's around.
Itu mulai nggak sabar lagi tuh beberapa momen tuh.
These lurkers are finding opportunities.
Ada beberapa hal yang kurang sabar tadi.
It looks like they were just destined to fail. But with Paperx's style, if they
enggak. Mukanya masih chill sih. Mukanya masih chill.
Paperx are very opportunistic. They do tend to exploit.
Masih sangat-sangat positif vibe-nya ini.
Certainly a weird round, not a successful.
Tapi kita nggak tahu sebelumnya kayak gimana. Pas ngomong sih chill ya kelihatannya ya. Gak tahu sebelumnya gimana.
Talk about Loud's expectations, I think, heading into this entire series, right?
Yeah.
The team that are eager to try and take that battle again against Sentinels, who've just been
sama-sama ngeluarin timeoutnya di first half, by the way.
This matchup would guarantee that rematch, and
for the fourth time this year.
Exactly. You know, Loud are eager for it. They've been shut down, put down. The most recent 2 attempts. It was a very close series the last time those two teams played. So listen, they're going to be looking to try and pave that way to redemption.
Revenge
maybe on the cards too.
Ini kalahnya bukan karena
both of these squads had to retool in the offseason after losing a superstar player. You lost Aspas for Loud, you lost Jing for Paperx. Alex was talking about how difficult it's been readjusting to life post-Jing. Loud were nose to the grindstone immediately. Started in October, only taking about a month break after champs, and tried to reinvent themselves, find this new style.
Tapi kalau mereka nanti ketemu Gen.G di final lagi ya, lower final ya. Masa BO5 lagi anjir. Capek bener. Oh my god. Jemput bolanya anjir. Kayak player bisa dengar coach pas game nggak? Ya cuman pas ini aja timeout doang. Dia tiba-tiba kenceng gini tembakannya, Cok. Tiba-tiba tembakannya kenceng, Cok. Weh.
You'll see that so often. It's a great idea. Your opponent
Tembakannya kok tiba-tiba kenceng anjing. Wah, tadi gak gini anjing.
They go for a bit of a tiles crunch there, punishing on very wide jumping by Monya. Ruining everybody over.
Tipu semua itu. Mid, KB sama B-side-nya tipu semua anjir.
Going for the glass cannon bundle in this round. So the economy in a weird spot.
Kok jadi galak lah ya?
To opt for.
Tiba-tiba galak.
Been watching the Haodong VODs.
Yeah, apparently. China gets wild with those. Strange economical purchases. Still, Prowler here setting it up. Disrespect by something. Look at this guy.
Nice banget, kena stun padahal.
Stand up. Hits it with a second shot. Finally, the second bullet. Dashing.
Wait. Untung lu ada temen lu nyet. Kalau nggak mukul meja lagi tuh Alex, Cok. Untung ada forsaken anjir.
Post plan positions of PaperX.
Nyet.
Pretty sublime. Divide falling. Only chances here.
QCK is going to be ulting back in potentially.
Nice banget forsaken. Forsakennya sih lagi bagus anjir. Sensnya lagi menyala dia.
Everybody's giving us up. It looks like. What is that? Hello.
Udah ketahuan OP-nya di situ. Hati-hati 2 lawan 2 loh ini, hati-hati loh.
I don't think there's any chances.
Hati-hati loh.
Time is running out, but handing these kills just over to
him. Hati-hati.
And considering the PaperX's economy was not amazing to come into this round.
Masa ekonominya lagi gak sebagus itu anjir.
Fantastic kills to be given.
Tuh lumayan mahal itu jadinya. Tadi kayak baru bangun aman.
Maybe a 200 IQ player didn't see how close they were to the ultimates, but maybe they're like, okay, let's just feed our life away. 2 years has already got it. Let's try and build up ours.
What a way of entering. Right, Monyet skipping.
Untung tembakannya Jason lagi banyak kena anjir. Untung aja. Oh enggak, dia bisa jauh, Cok.
Coordination not quite as good there.
Bisa momentum di lot lagi tuh. Cawanzin udah main Odin, Cok. Udah kesel kah dia?
Kawanzin set up with the Odin here to spam into B main.
Face your fear.
Early knife falls. This is an attempt of a fake, but the early knife gives it away. Only 1 tag. That's going to be onto Forsaken. So the goal of that really to try and.
Ini OP-nya ganti-gantian anjir. Lu kalau lihat yang megang OP-nya Loud ya, ganti-gantian anjir. Anjir serem. Astaga. Ya ampun. Darahnya nggak ada yang utuh, Cok. Nice banget, udah nice banget. Walaupun QCK-nya nggak kecek. Ya ampun, lagi itu, Cok.
Really just expecting that reposition, and it's about catching the tempo and the timings here, walking right into it, but
oh
misses
my
the
God.
opportunity. 2 years. Jump spots, gets a bit of additional information.
Good patience though, not trying to force the fight in this situation, because they have a player advantage to go for the retake. This is going to take effort from Forsaken and something.
Nice strong knife.
Feels confident enough to use the thrash here to try and clear his way forwards. Pumping up onto the boxes. Forsaken going walkabouts towards tree, leaves it. Now 1v3.
Cek ya dia ya.
QCK's on the flank. Should be unwinnable. Blind as anything. Hasn't given it away though. Still was holding the
shift. Tahu nggak ya di main masalahnya?
He opens himself too wide. QCK's already there. Just
ya ampun timingnya.
Not too sure. Call being made. Jumping down and there it is.
Gak nyangka dia. Enti.
Very competitive half that we've had so far here. PaperX have found some opportunities to burst into.
Yuk 75 yuk. Bisa yuk.
You saw there. Cute idea from PaperX, like you said, going for that fake play. But the exec, it wasn't quite coordinated as well as you would hope for. Certainly not.
Masalahnya tadi di Odin sih. Langsung ditolak dari base side anjir.
Monyet on the entry. Perhaps lacking that fade in terms of the pressure that they put onto B. Final round of the half.
Lagi.
Chances to tie this up, but PaperX's economy in the dirt.
Oh yeah.
Compared with double op setups.
Udah gitu, tapi ada ultinya main prick sih. Ini tugas mereka adalah masuk side dan bisa multi.
Heavy stack of Loud as well. They can play over towards A because Les has got the pit down. Not being contested. He was assisted with an early fault line of Kawazin. QCK, he's not worried about it.
No, he's not. I mean, they don't, you would be a little cautious in this situation for some pop flashes through the smoke or this kind of thing, but
ya ampun, Nyet.
Expecting it from the high ground.
Poe banget, Nyet.
Ball thrown at them. Still, it's back to a multitude of players now, and he's got to try and at least put up that wall to try.
Itu sih sial sih kalau itu sih.
2 years repositioned, still with the operator, and it's paperX are the ones who aren't coming up with really any of the appropriate answers. Double smokes out to try and get themselves into position, but it's being spammed with the rifle.
6-6 sih ini.
At work. Hopes and dreams placed onto the end of the barrels. And everything stolen away from them. So evened up loud.
Duitnya nggak ada.
A miraculous job there, honestly, bringing it to 6.
Gak ada duit, gak ada ability buat masuk kayak galonnya race, so ya sulit.
I think it bodes fairly well for Loud.
Oke, 6-6.
So many rounds towards the end of that. It's a game of 2 halves there. Oh, brutal. But I think the adjustments looked nice. 2Es with the operator on Omen ended up playing really well.
He's getting tremendous value, putting in work. Well, earlier we spoke to QCK just before this match. Let's hear from it.
Sou o Gabriel, mais conhecido como ke-7, atualmente duelista da Loud. Não sei muito específico o que eles tiveram de diferente, mas talvez eles tiveram mais momentos dentro do jogo.
Alvin Taufik, thank you udah memberikan gift membership, thank you.
E ganhar rounds chaves que quebravam a economia ou faziam um snowball de
Anjir, dia nge-game sendiri, nge-claim sendiri.
Falar sobre isso logo depois da derrota é complicado.
Kocak juga nih orang.
Mas o campeonato ainda não acabou. A gente tem muito pra mostrar ainda, então...
Ini ada yang bilang makasih padahal gak dapet.
Sendo bem sincero, não importa. Perder é perder, independente de round.
Ih,
por um round ou por 14 é a mesma coisa, a derrota do mesmo jeito.
Man is looking more likely. Finally fades away and he's back into it. Here it is. The follow-up. All the rifles on line.
Agak Kalian ya.
He doesn't have the time.
Eu não vim pra substituir ninguém, eu só sou um novo jogador do time. O time se tornou um time novo, com novas formas de jogar, novas composições, então acredito que estou me saindo bem. Não sei se é confiança a palavra, mas traz um
Anjir,
conforto.
itunya terima kasih yang Prefire ya.
Com essas frustrações antes.
Terima kasih ada Prefire-nya, Jo.
Da melhor forma possível. A gente já venceu times com esse estilo de jogo, então a gente vai saber lidar com eles.
Really interesting insight into QCK and his ideas. You know, he's coming into this team. Obviously, a lot of players saying, and a lot of players, fans, saying, well, he's replacing Aspas. He has to fill those shoes. But no, he's talking about how they've reinvented the team kind of around him, this new style that they've come forwards with. And there's parity there between them and paperX. paperX have had to do the exact same thing.
Ini apa sih restart router?
But I feel like
Gua ada restart tadi sebelum live.
A little more. They haven't adjusted that style yet. And that's probably one of the things that had the confidence knocked for paperX is that they haven't really figured out what the
kalau di tengah-tengah restart router ya berarti nanti mati juga anjir, live streamnya harus restream lagi juga anyway jadinya. Justru harusnya kan yang dicegah itu biar di tengah-tengah ini enggak.
Playing well individually so far. But Loud's composition is devastatingly effective when it comes to site executes. So I'd expect paperX to
restart kehidupan kebanyakan nonton anime kamu.
Allow your opponents to ever get into an exec.
Deep delayed knife. Monyet was tagged, but he did not care. Still holds his ground.
Interesting that paperX have gone for a defensive wall that allows them to, you know, contest mid as well. So they're not worried about Loud's wall.
Giving up that presence, Loud now opting to just contact in through A. And it's an open site, it's a free site. It seems to be a bit of a read. Look at them, they're just fast on the approach. Maybe just hearing those sound cues.
Namanya aja gini bang. Iya lagi. Ya salah sih. Tidak salah. Not wrong, not wrong.
They need reinforcements quickly. Their paperX are apt to flood defend. Currency no less is still really far away.
Cara gift membership tuh tanya Alvin Taufik yang biasa ngasih. Tutorial gift membership.
First wave of it being used out. Here it sends it. Paranoia go flying along with the Dizzy.
Hellnya kecek ya, ada banyak aja.
Yeah, 3 players into Hell. Anything to clear this one might have to just jump in. It's a beautiful smoke. Tears is using it to just divide up this.
Sadoknya dapat satu.
Making it more than difficult. Damn difficult. Have on a defuse might make a difference. paperX Mind Freak going for it.
Mantap banget Memprik. Mantap banget G, mantap banget something. Let's go. Pistolnya keren, pistolnya keren 2 kali.
Beautiful, flawless with the execution of that one.
Tutorial claim, gak ada claim-claiman, itu random. Mantap G, mantap G. Gila, dingin bro. Asen tiba-tiba bersalju.
Why is there a dinosaur? Don't know, don't care.
Tiba-tiba Arsen ada saljunya.
Yeah, that's a nasty round from Mindfreak. Nothing more to it, really, is there? Loud had a game plan. It got dismantled by some right clicks from the classic.
Sometimes it be like that. You
really
get shot, you die.
So again, Paper X being able to win the pistol round, right? They won the first.
Yeah.
And one of the things the desk was talking about, Kuku was saying.
Bisa tenang banget gitu ya.
They didn't really get much
Ya lagi.
in their prior game.
Siap dijudge
medicine.
something.
Sadak's going to be receiving it though.
Di posisi Sadak biasa nih pakai judge di sini aja.
Alzine and 2 years grouped up side by side.
They can pivot this quickly into a B split though.
Satu lagi.
For that.
They couldn't get away. They simply couldn't get away from something with this judge.
Baru ketawa kok ada E-nya. Kok ada S-nya. Oh, kanan kan, cek kanan dulu. Pai, mantap Pai. Mantap banget.
So an important beginning really for Paper X. I mean, again, we talk about these comps. We expect them to be attack-sided. Big execute, generating these ults. It's a clear game plan for both of these teams. Paper X winning this pistol and the follow-up eco. You know, relatively
mantap.
cleanly. I mean, the economy is flourishing after this. You can come into this bonus looking nice and strong.
Just to talk about how Loud got anti-stratted so heavily during kickoff by EG. Part of that was a Cypher, which doesn't exist. Part of it was a double Odin buy, which we might see later on in the half, so keep your eyes open for that. And the other part was playing disruptively before Loud could get into execs. I think this is a perfect round to go for that more aggressive, disruptive defense.
Ayo Jason, gaji tim Kasumu udah ada duitku, jangan disia-siakan. Gue juga. Gue juga nyumbang, Bray.
Paper X already out there, looking to try to catch a reposition elsewhere on the map. Now Loud have just decided to slowly contact reclear this area, which is a serious gamble, but they have called the bluff of Paper X perfectly. What a read.
Sure who that is on the team.
Anteng gini anjing.
Give it a Sadak for now. Nade into the corner. Devai almost getting
tiba-tiba anteng gini.
His life, but here we are. Another post plan situation.
Oh, mereka mau post plan di hell lagi kayak ini.
Real pushback.
Don't put 3 in hell again though.
No, probably not playing.
Enggak lagi. Enggak di hell lagi.
He laid down. Backing away. Now, Paper X did use a lot of that util just in the beginning of that round, so I don't know how much they've got now.
Bukannya nyumbang duit ke Bavariat sama tim juga lah. Kasol tuh 50% penjualannya buat ini. Buat tim yang lo beli. Gila nih, apa anjir? Apaan tuh? Ah, ngeselin banget. Nice banget ada wingman. Ah, ente banget. Nggak sendirian dia. Gak apa-apa, itu bonus sih.
Pretty decent damage, considering that was a bonus round. But Loud do come out on top. One enemy remaining. So he just managed to get enough kills from 2Es, holding out in A main, supporting the rest of his team.
Ya, yang penting mahal dulu.
One Odin being picked up for Paper X. This is what their setups.
Penting udah OP, dapat 1 dong.
That's over towards B main. Now, Les is usually going to be trying to take B main control.
Satchel apa tuh, by the way?
Powerful there. But actually, we're seeing a fight on the exact opposite side of the map. He's so aggressive with the op. No!
Boleh. Ternyata Satchel tumbal Satchel buat menang anjir.
A lot of players.
Santai dulu nggak sih? Santai dulu nggak sih? Pencet itu.
What I love about something is he's so
nice, Dapai udah di sini, nice banget.
Yeah, I love the way he presses 3 on the keyboard.
Dapainya ketahuan deh. Belum kan harusnya? Dapainya belum ketahuan.
Devai does not have a paranoia to play off here. He's got to rely.
Langsung kabur. Delaying powernya banyak banget anjir. Delaying powernya banyak banget.
It's a trade-off at least, attainment into the corner, so it slowed them down.
Masih banyak di sini.
Seconds left into the round. No prior map control.
4 second doang ditanam di B.
Yeah, they've stacked everything in a fight over towards A main. They're losing it, and now Paper X have 3 players ready to collect.
Something masih ada kan? Jaga di ini. Udah nice sih itu.
Position that spam, the spray, few stray bullets, TP forwards into the mix of things. But listen, Munye, inside the smoke, Loud. Paving away forwards here. It's brute force. The name of the game, but
keren dulu Ji. Keren dulu. Ada keren di tengah nama Mindfreak.
And this is a very
Keren.
classic round by Loud. They realize that their composition is extremely good at A executes.
Walaupun sempat menegangkan ya.
With 4 or 5 players. And even if you know that they
Oh my god.
their comp is
Udah low itu sadaknya.
once they send a big exec into you. But before
Gila.
even start to take A main control.
Udah belum like dulu ya guys ya. Tembuskan 500 yuk. Let's go. Jauh sih sebenarnya masih.
Player who has an ult to try to entry.
Lo nggak pakai pisau puter-puter lagi, Top-G. Distraksi itu distraksi.
Reminds me of when PaperX played against Gen.G in the regional.
Maksudnya main keren freak gitu.
Sugar out of them, and they were going
Senyum.
control because the comps
Senang. Bahagia. Alex masih bahagia.
Yeah. And I think Loud's comp does struggle the more.
Tuh nggak tahu tuh bullpen keberapa tuh.
Mid and try to take map control, these kind of things. It doesn't have, for example, a fade or a sova.
Aron keren, Leonhard. Oh.
Recon to clear out.
Bisa.
It's much better at being able to
Masih
get
tetap kalah bang. Kita WP dari awal tadi udah, nggak perlu infonya. Saya juga udah tahu. Info A1 bahkan hitungannya.
Limited by what the comp is good at versus what it's not good at. I think PaperX has got a nice read here. It's also great to see something, hidden shots, feeling aggressive, going for plays. Because I feel like outside of
main keren Top-G makin banyak nih. Makin banyak variasinya anjir.
Very confidence-driven player, I think, as well.
Variannya makin banyak.
Take a gander at any of the PaperX vlogs as well. You see it. You know, he can wears his heart in his sleeve. Actually, he has to be picked up on a frequent basis. You know, confidence around him, being the support staff and the players, his teammates. But when he has good games, you know, this guy is just unleashed.
Klasik kok hijau.
Well, they know where he's positioned at the moment.
Gak, gue emang kagak suka warnanya, guys.
Many flashes to try to push him off the line.
So to try and defend the line as well.
Ada Odin tuh.
Odin spam and spray through.
Oh, saya kan udah pakai Odin tuh.
Spot. You do not survive that apparently. It's a nice attempt and a nice clear.
Nice banget. Nice banget 2 combo ini. Wah, sampingnya kena ya. Itu udah low semua sih. Wah, Ji. Wah, Ji, hati-hati, Ji. Tembak kiri nggak sih? Di atasnya, di atas. Kelihatan gak sih? Oh my god, suwe banget Jason. Suwe banget itu blind spot anjir. Gak ngeliat dia.
Course being a difference maker. Now they don't know where Monya is.
Oh, mereka masih nggak tahu monyet, jadi ini masih bisa jadi kemenangan PaperX sih. Masih bisa. Masih bisa.
Now Monyet's wondering, well, where have they gone? Because if they were just on B, surely they would have got the plant down.
Incredibly winnable. How low these two players.
Sudah planting. Dia masih punya granat, dia masih punya bombot.
Just that one away from the showstopper. He really wanted to try and seal the deal. It is to clear here, but maybe gifted yet. Bit of that information. Pulls out the rifle, expecting the re-swing. Both the players are towards the back of the site now. A smoke. Drop down, classic out. Thinks twice against it, thinks second against it. Boombot forwards, that's going to have to be broken. Nade, rebounds, out wide, now he's just firing. Here's the rocket, talked about it earlier. Pre-fires in the corner, but he guesses incorrectly. And now,
siapa tuh yang ngeping anjir? Siapa itu yang ngeping?
Time, ticking, shortly getting away.
Aduh, salah lihat dia ini orangnya. Ya, itu siapa yang ngeping? Itu siapa yang ngeping?
What a wild way to end that round. I'm really unsure how it even got.
Itu pingnya siapa?
But you could just see the mind games between both of those players.
Anjir.
The less information that was available, the more it favored less.
Itu ping siapa? Ayo coba.
Just a walking through B main.
Aduh, kayak gitu lagi Jasonnya kelihatannya. Oh my god.
Who ults into that spot?
Unheard of. Truly unheard of.
Masih kesel gak sih? Alisnya sudah mengerinyit anjing. Alisnya Alex sudah mengerinyit.
He's normally a little more animated than that.
Aduh.
Be practicing stoicism or mewing.
Ente banget nyet.
Yeah. Either inspired by Marcus Aurelius or Sigma males. Yeah. Very similar, actually. Very similar. So
oh my god.
Loud now in a great position, right? Having won that round, it just turns the whole of Ascent, at least this half, on its head. Their economy is now flourishing, right? They're going to be in a position where they've got a good...
Gimana nggak tahu, mungkin udah tidur.
And they're also coming into this round with a huge rifle advantage. starting to get up to big ults. This is where Loud's attack side comp looks so scary, even though they're one round behind in reality.
That's when they start to come alive. This spot here, it's how pivotal that last round was for PaperX to end up winning it out.
Kayaknya kosong sih.
Really be able to do
Gila, padahal lagi ini, lagi sapping. Di ulti anjir. Nice banget. Ente. Yang kedua ente, tapi udah nice banget dapat satu. Kan kalau satu orang dapat satu kan boleh ya.
And everybody on Loud playing on-site post plants. You know, even if Loud are able to get this, PaperX can make it extremely expensive just by holding B main and the defense spawn.
Being cleared out now. Smoke propped up. Free firing up to the sky.
Lah apa ini anjir? Wall hijau sama merah.
Housing though now defaulting over towards the fold line, using that util to try and delay. But you are right, this could get pricey very, very quickly.
Bikin exit frag aja sini kayaknya.
You're in there with the protocols, and now just Loud to realize they have to really just barrel their way through this one. They are being penned in here.
Mau bikin mahal aja nih.
Almost nice with the movement there from Divide, but shut down there. 2 players surviving from Loud, 9-9 even scoreline.
And Loud keep enough players alive that they do still have that cushion to work with. Tui's can drop Sadak, and they've got a good buy going with some spare cash to float around. It's Loud's ults that now become an issue for PaperX. The more you let them get set up to go for example, the Rolling Thunder, the more difficult it's going to be. I'm looking at the minimap, and PaperX look poised to go for some serious A-main aggression.
That puts the pressure on Mindfreak, doesn't it?
Yeah, because as soon as Sadak calls that, they're going to be running into the pit, I would imagine.
Tuh, nonton PaperX memang tidak bisa. Matang, coy. Ya ampun, bisa gitu, coy.
And now, to be honest, Loud have no reason to immediately go into a B-site hit. They know that PaperX are very fast on defensive rotations. They cleared out Gelato. Loud can just pump the brakes here and allow PaperX to spread out
It's fine.
or even force them into making a play that they can punish.
No commands. Smoke off the timing for it. Just try and block off B main here. Wally sent flying into the
nice banget, udah nice banget.
Damage being done.
Yuk, Forsaken dapat 2 yuk.
Barely alive, but does return the fire. Forsaken still.
What a spot.
Into the side. Yeah, but not going to be clear
Susah.
potentially, but faced by too many.
Susah.
Targets in opposition, this time storming into the site. It's going to be gained for them with that territory. Loud now, reload. The Odin, 2 players left alive here. Munyet though, he's got his back to fully available players. Flash is really quite excellent peeking.
Banyak banget yang harus di-pick tuh.
So now,
Hasil banget Tom G.
that lead, 10-9. We talked about it, that danger zone for them, but this is how the comp operates, how it works.
And you can see the PaperX are trying to disrupt it. If that had been allowed, taking a main
Gila,
control
hoki lah si anjing.
instead of B main control, then they would have had an enormous
mulai tidak, udah mulai kompilasi ya udah mulai.
come out on top.
Kompilasi ya udah mulai.
Kind of gambled incorrectly. They were going for the hard read. Loud do tend to favor the A site with the way that they call their attack sides. And just happened to be the wrong one. They were hoping that Mindfreak
okay.
hold stuff down on the B side of the map.
Tolong, Coach Alex berikan mereka pencerahan.
Both of these teams struggled a little bit to be able to impose their will on the defense side. But what we saw from Loud on defense was that they actually found those rounds to be able to catch.
Pas banget lagi. Pas banget kameranya kayak gini lagi. Pencerahan coy ini coy.
When the sides are flipped.
Wahai anak-anakku.
PaperX are going for a lot of early round aggression instead of mid round aggression. And I think that timing difference has ended up being quite important for them. It's easier to read when it's just straight off the rip.
Yeah, it is.
I main Sova on Lotus.
Timba.
I mean, honestly, there's worse things to play. There are worse things to play.
Yeah.
I've seen it firsthand.
Like League of Legends.
Okay. He said it, not me. I could hear cackling from the desk, man.
All right.
Elimination game.
PaperX are in a tough position here, though. They really are. It's about to spiral out of control. Forsaken's not really found opportunities to have his will imposed upon the game. And he snuck up to try to take fights.
Nice banget.
And he gets out. Forsaken scot-free, man.
He's the player that's
Nice
been a
banget.
difference maker this tournament.
Riot Gun body buff. Terlalu
The jump spot.
over jumping.
Players waiting for him to just make that kind of mistake with the paranoia flash over the top. There was a bit of a team blind, but on site control for them. And now fighting towards market. Something dropped dead. Difficult spot the PaperX are being put into here is that the fact that Loud are just getting into these sites, obviously it gets a half by PaperX, but they're not having to use ultimates doing it.
Itu emang bisa kayak gitu ya, wallbangnya di situ ya.
Have a bit of a buy round, the money's back into orderly and sensible fashion.
PaperX here. Again, the silver lining would be to apply enough pressure that the ults do get invested.
Baru tahu gua.
It just doesn't seem likely though.
No, it doesn't, does it?
And PaperX's game plan has broadly been, we'll see. No, there's no danger here. PaperX's game plan has broadly been to try to stack one of the sites and just kind of hope that Loud are going there. And the problem with that is, if you gamble incorrectly,
Santai, Iko, itu Iko bro.
And not just that,
Mulai ini bermunculan dia lagi.
playing the other side for full retake.
Udah santai ya, cuekin aja.
They're playing it to still anchor with like one player. For example, when Mindfreak was inside his pit. Or here where Forsaken is trying to challenge B main alone for a cheeky kill. They're on the eco. But if you're gonna stack one side of the map super heavy, you're kind of forced to play full retake on the other. And just rely on your double initiator comp.
Anjir, dia ketawa kenapa anjir itu? Ketawanya sampai kayak gitu anjir.
Where PaperX absolutely must get back in control if they have any chance of winning a set.
Need it. And group positions here. I mean, the molly, maybe not 10 for that one, but just slap it down. Onto the orb. Paranoia, blind, nade, rebounds, and we'll clear out a few of these players too. He is timely there with a TP.
But Loud are going for a lot of re-clears, right? We haven't seen them go for big rotates.
Di YouTube VCT ID banyak coach online, pindah sini aja, mantap.
And here it is rolling front of that will be a large connection. I did dodge it, but there's a one-way smoke into his face. At least they deal with that, run it back. Divide. Does he seek to try and disrespect this timing? Out and through, yes. The PaperX players still holding their ground and basically rooted in place.
Move on, Angga. Lu mau bahas itu sampai kapan?
This is an amazing ult if you're planning to rotate and maybe split or go over to B. It's not that great for going into site, but it keeps a lot of players on site.
Kayaknya tipu-tipu ini, harusnya mereka tahu nggak sih? Ini 45% loh, tipu-tipu banget, cok. Oh, bahkan di smoke mid-nya.
Which direction are they going to take it towards? A seems like a likely contender.
They've smoked for a B split though, so Forsaken's worried.
30 seconds left.
He's had to watch and peel himself away. Top of mid, eyes onto it, Munyet. Paranoia settling in. Divide inside the smoke wants to rule that position and take names away from them.
What?
He's right
Waduh,
behind them. What is
itu
that? Kind of play.
itu worth it ditampar satu tamparan meja Alex sih itu. Nice one, nice one. But nice one.
That is the most important round though that PaperX could have secured in that moment.
Tadi TP-nya dapat ya, lumayan ngeri sih.
They're starting to figure out how Sadak's calling the attack side. Do you remember earlier on in this game, PaperX were throwing huge utility into A?
Enggak, dipikirnya cuma satu orang. Gue yakin tuh dia mikirnya satu orang. Ternyata ada dua orangnya.
And because Sadak's been going for re-clears and re-hits so often, PaperX had stacked so heavily on that area.
Itu kalau works 200 IQ iya. Itu udah kepala, udah menang tapi kepala masih dipegangin tuh.
He's actually ready to counter-op something in B main. But something for whatever reason has got those tingles on the back of his neck. He knows.
Itu kalau itu langsung apa momentum lagi kayak fuck me man Kalish.
Fuse has been spotted, tucked to the corner now. It is
TP dong, itu Omen bro, hati-hati bro.
Sets him up onto the line nevertheless, but now he's going to back away and respect it. Important to note, you know, we talked about it that previous round, but Loud did end up using 2 or 3 ultimates, something. Wall up in his
nice banget, nice banget, nice banget, belum ke-trade lagi. Nice banget covernya Forsaken. Yo, 11-11.
Evacuation goes off without a hitch. Walking straight into the line of sight. It's something who's sniping him away.
Angka diskon dulu yuk. Hari diskon dulu.
Wiping out the opposition.
Tambahkan guys.
Awesome round.
Tambahkan dulu.
This has really turned the tables.
Rayakan diskon dulu bro. Ah, udah ketahuan tapi, udah ketahuan. Aman, aman, aman. Digampar wingman. Digampar wingman.
Adjustments coming in handy.
Yeah, looking lovely. PaperX don't try to contest super early. They've got like a slightly delayed
Infokan 11-11.
which is a nice timing to go for that. And they just catch this timing. Something is always a couple of seconds ahead of the play here.
Disiksa kubur. Siksa kuburnya di dunia ini, di dunia nyata anjir. Belum masuk tanah udah kena siksanya.
It's all about those tiny, fine margins. No hesitation.
Scratching their heads a little bit here, wondering how they can get that advantage. Now Les takes a load of
Udah
damage.
kena damage
61 health drop down. Yeah, it's actually one of the first times we've seen Les try to solo take this area.
QCK-nya udah di mid.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a counterplay, I think, as well. Les usually throwing the orb from that.
Nice banget, nice delay, nice delay.
It's the same setup in this round, which broadly speaking it is, by taking that op shot into
Ayo, kuncinya didapai.
Now it's actually caused Loud to pivot away. They do not want any of that smoke.
Crack of an angle. Devi turns away just at the right time.
Kalau ada bunyi flash langsung di paranoia sama Dava ini. Flash nih. Langsung di paranoia sama Dava ini. Oh, nggak mau. Mereka mau mainnya diam-diam. Di paranoia penyakitnya. Sayangnya nggak kena. Sayang banget. Nice. Nice, Dapai. It's okay, it's okay. Dapainya masih hidup lagi. Gue pikir Dapainya udah di trade anjir. Masih hidup. The ghost from the Kelantan, bro. Hantu dari Kelantan ini, bos. Let's go. Gila jadi jangkar tree anjir. Jangkar pohon anjir.
Loud dragged two of the maps against Sentinels into overtime.
Ayo. Absen semua, absen. Gila, dodge flashnya aja sesantai itu, bro. Dodge flashnya sesantai itu, coy.
Their game plans through mid have been countered. But
Uncle
they were winning when
Aim.
they dominated one side of the map and went for the exec.
Dodge flashnya mulus banget, iya anjir. Let's go. Let's go. But please don't fuck this up, bro. Don't fuck this up. Jangan sampai terlalu jumawa. Respect 3 orang ini. Tolong. Tolong banget nih. Respect this. Nice banget.
Little to no chance for Loud.
Ini Sang.
Be sealed up nice and
Let's go, boys.
For Paper X, all the right adjustments at all the right
Dapat lagi nih.
Fuel to the fire just running out for Loud as well with his composition.
Timingnya.
Struggling ever since they haven't been able to get those ults online, but Wingman.
Kirim wingman aja.
Quite connect Kawazin.
It's okay. Ada 4 second.
In time has to reload too on top of this, and already something is there. Following the sound cues, jiggle it out, baits out the op shot, at least, but right into
He
the
just
judge
got him.
Forsaken, trapped in the corner, but it matters not. It's a 1v5.
Lu mau ngapain coba?
2 years his career to stand even a chance in hell. And for Paper X,
Sampai udah ngomong together. Udah bawa jet lagi tuh dia. Nice banget. Let's go boys. Selesaikan di sunset. Ayo, selesaikan di sunset. Bisa.
Figuring out how to deal with Loud's attack side at the perfect
Let's go.
And Loud, I think, straying away from what was working for them in previous rounds. Going instead for more of a play through mid, trying to get value out of the Viper Wall and connecting so often
Nyala bosku.
The Judge or primarily the Odin and the Op.
Absolute insanity, and guess what? We've got plenty more action left to come. Sunset on the cards.
Udah gua bilang guys, cuekin aja.
Two teams that are potentially evenly matched. It doesn't stop anywhere near here.
Cuekin aja. Kalau lu emang mau mendukung sebuah tim, gak usah pedulikan orang lain yang mau menjatuhkan. Ngapain? Tapi sebelum itu ada pesan dari monyet di Madrid.
Woi, subscribe. Aduh capek. Buruan. Ji, mantap Ji. Jangan lupa membership juga ya. Pelukan dulu.
No.
Woi,
tidak.
Subscribe. Aduh capek. Buruan. Ji, mantap Ji.
Tidak, ini lagi.
Pelukan
Gak
dulu.
bisa di skip. Iklannya no skip ini, Pak. Wait, Sentinel pulang belum? Sentinel masih di lower final. Yang menang dari sini ngelawan Sentinel di lower final BO5. Iklannya bikin merinding kai. Pelukan dulu. Pelukan dulu. Gen.G kok jago banget kayak ya momentumnya udah dari Pacific sih kalau lihat kick off. Bahkan di Madrid sampai ke bawah, masih ke bawah. Belum pernah kalah nggak mereka di pertandingan ini? Dari Pacific masih momentumnya masih mereka dapetin. I mean kalau Gen.G sama PPRX siapapun yang menang di grand final ya gue senang-senang aja sih. Walaupun pengennya pasti PPRX, tapi kalau Gen.G menang harusnya itu jadi piala pertamanya Pacific harusnya, seingat gue. Piala International League. Apa global event.